Well, well, well. If it isn't Arzorian rating me at the very beginning of my stream. Welcome, viewers. It is Tsukihime reading night. We're reading more Tsukihime, and I'm excited to finish CL's route tonight. It's been a little while. Ooh, that's quite loud. It's been a little while since we read Tsukihime. It's been about a month, I think. Maybe a month, like a month and a half. I don't know. Endwalker kind of took over my entire life for a little while there. But I am very excited to get back to Tsukihime. I am enjoying it. And like I said, yes, we are attempting to finish CL's route tonight. Yes, French people. I guess she's French. Ciel is a French name. I mean, I don't think she's lived in France for a very long time. If I remember right, there was some implication that she's much older than the average high school student. But I'm sure we'll find out. Also, she did that thing where she stabbed her neck and she didn't really care, so that was something. So yes, let's see. Where were we last time? It's been a little while. Yes. The 19th of November is the last time we read Tsukihime. That is quite some time ago. Alright. We were on the 9th day, October 29th, a Friday. So we're getting pretty close to the end of this route. I think it's like 12 days? 11? It might end like on Halloween. I don't recall exactly. But regardless, let me get my reading voice on. And let me see if I can. Ooh. Okay. Mhm. Ahem hem. Ahem hem hem. Yes, the girls are fighting route. I've said it before. I said it when last time we played. I've said it on Twitter. I think it's very funny that CL and Arquid have a more compelling relationship than Shiki and CL do. I like Shiki and Arquid's relationship, but he doesn't seem to have much chemistry with CL in my opinion, which is a little disappointing. I was expecting a little more for between them. But I know there are several ardent CL fans that I know personally. So I don't mean that to insult her. I just think she doesn't have much going on with Shiki specifically. I like her as an individual though. I think she's fine as an individual. Just I don't really feel much for her. I don't really see her as a very good romantic interest for Shiki. Then again, that is probably just because how much of this route feels like a retread of Arquid's. Like there's been so many repeated scenes and so many kind of just like situations that are the same as they were with Arquid, just swap out with CL. Like instead of going to instead of going to Arquid's apartment to recover after the Nero fight, he goes back to CL's. It doesn't feel very unique, her end of things. The only thing that feels super unique with CL is the bits where you're spending time with her in the tea room. Yeah, and like yeah, it's exactly as you say, Zipper Hands. There's a couple days here in CL's route where you're still doing a lot of the stuff you did with Arquid in Arquid's route, like the whole hotel bit where you meet Nero for the first time. That was all done with Arquid still, so it was like it didn't really feel like CL's route. Anyways, let's jump into it. Let's see where this goes on the 9th day. Cast off cicada shell. I'm in a dark place. 8 years since I awoke. I've been holding my breath in darkness the whole time. I don't even know why. That has long since been worn away. Here there is only darkness. But I know there is something I have to do. I don't know why I live, but I know my purpose. The chains which held me are all gone. There is nothing holding me back. I'm pretty sure this is Roa speaking right now, like waking up after his coma or something. We've been getting like weird bits with Roa narrating. All that's left is killing you. This feels like a Roa narration. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Chirp. Chirp. Is the window open? I can hear the voices of small birds coming from the garden. A cool breeze brushes my face. The brilliant sunlight hits my eyes. A quiet, delicate tinge. A gentle morning visit. Morning. It seems I slept until now after Akia treated me. My body still feels a little heavy, but I still feel much better than last night. Actually, let me pull up my route guide. I have it, but it's minimized. There we go. I didn't use a route guide first go around, for those who don't recall, but I have been using it for seals, just so I can make the experience a little more smooth. But still, I feel much better than last night. Opened my eyes, I got up. Going through the route the first time without a guide, I think, was a good experience, because it let me feel, because I didn't have a guide, just how much it really pushes you towards Arquid the first time. Like, I think you can do, like, Akiha's route the first time, but you can't access, like, her good ending, her true ending. Like, there's a good ending and a true ending. You can't access her true ending until you've completed at least one route, is my understanding. So, and like CL just doesn't show up very much in the beginning, so it does feel like you really have to actively try to not get Arquid, which I guess makes sense. Arquid is kind of the poster girl of the game, I feel. Ugh, I feel like throwing up instantly. I still have my anemia from yesterday. My chest hurts and I feel sick. Please excuse me. Hisui enters my room. She must have thought I was still asleep because she seemed surprised to see me up. Good morning. It seems you have awakened, Shiki-sama. For some reason, Hisui's reaction annoys me. Morning? Breakfast, right? I'll be there soon, so just get out. I'm going to change. Shiki normal moments, okay. We're right off the bat with Shiki acting very normal. Yes, please excuse me. No matter how poor of a mood I'm in, letting it out on Hisui like that, there's something wrong with me. Yeah, you're sure? There sure is, Shiki. There sure is. I feel sick. Even if I go to school like this, I won't be able to do anything. Maybe I'll just stay home. But I have to go. If I go to school, I may see Senpai again. She may not be the Senpai I want, but she may still be there. Yeah. Taking a deep breath, I settle down. Managing to resist my dizziness, I leave the room. Yes, I do very explicitly remember last time we got the iconic chair scene where Shiki just had a moment and and hit it, like, just grabbed a chair and started slamming it against the floor because he stubbed his toe on it. That's what I didn't know about the context behind that scene. I did not realize the context was just that he bumped his foot on it and was really mad about it. I thought there was something more dramatic. Oh, Nissan. Good morning. As soon as I enter the sitting room, Akia greets me hollowly. Yeah, morning. You're up early, Akia. I'm always up this early, but Nissan? Are you alright? Your face still looks pale. If you do not feel well, you can stay home. No, I'm fine. I'm better, so you don't need to worry. I answer quickly and pass right by. Don't you talk to me with your $30 chair cut. I enter the dining room since I'll probably collapse if I don't eat. See ya. Isn't it about time for school? Yes. Then I will be going now. Speaking hesitantly, she stands up quietly. Akia exits the sitting room. After watching her go out of the corner of my eye, I enter the dining room. I leave the mansion and head for school. My limbs are still heavy, and with the feeling like I'm in someone else's body, I go down the hill. It's 7:40. The gate becomes congested with students hurrying to class. I don't think Senpai will come, but is waiting here better than waiting in my classroom? Let's see. Hmm. There's no, doesn't say. My route guide does not list this choice. Well, I guess I'll save. And we'll just see what we get. Well, the first time we met CO was behind the school, so that seems like a choice. No, I have a feeling that I won't see Senpai if I stay here. If Senpai doesn't feel like seeing me, she'll leave as soon as she sees me. If that's the case, she won't come to school through the front gate. If she even comes, it'll be through the back gate. I rush to the back of the school with this thought in mind. That's true, we have been jump scared by Roa a couple times when I made a wrong choice at this point in the game. No one is here. Not even students coming to school through the back gate. Maybe it didn't list this choice in the guide because it doesn't matter. I don't know. But I still wait for Senpai, who for sure isn't coming. The chime sounds once, telling me that the gate is closing. Senpai didn't come. I should go back home before, or I should go back before homeroom starts. Homeroom is about to start, but it is still very rowdy in the classroom. I take my seat by the window and set down my bag. Hey, Morden, you're looking pretty bad today. Sheesh, everyone looks at me and says the same thing. Do I look that sick? Yeah, come to think of it, you look normal. I don't know, but you look really down, Tono. Down, huh? Certainly my spirits are low. Ever since Senpai said farewell, my body has been heavy and both my mind and body are knocked out. Arihiko, did you see Senpai today? Huh? Senpai? Which Senpai? Which? The only Senpai we both know is CL Senpai. Shiel Senpai? Who's that? Are there any foreign students at our school? My mouth hangs open in amazement. Oh, she did this in the last route too, didn't she? See, Arkwood's route? Seal, like, erased herself from people's memory? I just don't think it was explained very much in that route, so maybe we'll get a more in-depth explanation now that we're focused on CL. Arihiko, you. I managed to stammer this out in my confusion, but nothing else comes out. You okay, Tono? Just spit it out. As long as it's not asking for money, I'll help you out. Arihiko is acting like he always does. Just like always, he completely does not remember Senpai. Nah, it's nothing. Sit down, class will start. Oh, it's that time. Well, later. Arihiko goes back to his own seat and the teacher arrives. Homeroom starts, followed by physics, the first period class. I watch it like a movie on a screen. I've missed you, bluesky.jpg. Senpai really disappeared. Not just from my sight, but the person known as CL Senpai is gone completely, without a trace. Arihiko doesn't remember her. I'm sure no one else does either. That farewell, this is what it meant. The movie in front of me continues playing, showing a teacher using white chalk on a blackboard. Nothing seems real anymore. Once classes are over and break time begins, that person will never come again, ever. During lunch, we will never sit in the tea ceremony room and spend the time aimlessly over lunch. Somewhere, I had a thread of hope, but that is gone as well. I've lost CL completely. I still haven't done anything. Haven't told her anything. We spent time eating lunch together on a nice day such as today. That was a distant, precious dream. I realize the number of my classmates in the room is dwindling. It seems it's now lunchtime. I don't feel like doing anything. I feel sluggish, so I'll just... go eat some lunch. Nothing's going to get done if I just rot here. Besides, I'm not in the best health right now, so if I don't eat, I'll really collapse. Guess I'll go to the cafeteria. Thinking aloud, I set up from my desk. The big rush must be over because there isn't a line. The tables are mostly full of students already eating. I glance around the room to see if there are any seats left, and then... Ah! I see someone who looks like Senpai. I laugh loudly. Mistaking someone for CL-senpai because there's a small resemblance, I truly am beat. I know I'm beat, but I can't take my eyes away from this person that looks like her. This person that looks like her sits at the table slurping up udon. It's curry udon, too. Even her food resembles what Senpai would eat. I'm pretty sure it's actually her at this point. I do think it's really funny whenever like one of their sprites fades in and then fades out really fast. It does feel like a jump scare. It really does feel like a jump scare where they're just like, "Hi, bye," and then they're gone, or they just fade back in on the next screen. Ah, actually, it is Senpai. Senpai! I dash with all my strength towards Senpai. Senpai looks up at me, then glances away quickly. She's clearly avoiding me. But that doesn't matter. Senpai, why are you here? I blurt that out because I can't even think of anything else to say. Why am I here? I'm a student here, you know. If I don't eat during lunchtime, I'll collapse. No, that's not what I mean, but... I don't know what to say. My brain just stopped functioning. She looks away from me as if she wants to complain. Thought it was strange for you to be here. Just yesterday you said farewell, so I thought I would never see you again. Yes, because it was getting late. Students should go back home at that time, yes? Simply, with a straight face, she says this outrageous punchline. What? Or, Tono-kun, are you saying people like me shouldn't come to school? Her eyes, that were so devoid of emotion yesterday, looked directly into mine. A student like me? That's what she said. I don't know if she's really a vampire or not, but she healed from that fatal wound quickly, so she has to be something more than human, like Arquid. You just can't say that's human. But still, to me, she is a very dear person. I still don't know exactly what kind of feelings I have for her, but with just half a day, it was only half a day, but just thinking she wasn't in my world anymore made me feel like reality was nothing I should care for. So, for me, she is someone I can't lose. Senpai, I'd be lying if I said all of it, but I don't care. Even if she is the same as Arquid, Senpai is still Senpai. That is an absolute truth I believe in. Yes, I should say those words I couldn't say last night. However, before that... Fine. I cannot help it if you hate me, Tono-kun. But this is my daily life, so no matter what you say, I decided to do as I please. She speaks directly. You don't have any complaints, right? Senpai says and stares at me. Huh? Of course, no complaints here. I feel like such an idiot worrying about it so much. The strength drains from my body. But more than that, I can't help but feel really happy. Yeah, of course I don't have any complaints. Because up until now, I was ignoring all your warnings and doing as I pleased too, Senpai. That is acceptable. Then, let's shake hands. She sticks out her hand. I don't know what she's thinking, but I take her outstretched hand. Senpai shakes it up and down. Yes, then this is a sign that we have made peace. Let's stay this way, okay, Tono-kun? She flashes a full, truly happy smile. With that, she stands up, taking her tray as she walks away. I don't know where, but she seems to be heading somewhere. After putting her dishes in their place, she exits the cafeteria. That's fine. I'm happy that she is still here at school, and that we've made up, but can I let things go about Arquid and that vampire we're hunting? Let me see. Yeah, it does matter. This freaky vampire guy. This can't be good as it is. Senpai, hey! I hurry after her. He's like my secret fucked up brother or something like that. That's what we learned in the last route. I'm sure it's more complicated than that. I mean, besides the whole body possession thing. Oh, Tono-kun, 5th period will start soon, you know. You should hurry back to class. Idiot, the same goes for you. Why are you out here in the courtyard? I see. She's only pretending to be a student, so she doesn't really need to go to class. That's right. I will be late to 5th period too. I thought I would skip the rest of class, but maybe I should seriously attend class after all. Senpai smiles happily. Senpai, don't tell me, you've been taking classes? Of course I was. I wouldn't be dressed like this if I wasn't. She seems quite angry. Hey, what's so funny, Tono-kun? No, it's just so happy and so angry. I knew that you really were CL-senpai after all. I really am happy. Ha, I am me, but why would that make you laugh, Tono-kun? Ah, it's nothing. More importantly, senpai, about, Arquid. Ugh. In a flash, senpai looks up with me with emotionless eyes. It's hard to speak. But this is why I came after her. Please listen to me without getting angry. You told me to stop, but I just can't leave this vampire thing alone. Uh-oh. Her emotionless eyes seem to become tinged with anger. Anyways, I can't just ignore this vampire. But I kind of broke up with Arquid because of yesterday, and I can't do anything without help. So, if you're looking for this vampire, can I help you? That's right, we had a bit of a falling out with Arquid because she realized we also like Seal, and Arquid is a very selfish girl. Senpai is quiet. She takes a deep breath. I refuse, and says so with a smile. You refuse? Why? Of course I would. Tono-kun, don't you remember almost being killed by her? Hunting vampires means being in continual danger of death. I will not let you be involved in such a thing, Tono-kun. I know, but I'm saying I'm prepared for that. I might not look like it, but I've experienced many near-death situations. That's actually true at this point. Shiki's gone through some stuff. I can at least protect myself. Tono-kun, how can you say that? I will admit that you have very good athletic abilities. Even though you have a weak constitution, your body itself is excellent. That's a weird compliment, but okay. Slumping her shoulders, Senpai says something very surprising. Really? The tension seems to disappear, and I blurt that out in response. Yes, Tono-kun, you got naked when you spent that night. I saw you then. Not flabbiness, but tight muscles. You were far away, but I thought your body was very well formed. Naked? But I didn't get naked. Did you forget? Tono-kun, did you not change before you entered the bath? That's right. Certainly I did take off my clothes and had her wash them for me. Senpai, I didn't know you were someone who likes to peek at people who are changing. No, that was just an accident. I, happened to see it and was a little curious and thought maybe it would be alright. This is a funny face. I like this face. It's cute. Her face turns a deep red as she stammers her excuses. I guess she's remembering what she saw that time. Geez, look. No matter how good your body is, Tono-kun, ordinary people cannot stand up against a vampire. Oh, that's why she doesn't want me to fight. I see. Then it's no problem. I take off my glasses. I take out my knife. My headache starts to flare up. I don't think Seal's that much older than him. They're both high schoolers. When I said that, like, I think she's older than she appears, I mean there's like some weird immortality thing going on. She's been like 17 or 18 for like 100 years or something. It's like similar with Arquid, where she looks a similar age to Shiki, so it's not weird. Right? Arquid's like 800, whatever. No. Seal's like a high schooler. She's like a high schooler like he is. She's like taking classes and stuff. She fits in as a high schooler. My headache starts to flare up. Resisting that, I cut an appropriate line on a nearby tree. You might be thinking of Noel by accident. Noel's in the remake, she pretends to be a teacher, and she's from the same church organization as CL. She's in Type Lumina too. Tono-kun, that's how it is. Sorry, but my eyes aren't normal. Arquid told me I can see the death of things, and they're called something like the mystic eyes of death perception. Her eyes widen as she takes it all in. I see. So it isn't the knife that's special, but it's you, Tono-kun. Oh yes, that's right. CL thought he had like a magic knife. And not that it was some sort of power of his own. I remember she said basically that the night before. She thought it was like a special magic weapon Arquid had given him. Not special, it's just a side effect of an accident I had. That is why she was so interested in you. Your eyes have too much power for an individual to have. She suddenly seems drained of all energy. That's right, he has special eyes. Certainly, with that kind of power, it is more dangerous to leave you alone, Tono-kun. And even if I did refuse, you would probably search for the vampire yourself anyway, and he couldn't afford to ignore you. Senpai? You mean... Yes, I do not want you to be involved, but it's too late. I cannot deny that you have any connection to this any longer. So it's okay if we go after this vampire together? Yes, I am prepared to do that. Senpai extends a hand, but I can feel it's different than when we shook hands in the cafeteria. Of course, I take her hand. Our hands meet briefly and the handshake is over. This makes us a team now. I'm counting on you, Tono-kun, so please count on me. From now on, the two of us will hunt down the vampire in this city. She speaks with a gentle smile. As I nod wordlessly, the chime sounds, signaling the end of lunchtime. After classes, please come to the tea ceremony room. We can talk more then. Senpai runs towards the school building. I'm late too, so I run as well. Ah yes, good old orange filter. The end of the day homeroom session is over. My chattering classmates all get up from their seats. I usually just linger until the chaos is passed over, but today I stand up with everyone else. I quickly walk out of the classroom. I head for the tea ceremony room. A lot has happened between Senpai and me, but it really turned out well. I'm glad to be able to help her, and I can be more assured than I was fighting by myself. But more than that, I'm excited just to have the chance to be with Senpai once more. I breathe hard. I dash towards the tea ceremony room. I think Arquid did say that, like, enchanted, like, magic items are a real thing. So that's probably why Seal assumed that's what Shiki's knife was. I mean, the knife could still be magic. That could still be a revelation later. It was a weird gift his dead dad left for him. That sort of backstory always leads to a high chance that it is some sort of special knife. There isn't anyone here. It seems like she hasn't come here yet. I think I got too excited. Sitting down on the tatami mat, I catch my breath. My heated body doesn't cool off that easily. I painfully gasp for air. My body is drenched in sweat, and I feel terrible. My gasping fills the air. There's something weird. I've been resting for a while, but my breathing is getting worse. In the first place, why is my body tired after only running this little distance? Uh-oh. Not the red filter, that's bad. Suddenly, pain fills my chest. My body falls with a crash. My entire body is convulsing. It hurts. My chest is burning. My mind is drifting away. My fingers claw at the tatami mats in pain. I pull and rip at the mats, but it doesn't stop the pain. Pain. Such pain is frightening. I can't bear it. If it lasts another second, then it would be better just to die. Fine. I'll grant your wish, Shiki. Huh? I lift my head off the floor. Before that... Uh-oh, what happened? What's going on? Before that, my pain disappears. I don't feel pain anywhere. I don't even feel heavy. I don't even feel alive. I try to say something, but my throat doesn't move. There's nothing. No pain, no sensation, not even freedom. I don't know what's going on, so I try to get up. My body doesn't even twitch. It's not that I'm tied down, nor is it that my entire body is numb. If I have to give a metaphor, it's like my body is already dead, but my mind is mistakenly still lingering in my body. Of my 5 senses, only my sight is still alive. The room is dark. It is already night outside. I can't move my face, so I move my eyes. I hear something nearby. but I can't really hear anything. It seems something is wrong with my ears since I can't even hear my own breathing. I feel like I can dimly hear a pained voice calling my name. Oh? I thought you had already completely disappeared, but you're awfully persistent, Chiki. I can hear a voice I shouldn't be able to hear. I glance around the dark as best as I can. There, I see something I don't know about. Oh, there he is. There's Michael. Hello, Michael. Have you stabbed us again? Is that what's going on? Who is that? I've never seen him. I've never seen him, but I feel like I've known him from a long, long time ago. What's this? How mean of you, Shiki. You've been looking for me so long, and when I come out, you don't remember me? With an unamused laugh, he stares at me with bloodshot eyes. I do miss his long hair. I don't like his remake hair as much. My mind, the only thing still working, freezes. He didn't say it yet, but I know he's a vampire. Now, Goo Man is Nero. Nero's the one full of goo. Ro is the lightning guy in Melty. He does the lightning magic, which he hasn't actually done at all in this VN. It might be something from something else. I don't know. Or maybe it shows up later. Yeah, exactly, Zipper Hands. His haircut in the remake makes him look more like Gilgamesh. I know what Gilgamesh looks like, so I know what you're talking about. That he is the serpent Senpai and Arquid are looking for. No, that's wrong. Certainly I am the vampire known as the Serpent of Akasha, but to you I am not the serpent, but rather Shiki, right? Man, how cold of you. You make me look stupid for thinking about you all these 8 years. Hey, don't you feel the same way, CL? He says that while looking at me. Senpai. Is Senpai here? But where? I can't see her, nor do I sense her presence. If she is here, then why isn't she doing anything about him? In front of me, right now, our enemy is in front of me. You shouldn't ask CL something she can't do that much about. Right now, she isn't in a condition to really show herself in front of others. Well, in the first place, I don't think you could really see anything right now. Another sound. Something. I can hear the sound of something tenaciously, almost madly clawing at the tatami mats. Hey, didn't I tell you not to pay attention to that? Look, Shiki, the only thing you should see is me. The only thing you should hear is my voice. The only existence you should acknowledge is mine. The only one that lets you live is me. Finally, at last, I've met you here, so don't think of anything other than me. A sharp sound from the hand of the man before me, this vampire called the Serpent. I hear a sickening sound. And then I hear a faint, pained gasp. No, Kun, I can't quite make it out. Did you really forget, Shiki? Was the old man's hypnosis that good, or did you lose your memory after dying once? Still, either way, what a waste. Do you understand? These 8 years I've waited. These 8 years! I've waited for this instance where I could steal everything from you, the one who killed me. But what use is it now if you don't remember? What is he saying? I killed him? That's right. If you've forgotten, then remember. The 3 of us were always together, right? In the Tono mansion, Akiha and you and I would play in the garden together, before I became like this 8 years ago that day. She does keep having all these weird flashbacks to when that time he murdered a kid. I wonder what they could mean. Unfortunately, we cannot tell Roa to button up his pants. He's a little too strong to be forced to do it. He has to do it of his own accord, and he's too full of grease. Yeah, I know a lot of people who have a lot of problems with Takeuchi's recent designs looking really similar. I don't know. I like most of his designs, so it's not a super big problem, but he does have a problem where, like, he has, like, 3 hairstyles and 3 faces at this point. It feels a little weird, because a lot of these characters have really unique faces and hairstyles in this game. In this one. I can't remember. Certainly, it seems like there was another kid with us back then. You can't remember? And when we were such good friends, too. He grits his teeth. His whole body quivers with emotion as if he was brimming with vexation. Jeez, was I the only one in pain? That's terrible, Shiki. I was always locked away by my old man, but I could always sense you. Because I was using your life. Even though we're not connected by blood, we're connected by our souls. That's why I wanted you to have a terribly gruesome end. How unfortunate, he says. The sound again. The sound of someone clawing at the tatami mats. What an annoying woman. I stole this life. This was mine since 8 years ago. You think I can just give it back to Shiki? In the first place, I would die without it. Seal, are you telling me to die? How cruel. Just be quiet and stay dead right there. Another piercing sound. Oh, he's like stabbing her a bunch or something. The clawing noise stops. Because he can see... Well, it's like a weird version of Shiki's eyes. He has a similar thing. We learned that in Arkwood's Fruit. It seems like he can only see the lines, though, whereas Shiki can see the actual like death points. That is what my understanding from Arkwood's Fruit. So he can only like cut things a point, but he can't like super kill them like Shiki can. Where were we? Ah, that's right. We were talking about how deep our bonds were. What I wanted to say is this, Shiki. I'm your brother, but you and Akia seem to have heartlessly forgotten that. My Tono Shiki's brother? Well, I'll keep it at that. Shiki, you've heard from Ciel about me, right? A reincarnating soul. A vampire that returns to life after it dies. His eyes narrow. His mood turns different from before. His soft, almost human personality starts to disappear. This is my 18th reincarnation. You know about my requirements for the new reincarnating body, right? A family that carries power within its blood and has influence in society. There's no need to say what fits those requirements. During the 17th time, my previous self chose the Tono bloodline. Choosing the Far East was just a whim. Maybe I just wanted a change of scenery from my previous incarnations. His neck does look really long on this sprite. I've noticed that about several sprites in this VN. I was killed by the princess, and my 18th self was reborn as Tono Shiki. I had no complaints about his body. His intelligence and development advanced rapidly, and the weather in this country was comfortable. I was like, yeah, the weather's nice. I'll choose this body. I don't think it's like a requirement that it be a rich family for him to requirement. Like, I think he could still reincarnate. I think he could reincarnate anyone he wanted. It's just more like a personal requirement to make the transition easy for him, right? Because once it basically how it works is that once the body hits maturity, it sort of remembers its Roa and it gets all the vampire powers back. So if you're wealthy and have influence over society, it's a lot easier to hide that stuff. I think it's more of a personal requirement than it is like a literal one for the reincarnation to work at all. Yeah, it just makes it easier. But that was as far as it went. The serpent. Well, Roa made a mistake in that the power of the Tono bloodline was too great. Aki and I were only half human after all. Oh, that's right. Shiki's dad like fucked a demon or something. The other half is as much a monster as Roa, which those of the Tono line must resist throughout their lives. Or someone in Shiki's family fucked a demon. I don't know what's up with that. That was something that came up like once, and I'm like, what? And then it wasn't elaborated on beyond that. So maybe in Aki's root or something. But some people are weak, which stops them from resisting. It is the duty of the head of the Tono household to kill those who succumb to this inversion and are no longer human, but to sum it up, I lost. Normally, Roa wouldn't awaken until I became an adult. But since you and I are connected, you can understand, right, Shiki? Two wills cannot exist in one body. It's possible if the other personality stems from a person's will, but a completely different will cannot enter. What happens when it can't? Simple. The vessel, the brain, cries out. Headaches occur, suddenly, without a reason, without meaning. Headaches? Don't tell me. That's right. Your headaches have flowed from me to you. Didn't I say so earlier? I am using your life. See, I sort of theorized or predicted this, where it's like I think there's like a weird I think I said this before, that there was like a weird brain connection between Shiki and Roa. And I think that probably explains Shiki's random psycho moments. Cause otherwise he's like nice. Shiki's like actually nice most of the time. And then the Roa instinct kicks in and he goes sicko mode. And yeah, it's pretty obvious that he doesn't actually have anemia. It's just Roa sucking the life out of him, basically. We are two people using the same life. So, if I can move like this, then you end up as immobile as a corpse. What kills a will is another will. My will to live is stronger than yours. Yeah, he's being killed by Roa's bad vibes, basically. Well, but you are still amazing. I'm using your strength trying to kill you, but that's strange. Why are you still alive? As he tilts his head, he really does look perplexed. I'm the one who wants to tilt my head questioningly. Why is he using my life, and what in the world is he? My mind is brimming with questions. It seems you still don't understand, Shiki. I told you the only thing that can kill a will is another will. In other words, killing the will does not kill the body. The Roa inside of me was another will beside my own. 8 years ago that summer day, Roa killed the will of Tono Shiki. Like I said, I'm Tono Shiki, right? Yeah, you are Tono Shiki. A true imposter who became the eldest son of the Tono household in place of me, who succumbed to inversion. Imposter. Mogus. Listen up. I even liked you, Shiki. Me and my old man didn't get along either, and you were a good guy. We really were good friends. Of course, I loved Akia too, but I couldn't allow her to grow more attached to you. Wait, what is he saying? Yeah, I remember that feeling from that time. Everyone turned crimson, and I started to hate everything. The voices of the birds, the leaves on the trees, everything became bothersome to me, and I destroyed whatever I came across. So yeah, that's again just like Shiki's psycho moments. It's coming from Roa. I was right. I guess it was kind of really telegraphed, so it's not a big, like, lucky guess. I see the VN red filter too, Shiki. 8 years ago, Shiki, in that courtyard, Roa killed my will. Normally, it would have been all over when Roa awoke, but the Tono family is special. As soon as my reason was lost, my body succumbed to inversion. I guess it's what you call an inversion impulse, but you do what you always thought was taboo. I guess deep in my heart, I was jealous of you. In the end, I killed you because you were there. Man, there never was a pleasure greater than that time. Piercing your chest with this hand and feeling your heart as you coughed up blood. I thought I was born again. It felt so wonderful, I stood there wanting to play with your dying body even longer, but I was pushing my luck. While I was eagerly trying to rip out your heart, someone informed the old man. That bastard, he rushed over and killed me. Me, his real son. Shit. I guess cruel fathers do exist. That's a really funny expression. He was like, shit. Yeah, he's spending a really long time monologuing as he's like stabbed Shiki and Seal like multiple times. Well, you know, talking is a free action. A father like that can't complain when he's killed by his own son, right, Shiki? Well, in the end, I felt pretty good. Blood in that courtyard. The bloody corpse of a child. So, the flashback Shiki keeps having isn't him killing some random kid, it's him being killed by Roa. And he's like remembering it from Roa's perspective, I think. Yes, you finally remember, Shiki. That's right, I'm the one who killed you. But you lived through it and took over my place as Tono Shiki. My old man, that bastard, he locked it away like trash in an underground cell after killing me. Because he couldn't have it known that his eldest son was dead, he took you, his adopted son, and replaced me. I was adopted? Yeah. The old man used you after your miraculous recovery. Fortunately for him, we were kids. We didn't doubt the fact that you were actual brothers, and you were pretty screwed up from that incident. My old man deceived you and Akia with a simple lie and made you forget about me, the true Tonoshiki. I actually do not think our Shiki was named Shiki. I think they probably just like, because Roa mentioned hypnosis or something like that. And they're like, you're hypnotized. You think you're the actual Shiki. Your name's probably, his real name's probably something else. Especially since they just revealed he was adopted. Oh, really? It is just also Tonoshiki? Never mind that. This is just a funny Nasu. Nasu's just doing a funny thing. Never mind. Fate does the same thing. Okay. No one was there. After that accident, why was I all alone like that? In other words, that means, yes, it's because no one needed you. Well, in order to protect the image of this family, you were treated as Tonoshiki. Yeah, but I did need you. Because thanks to stealing your life, I was able to survive when my old man killed me. For that, and only that, I thank you, Shiki. His real name is Jack Tsukihime. Oh, it all comes together. It all makes sense now. I don't understand. So why? Why am I still alive, then? Who knows? I'd like to know that myself, but it really doesn't matter, because you're going to die here anyway. Saying that, Roa, stands up slowly. Yeah, I'm sure there's like, cause Japanese has like multiple scripts, katakana, hiragana. It's probably something like that, right? Where one shiki is written one way and another shiki is written another. Right? It's something like that, I bet. And the only way that can really work is in English is doing something like all caps. Because English just doesn't have more than one alphabet. It just has the one. So you can't really do something like that. You just have to stylize the font in some way, whether it be all caps or something else. Your painful death was the goal of this body, of Tonoshiki. I've gone along with that this long, but it's time to lower the curtain. Even for me, to have two bodies with one life is not very efficient. Then voice nears. I'll be killed like this. No, I say I'll die, but maybe I'm already dead. My arms and legs can't move. My eyes, my ears, my nose don't work. There is nothing left. Wait. He said his only sense was sight. I guess they're brain communicating. Something like that. I don't know. I don't want to just accept what he says, but I don't care about anything anymore. My eyes that can see death because my body is already like a dead body. In the end, I was just an imposter. God damn it. And on that summer day 8 years ago, I was already dead. Tono-kun! But I can hear a voice. A sobbing voice, an incredibly sad, almost shouting voice. Oh, there she is. There's the sad song. Alright, there's sadpiano.ogg. Did my eyes get used to the darkness? Or did my will force my eyes to open? I finally grasped what it was this bastard was sitting on while he gave his long speech. Damn, you regenerated again. Roa's legs stop. He turns around towards Senpai. Didn't I tell you to stay dead? You really are an eyesore. With a piercing sound, Roa takes one of Senpai's swords and thrusts it into her body. Her pained voice. Well, it's weird, Zipperhands. He said he wasn't able to see too good. That's probably because Roa stabbed him up a bunch. He's dying, whatever. Her nails dig into the tatami mat. Clawing and clawing. Her nails are almost peeled. Ew, gross. And her breathing is like a combusting engine. But still. I don't know. It's always like stuff with fingernails and toenails is like extra gross to me. Like there's some torture scenes in movies where they like take the pliers and rip a guy's fingernail off or something like that. That's always like extra gross to me. I'm not like scared by it. It's just like, ew, that's really disgusting. But still, Tono-kun! Clawing and writhing, she frantically continues to call out my name as I lie there collapsed like a cut puppet. They said it! They said it! Like a puppet without its strings. They finally said it. Said something close enough. We've got it. We've got all the visual novel checkboxes, baby. Let's go. Annoying woman. Didn't I tell you no matter how many times you call out his name, Shiki won't hear you? Right now, he's just a living corpse. He can only hear my voice. No, not even my voice. He only knows my will because of the connection of life between us. How can you not understand that fact? More piercing sounds. The swords pierce Senpai's body. Her body twitches in response. Even still, Senpai continues to call out my name, as if she was a broken record. Tono-kun, 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 with her pain-filled, sobbing voice. I could hear it. I definitely heard it from before, but I probably didn't listen to half of what she said. Even as she spat out blood, she kept calling out to me, who was just lying there like a thrown-away, broken doll. An immortal body? How foolish! If you had this much power, you could have defeated me. The sound of stabbing again. But for such a guy who laid down your swords, I'm disappointed, Alicia. Thinking a piece of trash like you is actually my daughter makes me sick. Thrust. Thrust. Oh, that's quite a reveal, huh? Thrust. Maybe one of his, like a daughter from one of his previous reincarnations, I assume. As if he's lost his mind, he keeps stabbing Senpai over and over again. That's probably why Seal has weird powers, then. Her defenseless back, her shoulders, her legs, her throat, her bloody arms outstretched towards me. Mercilessly stabbing. Despite this, her lips keep on calling my name. I can't hear it. I can't hear it anymore. It's not that my ears are no longer working, but her throat is already dead. But she still keeps calling out to me. As if she is wishing I'll be able to move if she continues on like that. To be honest, I don't understand why she would go that far. I'm almost going insane. Watching her be stabbed for my sake makes me almost insane. But I don't move. No matter how frustrated I am, I can't move. No matter what I do, this body doesn't move. Wonderful. A simple hatred that is almost lethal. It was just an instant, but I felt your will directed against me. You may want to kill me, but this isn't something to be mad about. He pulls out his sword. Senpai's body sinks toward the floor. Before that can happen, he pulls her up by the hair. Gross. Look, boy, let me teach you something. No matter how limitless the regenerative ability of a vampire is, it lasts only when they are alive. Their immortality is only as long as they are alive. Once they die, their powers of recovery cease immediately. Vampires are only difficult to kill, not immortal, but... Splat! A black sword springs forth from Senpai's chest. Her chest breaks apart. Roa impales her heart from behind. The throat that died moves, spewing forth with blood, her body writhes in agony. But the amazing thing about this woman is, even if she dies completely, it isn't her, but time itself that restores her body. Do you understand? After she dies, without anyone's help, even her own, this world itself returns it back to normal in order to rectify a contradiction. For example, just like this! Roa's amused voice lifts into the light, and at the same time, with a sickening sound, a black sword springs out from Senpai's forehead. Ooh, gross. Her head from behind, with that thin, sharp sword. While she was living, her brain was pierced. Ew. Ew. Nasty. Isn't it natural for a pierced brain to bring death? Look, Shiki, she's flailing about like a fish on a hook. Full of amusement, Roa loses himself in amusement. Stop saying the same word twice in a single sentence. That's bad syntax, Mr. Translator. But look, Even though the light in her eyes faded, her heart is starting to beat again. Shit, what a fucked up life. Roa, like, speaks kind of fancy most of the time, and then he just says something like that. It makes us, the one living with only one life, look foolish. He swings his arm. As if she really was a piece of trash, Senpai's body slams into a wall. That was it. That's enough. I don't care what happens. I don't care if I go crazy. I don't care if people call me a murderer. See, I'm cute compared to her. This is a monster that comes back from nothing, even if you kill every last bit of her, every last cell of her. Is killing something that doesn't really die really a sin? A high, ill-sounding laugh. Roa throws the sword in his hands towards Senpai as if he was playing darts. Splud. That is the signal. With that, all rational thought splinters away. Oh, it's time for sicko mode. I stand up. I get up! Bastard, how can you move? There's no need to say it. The one with the stronger will uses the life, right? Then, up until now, I never thought this strongly about anything before. This can't be. Am I weaker than you? Roa, I'm going to kill you. Very cool. Yes, he's got a DP. He's waking up. It's invincible. You better look out. In the darkness, my knife crosses against his claws. His movement is almost blindingly fast, but my body follows him. My arms move as if they belong to someone else. My eyes persistently, accurately look at just his lines. My entire body burns. My brain feels like it is on fire. Just like when I first saw that golden-haired princess of the vampires, my body is like something else. Roa springs away. One of his legs, his upper right arm, his left collarbone area. I have already cut through the lines there. The price is my right arm. Roa first took my arm holding the knife, so if he destroys my remaining left arm, it would mean my loss. In this situation, losing means certain death. I like how she's like, I got another one. I don't believe it. A match for me, a vampire. Your eyes, they are perhaps more appropriate for me than this body. You don't realize it, then that's fine. This story is a boring one, not even worth talking about. With a shuffle, Ro increases the distance between us. Oh, he's got him on the back foot. It's a very old story. The last of a fool who obsessed over living forever. Just wondering who it was that actually won that. To live forever. That was the miracle that Roa dreamed about. I decided that an everlasting cycle of rebirth is eternity. But that is no different than a continuation of a single bloodline. There is such a thing as power to that Roa who accepted death can earn at the end of his reincarnation, instead of the power that seals the lives of others like vampires. I just thought the power you have, the power to see death, was an appropriate end for me. His body lowers a bit. I just had that ridiculous idea. His arm reaches out. I slice through it instantaneously. Gah! Roa runs away. Ah, what a baby. All Roa players are like this when you hit them enough. I follow after him. They just start running away. They're trying to run away and throw lightning at you. You can't let them do it. His movements are many times faster than mine. But that doesn't matter. He just killing. I don't care about anything else. In reality, I've already killed one of his legs, and his speed is reduced. As he runs away, he braces his hand against the wall and glares at me. Shit! Do you intend to fight yourself, Shiki? Don't be silent, you're me. I am Shiki and you are Shiki. We are the same type of being. It doesn't matter if that bastard Roa existed or not. I was originally a creature eating human flesh. As a child, I had this urge to eat human flesh. Even though that has changed to drinking blood, if Roa hadn't entered my body, I would have certainly become a human-eating monster. It's weird, it's weird. You're like, I would have been a cannibal if I weren't a vampire, whatever. It's the same thing, really. But that's the same for you. Like I enjoy eating human flesh, you enjoy killing others. These aren't I feel like these aren't equivalent. I feel like people consider these different tiers of crime. Remember the urge you had when you first saw that woman, the ecstasy of killing her with that knife. The urge I had when I first saw her, that was when I killed Arkwood. Yeah, that's right. No matter how much you pretend to be a good person, that's something you can't excuse. You wanted that woman and did the thing that got you the most excited. What can you call that other than being a killer? You and I are the same. We are both abnormal people living in the same place. He's so abnormal. Hate him. Shut up. If I hear his voice any longer, I'll go crazy. Yes, the same. So why are you trying to kill me? It's just that Roa entered me. If Roa entered you instead, our positions would have been reversed. But you're going to kill me? You're just hurting yourself. Roa screams. These past 8 years, the monster who made his lair in this city, feeding off the blood of countless people, screams. I'm not you. You're just a killer. Idiot, you don't understand, do you? I thought so too at first. That I'm sane? That even if Roa's will is here, I thought it would be fine. But it wasn't. You're the same. You, like me, will end up as a killer, Tonoshiki. He laughs. Isn't that right? I know what's inside you, too. You know that impulse is not something that flows from me to you. Just admit it, killer. Your inversion impulse is nothing more than what you wish for. It's the demon stuff. It's like, you gotta kill people, Shiki. Feels good. I ready my knife. I don't want to hear his voice any longer. I focus my gaze on him. Oh, got him. You modified the sprite a little bit. Good job. All that's left is to slice them. It's weird how the line isn't just on his body. It's like following the folds of his clothes. I don't know. Like, is your death lines part of your clothes too that you're wearing at the time? Like, it's not following the contours of its actual body. Like, you can see it on the back fold of his coat. Or his shirt. Yeah, his jacket... What is his jacket? Well, okay. Shiki mentioned that objects have lifelines, too. I just mean that, like, it's following the exact line that is also on his chest. Like, if you put on clothes, do the clothes take on your lifelines, too? I don't know. Whatever. I'm overthinking it. I see. You're trying to kill me, Shiki. He pulls back. That's his final move. Oh, the super. But don't you ever wonder which one of us was really killed? What, you're trying to confuse me now after you admitted to it? Suddenly, I halt my attack. Yes, in the end, both of us died in that place. So I might be the only one killed by Roa, and you might be the Tonoshiki taken over by the serpent, right? Hey, Shiki, didn't you ever think about it this way? That you just have not realized it, but you were already insane a long, long time ago. It groups everything that's considered the same entity, so you and your clothes... I guess that could make sense, right? It's... Your clothes are like an extension of yourself. They're part of your identity a little bit. I can run with that. I can run with that. That can't be true, can it? I think he's bullshitting. Like he said earlier, oh yeah, I killed you. Now he's like, oh, but what if you killed me? I feel like he's just scared of being knifed to death. He's trying to, like, come up with anything to confuse Shiki. Ha! Made you look! I get kicked into the wall from behind. Oh no, it's his... I know that one. I know that normal. Gah! What is this? Being distracted by such stupid words. See, even Shiki's like, what? That's dumb. That doesn't make any sense. My remaining left arm becomes shredded and painted in blood. I can't move it one bit, and my knife clatters to the floor. And, in front of me, Roa stands with his furious, bloodshot eyes. Idiot, that's not it at all. I'm Roa. You had that inverse impulse because you were connected to me subconsciously. He grins. Roa takes a step forward. Bye, Shiki. It's been fun. With that, he swings his knife-like claws downward. Rip. I guess this is the end of Shiki. There's no pain, just the sound of splashing blood. You bitch! Roa's voice rings out. In front of me, Senpai's body takes the full force of Roa's claws. Well, I mean, that's fine. She'll get back up in a minute. We know how her powers work. I can't think of anything. No, there's no need to think. I scoop up my fallen knife with my mouth. Oh, this is pretty raw. My teeth tighten around the hilt. I dash into Roa, almost like I was collapsing into him. This is just like that part of Ostra's Wrath. Anybody remember that part? I slice the line running diagonal from his shoulder. Ah! He screeches like some demonic bird. Running away from Senpai and me, he jumps directly into the window and falls out. I don't know, just the image of him like, oh no, and then he just like runs out a window is really funny. The glass shatters and he falls outside. I won't let you get away! I run to the window. Damn! But of course, I can't jump from the 3rd floor. Out of the moonlit night, as if he didn't receive a fatal wound by just having his lines of death cut, Roa runs away like a beast. He escaped for a little bit. I mean, okay, the route might end differently, but I'm like, we're gonna fight him here later anyways. Yeah, I just hear the slide whistle in my head as he like falls out of the window. I can't chase him. From here, I can't chase him. But it seems like there's no need for that. Under the moonlight, Roa's running figure stops. There isn't one person outside, but 2. One, the beast-like figure of Roa. One, the sublime white figure of the vampire princess. Oh, okay. Arkwood will handle him. Yeah, he's like they're running into the parking lot, like this like weird shirtless guy and a school kid. They're throwing hands like it's the Kingdom Hearts 2 parking lot video. Dual wield. The fight lasted only an instant. Roa screams as he dies and fades to ash. Oh, alright, Arkwood did handle him. I didn't actually expect her to handle him right now. Arkwood. She stands there composed and looks up at me, then disappears before my eyes. Alright, bye, Arkwood. Thanks for stopping by. I'm exhausted. And also missing an arm. My body collapses on the floor. We seem to not be emphasizing enough that it seems like Shiki got his arm cut off? Or maybe it was just badly damaged. Leaning against the wall, I sit down. Ugh, the knife falls from my mouth. From the elbow down, my right arm is shattered, twisted, and split. Roa's claw marks remain gouged into my left shoulder. Okay. Alright, it's still there. It's just really fucked up. I thought the way it was written kind of implied to me that he had just removed it entirely. I feel like a squid or an octopus with both my arms just hanging there. Yeah, they're all wiggly. Senpai. I look down the hallway. I look down to see where Senpai had collapsed when she protected me earlier. And there... Senpai, your wounds are okay? Yes. A wound like this will heal quickly. I cannot make out her face since it's dark, but I thought it looked paler than usual. Ah, thump. Headache. Thump. This headache. Thump. Because I still see these lines. Thump. I have this headache. Tono-kun? What's wrong? Nothing, it's just my head hurts. I manage to reply as I bear the pain. My hands. If I could move them, I could hold my head and maybe calm down. But they don't move an inch. Probably because you saw too much death. Tono-kun, you were pushing yourself too much. Trying to defeat Roa by yourself was being reckless. Well, I mean, it worked mostly. It's not reckless. You were the one being reckless. Why did you let him do that to you? He just caught me off guard. Idiot, I heard all of it. I heard how Senpai threw away her swords to protect me. Going through that just to protect me was stupid. Going through that and just calling out my name, there's something wrong. I suppose. No matter what I did, you revived by yourself. I guess I was just doing useless things. That's not it at all. But I heard you. Tono-kun? Your voice, I know I heard it. You kept calling my name, so it made me realize that I was still alive. So, what saved me wasn't my desire to kill Roa, but it was just Senpai's voice. Music stops. Tono-kun, your wounds, do they hurt? Please wait, I'll heal them. No, it's not really my arms. This headache is terrible. I mean, it's probably the arms a little bit. This pain isn't coming from outside, but feels like it is shooting out from inside me. It's a reaction from seeing too much death. Suddenly, overworking your brain like that probably caused too much blood flow. I know that, but look, your power is very dangerous to you, Tono-kun. Seeing that which should not be possible to see puts a huge strain on your body, and your blood vessels will not be able to handle the flow of your blood. Okay. I don't exactly know how that works, but sure. Seeing the death of something close to you, like humans, shouldn't be a problem, but seeing the death of things that don't naturally have a death is extremely dangerous. Yeah, that's okay though, Senpai. Roa is now dead. I don't have to see any more death. So I don't have to see them. Senpai, do you know where my glasses are? Huh? My glasses. Without them, I see the lines all the time. If I don't have them, I'll go crazy. They're probably in the tea ceremony room, so could you please get them for me? Tono-kun, what are you saying? Your glasses are definitely... I understand. I'll go get it right away, so please close your eyes. If you use them much longer, it will be really bad for you. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks. Yeah, it's weird how sometimes his death vision in this game is just a purple filter. Not all the time. Like, not all the time, but sometimes. I think it's only in moments where his death vision is really taxing him. Because there's those times where he like wakes up in the morning and he doesn't have his glasses on yet, and you can see the lines, but it's not tinted purple. It's probably just because it isn't hurting him as much. I don't know. From what you've seen in the remake, it's just properly lines all the time. Interesting. So they don't have the purple tint, they just show the lines without his glasses. I mean, they show the lines in the background too. You can see them in the background, but I close my eyelids. Can she shit? You know, this just begs the question. If his eyes are closed, wouldn't he just see the lines on his own eyelids? I guess maybe it's just too dark. I don't know. After only a few moments, I can feel Senpai's fingers on my face. Here you go. It's all okay now. Please open your eyes, Tono-kun. Ah, the lines of death are now gone. My headache disappeared as I closed my eyes, and I can now see Senpai's face clearly. Thanks, Senpai. Now it's back to normal. What are you saying? There's still some work before you return to normal, so please keep still. She says that and sits down beside me. I mean, yeah, you still got the fucked up arms. That's a problem. These wounds really aren't that bad. I'll be able to heal them right away, so please hold on just a little longer. Senpai carefully reaches out and holds my twisted arm. There's an almost tickling, warm sensation. My cold arm begins to warm up again, and the numbed pain returns after that. Ow! There's pain and lets you know you are alive. Now let's take care of your left arm. With a light step, she moves over to my left side and puts her hand on my shoulder. Amazing. My left arm is already healed. It isn't amazing. This is my normal profession, so it is only natural I can do that. She's a multi-classer. She can be a healer too. Her normal profession? Is she a nurse or something? Well, I don't think a nurse could heal a shattered arm like that in a matter of minutes, though. Hey, Senpai. Yes? Senpai, just what kind of person are you? Come to think of it, I don't really know anything about you, CL-senpai. The fingers over my wound suddenly stop. But it was only a momentary reaction. I'm the same as you, Tono-kun. I also have not had this body from birth. I also was close to death. No, I am someone who died and came back to life. And it just became a habit for me to come back to life. Is she joking? She gives a pained smile. What do you mean? If you die, you normally can't come back, right? It's true. I've heard people die when they are killed. What I am saying is that I was not normal. Not normal. Like Arquid? She doesn't respond. Is she done? Senpai stands up. There, all finished. How is it? Can you move? I lift my hands up and move them around. My fingers can move at will, and there's only a little pain. Yeah, no problems. Thanks, Senpai. I'm just always helped by you. Senpai doesn't answer. She just smiles. Then let's go back. There's no need to be here any longer. Senpai starts to walk away. Picking up my fallen knife, I follow her out of the school. The two of us walk to the gate under the moonlight. Senpai doesn't say anything. Looking at her back, I think reluctantly about things I don't want to consider. Roa is gone. Arquid is also gone. Their purpose was to eliminate Roa, so Senpai has no reason to stay here any longer. This is serious. I knew it all along, but I never thought this would come so quickly. I want Senpai to stay here. I want her to stay, but it isn't just my problem. I steal a glance at Senpai's face. What does Senpai plan on doing? And then, Senpai suddenly stops walking. Tono-kun. She looks directly at me with eyes devoid of any emotion. What is it, Senpai? About what we were talking about before. Before, about how you're like Arquid? She nods. Still staring me in the eyes, she starts to speak. Tono-kun, if I was a vampire, what would you do? What? My mind goes blank. I don't know what she wants to hear. Still, Senpai is Senpai. Even if you are a vampire, that wouldn't change. Her expression remains the same. Just for an instant, I think she smiled sadly. I am the same as her. Just like she is a vampire who has had no experience, I just might be a vampire who has no sense of self. She speaks as if it was a monologue. Oh yeah, there's a lot of monologuing in this game. It's weird that you haven't recognized it yet, Shiki. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say to that. So, just like before, I can only say what I really feel. That's fine. Huh? I said, that's fine. Even if you are a vampire, I still like you, Senpai. What? She's so confused by this, it's funny. Senpai stands there in complete amazement. Realizing what I just said, I blush furiously and look away. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Come on, let's go back, Senpai. Trying to hide my embarrassment, I pull myself to reality. Go back. Where is Senpai going to return to? I suddenly feel terrible. I'm afraid to look at her face and can't turn around. Tono-kun. From behind me, Senpai's voice calls out. Her quiet, emotionless voice. What is it? I answer without turning. You know why I came to this city, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, I know. You came to kill Roa. Yes. But I haven't told you why yet. I really meant to tell you in the tea ceremony room, but things ended quickly. That's true. It was kind of disappointing. But wasn't you chasing Roa part of your duty in the church? No. The place I'm in doesn't really have much work. Even when there is, it's only a few times a year I get called there. So this time is my own judgment. Not because of the order of the church, but I came here through my own will. Your will? Yes. I came here only because of my own circumstances. I want to die as a human, so I've been chasing Roa. He is the reason my body has become like this. Wants to die? Wants to die? For that sole reason, I have kept on living like this. But that is all over now. These past 5 years, was it a long time? Was it a short time? I don't know. Her emotionless voice stops. She jumps directly in front of me. So I have to thank you, Tono-kun. My work here is done now. All that's left for me is to take responsibility for all of my actions. Senpai, you mean she's going to leave? Thank you so much for everything until now. It has been a long time since I've been this happy. So let's finish with a handshake. Senpai puts out her hand. I wordlessly accept it. A handshake where we only grip our hands tightly. Then this is where we part. Even though I'm not going to be here, please stay friends with Inui-kun. I wanted to be a student like you and Inui-kun. And please don't take off your glasses too much. Strange power has a tendency to attract strange things. You are fine this time, but I do not know what will happen the next time. Yeah, I know. Someone taught me that a long time ago. Isn't there actually a sequel to the Tsukihime visual novel? Like, that's where we actually see Koma in the flesh the first time, right? That's what I've been told. There's like some sort of sequel to Tsukihime. I don't know if it's actually another visual novel or another format, though. And I also don't know if it's any good. I haven't heard, like, I just basically heard that it exists in comparison to Tsukihime. Like, people talk about, oh, I like Tsukihime, the other thing exists too. It's like a dream Groundhog Day thing? Oh, weird. So it's not like a true sequel, it's more like a what-if sequel? In the first place, I've only recently began to take them off with everything that has been happening. I see. That is a relief. Kagetsu Toya. Okay. Her fingers pull back. With a handshake over, she pulls back slightly. Then this is farewell. It would be nice to meet again someday. I can't reply. I couldn't even stop her. Is this just going to be like the same thing as the end of Arkwid's route, where it's like, oh no, she's gone. Oh wait, she came back. Tsukihime and Fate both have Dream Groundhog Day sequels to make it so all the routes are canon, even though that's impossible. Oh, whatever then. That doesn't sound like much of importance then. I've also heard that's where Nanaya comes from though, right? Nanaya Shiki. I return to the mansion. It's past 9 at night. An hour past curfew. Ah, Shiki-san. You have come back late today. She might have been in the sitting room until now, as Kohaku-san comes out to greet me. I'm back. Sorry about that. No, as long as you're back safely, it is okay. I will go make dinner, so please, wait in the sitting room. Is Akiya there? Not because I broke curfew, but after hearing what Roa said, I don't think I can talk to her now. I don't know, that seems like a really great time to talk to her and clear up all this weird family history. No, she's now in her room, so you can rest assured. No, that's not it, but hey, Kokaku-san. In this house, did you ever hear of me and Akiya having another brother? I don't think so. Why do you ask, Shiki-san? Did something happen? No. I just heard something about me maybe having a brother, and I wasn't really sure. You and Akiya-sama are the only two siblings. I have worked in this mansion since I was a child, so I can't be a mistake. She smiles happily. Kohaku-san has like the best poker face of all time. I'm convinced she knows. She just has a really good poker face. I'm pretty convinced that she knows the truth. Eh? Kohaku-san? You've been working here since back then? Didn't we already know this? We had like new scenes in this route about that even. Yeah. We were just apprentices, but Hitsui-chan and I would help around the mansion. It did happen a long time ago, so it is natural that you do not remember. She getting nostalgic? She continues to smile as she heads back into the sitting room. Just what was he saying? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Muttering to myself, I walk towards the sitting room. I lie down in bed. Pulling the sheets over me, I stare blankly at the ceiling. It's over. I still have my wounds and my memories, but it's all over. Now I can return to my peaceful life as a high school student, yeah, sure. No need to think about killing or being killed anymore. Just forget. Forget about everything, and tomorrow, I can't. There's no way I can forget. Damn it. But I can't do anything about it. From the beginning, Senpai and I have always lived in a different world. Just go to sleep. I'll be able to take it tomorrow. I'll sleep now so I can calm down. I thought Seal was gonna appear on screen again and scare me. I can't sleep. My chest is still bothering me. Oh well. I choose a book of English sentences to read so I can drift off to sleep. 1976. I was born as a child of a shopkeeper from a remote countryside village in France. Is it just because it's France that they put like an Arc de Triomphe in the background? That's all right. That's France. Yep. I looked like my mother, who was Oriental, so I grew up feeling a little out of place wherever I went. Oh, this is probably Seal, right? This is probably Seal. But all the townspeople were great people and would greet me with bright smiles. To be able to face those smiles, I lived my days honestly and positively. Helping my dad, going to school, falling in love like normal. That was my life, and I never doubted my happiness. It was truly a very short time until my 16th birthday. That came suddenly to my body, such as when I would be playing with children. For no reason I wanted to... Oh, wait, no, this probably isn't Seal. This is probably Roa. This is probably Roa again. This is an older Roa. I just guessed, France Seal. I wanted to snap their necks, and as such, when I saw a poor beggar by the road, it seemed so funny, I wanted to stab him with a knife. I'm the Joker, baby! There was no reason for those feelings. I could not talk to anyone about it, so I started to lock myself away in my room. My dark passions came forth from within me. It's not like I had two personalities or someone came inside me. That's... Wow! You could have... Wow! Phrase it any way else. Any way else, dude. Great job, translators. That is a perfect phrase that means exactly what you think it means. Oh, man. Oh, man. I need to read more 2000s visual novel translations for shit like this. It's so good. Whoo-wee! First of all, I don't believe in such unscientific things. My feelings are the small destructive passions everyone has. Like yelling at your dad after he comes to wake you up after you stayed up all night. Like feeling angry when you walk along a rainy street and a car passing by slashes you with water. Such small feelings I feel for an instant solidify inside of my mind and take over. That's why. I knew I would do something terrible if I stayed like this. I could only lock myself away in my room. I could only not see anyone and do nothing. That way, I wouldn't hate anyone, and I wouldn't have those feelings. But that was a mistake. Imprisoned in my room, my mind was ground away, and I eventually passed my limit. That day, after I was completely replaced, what I thought about was how thirsty I was. I took my weakened body out of my room. My parents ran to me as I came out of my room for the first time in a few months, greeting my worried parents with a smile. I killed them. It really was quick. With my weakened body, I bit into their necks and sucked their blood. After sucking out their blood and life, I stood back up. Has it been 100 years? This body is very fascinating. That was my voice that I had never heard before. My lips shaping a smile, what used to be me hugged myself. What kind of coincidence was it? Ah, yes, more France. This is what people see every day in France, the statues. Got it off of Wikicommons. Originally, the family I was born into was one that I chose beforehand, but my previous self was destroyed by the princess before I could decide that. I could only feel the condition that the one I'm reincarnated into has a physical potential, resulting in an imperfect reincarnation. As a result, I was born into a body with a high potential, but into a normal family without any high social standing. It will be difficult to take over this town without having people notice. But I was not disappointed. In fact, I was filled with happiness. Certainly, it would take a long time for a normal family to gain power. Seizing power socially would be difficult with this self. But in exchange for that inconvenience, I found a truly excellent body. Until now, I had always tried to balance the body and the family standing. Consequently, I was never able to find a truly excellent body. However, the body this time carries many more magic circuits than any of the bodies before, and this body had the same potential as my original. I cursed my calculating self up until now. Things like social standing, they could always be set up later. The quality of the body is something natural that cannot be added later. After my 17th reincarnation, I finally realized the truth. It makes me wonder why he went back to the balance then with the Tono family, because he was like, I need a family with money, but also with demon powers if possible. I wonder what convinced him that this was a bad idea. Myself that finally awoke naturally started to control the people around me like water soaking into the ground, not in the wild manner I had done so previously, but rather in a way that didn't spill as much blood. The reason is horribly cruel. The reincarnated will, called myself, cannot exist by itself. All I can do is tell the will I want to do that. I am the one moving this body, but the method, the process, was determined by my mind, which has grown along with this body. I'm pretty sure that's just normal, but okay. Your mind usually tells your body what to do, but okay. In other words, my will is from the body I am reincarnated into, but my consciousness still remains from my original self. I have my consciousness, and I have my past memories. As I sleep, I could only dream of nightmares which I would do myself. I still remember the sensation of biting into my parents' throats. Yeah, that's probably a good reason, Pro Tycoon. I took the townspeople who always greeted me, one by one. As if melting them slowly from their feet, I continued to humiliate and mutilate their souls. Within just a month, I held their lives in my fist and played with them however I wanted to. I wanted to go crazy. I wanted to entrust myself completely to insanity. I wanted to become the Joker. But if I did that, I would commit even more sins than before. That's why I kept on. Trying to preserve my sanity, I tried to minimize the damage I did. If there was such a thing as a relief, it was that the end to this nightmare arrived quickly. The white woman came on a night with a crimson moon. I didn't know, but I knew who she was. After our fight, the white vampire princess killed me. Since I had already prepared myself for the next reincarnation, I once again reincarnated, leaving my corpse behind. The white princess left, and my body was taken to the Vatican. I hate it when I get killed by white vampires. But yeah, it's probably exactly what you said, Protagoon. It takes too long for him to increase his social standing before Arquid shows up to murder him. Ahem. 10th day, Red Residue 2. The 30th of October. I wake up with a start and kick off my sheets, sitting up in bed. What? I wipe the sweat rolling down my face. Maybe I saw a bad dream. I am drenched in sweat. I don't remember seeing a nightmare. Was it because of that book I read? I think I saw something a little bad, but I don't remember what it was. Well, a famous doctor did say it is the nature of dreams to fade away, so I shouldn't try so hard to remember it. Was that like Young or something? I don't recall. Knock knock. A polite knock sounds. Good morning, Shiki-sama. Morning. I return her greeting and stand up. Hisui places the uniform in her hand onto the desk and shuffles quietly back towards the door. Please head to the dining room once you're finished changing. Yeah, thanks as always. After giving an affirmative answer, Hisui exits the room. Okay, there's your appearance for this day, Hisui. See you and you're out. Huh? After seeing her face, I completely forgot it was I was thinking about. Jeez, was I always this forgetful? Tilting my head in curiosity over myself, I changed into the uniform. The knife is on my desk. The knife from my adopted father that I have always been carrying in my pocket these past few days. I probably won't have to use that anymore. That's right, they're gone. Arquid, Seal Senpai, the horde of beasts called Nero, and the vampire called Roa. All of them are no longer here. Maybe what I forgot was something about that. There isn't anything waiting for me at school. Senpai is gone, so it probably won't be fun anymore. But that was how I lived my days up until now. I only lost something that I gained recently. Everything I had before then still remains. If I think about it that way, I can manage without Senpai. I can never forget her, but I could manage. Fooling myself with that, I open the door. Then, let's go to school like I've always been doing. Ah, no breakfast scene with Akia, huh? It's 7:50. The gate at the front of the school is crowded with students. Since it's Saturday, there are bright faces everywhere. I wade through the sea of sunny faces as the cloud of gloom. No matter what I tell myself, the fact that Senpai is gone weighs heavily on my... Huh? I can't believe my eyes for a moment, but there's no doubt. Ciel Senpai is walking towards the school. Senpai? I shout her name without even thinking, and she turns towards me. Oh, Tono-kun. Good morning. She gives me a bow. Good morning? Didn't you go back? No, I would never go back leaving you here. She speaks with a brilliant smile. Never go back leaving me here. Even though there are students all around me, I feel myself blush furiously. That is... Yes, what is it? Can I take those words for what they sound like? Yes, I leave it up to your imagination, Tono-kun. She nods and gives a radiant smile. I can't breathe. Not because of the pained tension I had felt up until now, but because of the burning happiness that now wells up inside of me. If no one was around, I'd shout all right at the top of my lungs. Senpai! I grab her hand. So you mean you won't go anywhere, right? You'll stay here at school forever, right? If I stay at school forever, I'll become an old lady. I am a third-year student, so I have 4 months left until graduation. Is it only 3 years in Japan? Oh, yeah, it is. That's right. But you'll stay here, right? You won't leave like you said yesterday, right? Right? He's like a dog. Yes, I'll stay till the end now. All right. I let go of her and managed to stop myself. I want to run around the ground for many laps. As if I won a lottery, I'm feeling really high. No, this feels far, far greater than that. I feel like laughing out loud. I can't even bear to just stand here and do nothing. Tono-kun, you should hurry or you will be late. Oh, that's right. Later, senpai. See you at break. I've noticed Tsukihime likes doing this thing where it's like, oh, they're gone. I'm sad now. They said they would leave forever. Oh, no, hey, they're back. Great. That's the thing Tsukihime's done like 4 times now. It's silly. It's a little funny. Waving a hand to senpai, I go towards the school building. Smiling to myself, I run as fast as I can to class. First period is over. I have 10 minutes until next class. Alright. The instant I raise myself to go look for senpai's classroom. Huh? Where are you going, Tono-kun? Senpai comes over here ahead of me. Nowhere. I was going to see you. I always wait for you, so I thought I'd go see you this time. I see. That makes me very happy, but you don't know my class, right, Tono-kun? It's a 3rd year class B. Please remember it. Oh, really? So you really do take classes? Well done, well done. I see you do more than just drink tea in the tea ceremony room. Oh, the banter. They're bantering now. They're in good terms. Yes, I do manage to follow classes. Hey, wait a minute, Tono-kun. You think I'm really like that? I don't really deny that. Sorry, but senpai, you said there were no members of the tea ceremony club, but I thought that it might never have existed in the first place. Senpai stands there and grows quiet. Huh? Don't tell me there really wasn't. It's just it's just an unused Japanese-style room? It seems like I do not understand what you're talking about. Ciel Senpai turns her gaze out the window and stares blankly. She's dodging the question. No, that's fine. No matter what you've done, you're not a bad person. So I don't think you'll cause anyone trouble, but can your power of suggestion do such a thing? I already told you I don't know what you mean, so I can't answer that. Still in my seat, I stare up at Ciel Senpai. The silence lasts for about a minute. You're pretty persistent, Tono-kun. Not really, I was just thinking about how blue your eyes were. Oh, what a fucking lady killer this guy is. Ciel Senpai gives a sigh as if admitting defeat. I said it already, but the power of suggestion isn't that convenient. Suggestion isn't so much being able to change your perception of things, it is more like making you look away. So even if I told you that you really liked curry when you hated, it wouldn't work. Really? So you can't make someone do what they don't want to? Yes. Well, that's just what they say about hypnotism. Well, there's still many ways to make you eat curry, Tono-kun. For example, I wouldn't tell you that you really like curry. Instead, I could tell you that you would die if you didn't eat curry. I get it. I would eat it even if I hate it. I see. Then you can do anything with that. No, it is really difficult to set the stage for such a thing as the resistance would be great. There are many people that are difficult to forcibly use suggestion against, so all I can do is to suggest something like, do not doubt what I say. Yeah, Arquid said something like that too. I see. By the way, Senpai. Yes, what is it? Yeah, Senpai, you really love curry, don't you? Seal Senpai just smiles and does not answer. Her slight expression makes it impossible for me to see if she's denying it or affirming it. Well, it is about time. I'll see you again after classes are over, but is your body okay, Tono-kun? She loves dodging questions. Your arms are working fine. Yeah, it doesn't even hurt anymore. I can come to school thanks to you. I bring my hands together and give her a show of bow of thanks. I see, then how is your headache? It seemed like it really hurt yesterday. My head is okay too. Besides, if I have my glasses on, there's no problem. I see. Hearing that makes me feel much better. Seal Senpai heads towards the hallway. She suddenly stops as if she forgot something and turns around. I forgot to ask. Tono-kun, are you feeling well? Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks to you, all my troubles have disappeared. That's good. If anything strange happens, then please do not hesitate to tell me. Here's my phone number. Huh? She hands me a slip of paper with her phone number on it and quickly leaves the classroom. Her phone number? I stare down at the paper in surprise. I'm sure she told me this because she's really worried about last night, but this is lucky. But is it good that things are going this smoothly? It's pitiful if I say so myself. Maybe it's because I'm a small town person by nature, but I can't honestly be happy about my good fortune like this. You're moving too fast for me, CL. After homeroom is over, the classroom suddenly erupts into its usual chaos. It's not quite noon yet. It's always like this after Saturday class. The students rushing back home or eating in the classroom before they go to their club activities mix together and create chaos. Standing up from my seat, I prepare my things while waiting for Senpai, and then... I'm not sure what he even came to school, but Arihiko appears with a suspicious smile on his face. Let's go play, Tono. Without anything else, he tells me what he wants to do. You seem pretty direct today. Did something bad happen to you? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to hang out with my good friend for no reason. It's all too suspicious. No way. I bet you were laid off by someone or something like that. I'm going home with Senpai today, so you don't have time to spare for you. Senpai? You mean Seo Senpai? His eyebrows lift in surprise. Yes, but Arihiko, you remember Senpai? What do you mean? She's who I'm after. How could I forget her? Arihiko makes his proclamation as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I'm wondering, I hope this isn't fucking up anyone's brains irreparably, constantly making them forget and then remember CL. Arihiko makes his proclamation as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I see. Since Senpai came back to school, everything is back to the way it was. Oh, it's Senpai! Arihiko points happily to the door. Thanks for waiting. Good afternoon, Inoue-kun. Seo gives a succinct bow. Shall we go back now? Or maybe go to the tea ceremony room? Let's do that. If we leave now, we have to part at the gate. I want to talk to you some more, so while we have tea, we can... Someone punches me unexpectedly from behind. Hey! It's you, Arihiko? Yeah, it's me. I'm not one to open my mouth about these things very often, but since that was too much back then, I'll tell you. Arihiko looks at me and Senpai with sad eyes. Question mark? Seal Senpai and I look at each other. You two. It is a Saturday, so why do you use it like that? There are far more fun places to go to to then the tea ceremony room. With a greatly exaggerated movement, he points out the window. Where? Outside the window. Well, I think he's talking about outside. I answer CL-senpai's question. And then Arihiko whacks me again. Tono, are you really trying to make a fool of Senpai? Look, it's Saturday. It's still before noon, and we're students. So why can't you come with me, come up with an idea such as going into town with all these conditions? Idiot. I've thought about that already. I did, but... Question mark? I steal a glance at CL-senpai. I get the feeling that rather than roaming rowdily around the city, she would feel more at ease just sitting quietly in a park or something. So I can't ask her that. If I did ask her to go hang in town, I think she would probably say no. I see. Then shall the three of us have fun? Senpai? I don't think he knows her that well, actually. Isn't it alright? I don't have to worry about anything anymore, and I bet it'll be fun to go with the three of us. Yeah, if you want to, then I'd be happy. Yes. Inui-kun, you're okay with this too, right? He simply nods up and down. I bet he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Little does he know, Arihiko is just the third wheel. Then it's decided. What shall we do for lunch? Shall we eat at our houses, or the three of us together? We always eat at school, so let's put the money for lunch to play. Me and Arihiko are pretty poor, right? I could maybe borrow some money from my sister. Seems Arihiko really wants to go out and eat with CL-senpai. How about Senpai? Is there some place you want to eat? No, I don't usually eat in front of others. I see. You eat more than normal, so I bet it'll be expensive. That's not it. What are you saying, Tono-kun? I just recalled the data I collected during our lunches in the tea ceremony room until now and just gave a personal opinion. Don't call it data, you freak. I agree with Inui-kun. Let us all go out and eat. There is a place by the movie theater called Anerb that I heard has a great strawberry pie. Oh, you know your places, Senpai. The owner of that cafe is a master of Italian cooking. Why does Arihiko know so many rumors and useless information? Then let's meet in front of the movie theater in half an hour. Is that alright, Tono-kun? You know it takes half an hour to get to my house, Senpai. Senpai already starts to disappear down the hallway. Yeah, be late, Tono. If you want to, I wouldn't care if you didn't come till tomorrow. Arihiko stands up and dashes out of the classroom. This is all I worked out rather strangely. Oh well. I still get to hang out with CL-senpai. Bag in hand, I also rush back to my place. Oh? Shiki-san, you're back early today, aren't you? Yeah, I'm back, Kohaku-san. I'm in a hurry, so see you later. Bye. Shiki-sama? You have returned? I'll be leaving right away, so don't worry about lunch. I like how he's just like zipping by everybody in the house. Bye. Hi Kohaku. Bye Kohaku. Hi Hisui. Bye Hisui. Alright, 15 minutes. I set a new record for my school to back here. Throwing my bag on my desk, I change out of my uniform. After that, I fly out of my room again. From the mansion to the main street is farther than the mansion to the school. To be honest, it's not a distance I can make in 15 minutes. She knew I lived uphill, but she still made that impossible deadline. Damn, maybe she might be a bit mean. I grumble as I shoot down the stairs. Throb. Throb. Suddenly, without warning. Throb. Everything turns red. Shiki-sama! I can hear Hisui's voice. I hear fast footsteps. Hisui seems to be in a hurry more than usual. Uh-oh, but I thought we killed Roa. Shiki-sama, are you hurt? I can hear her voice, but I can't see her. Throb. I just have this headache. Come down, Hisui-chan. Following down the stairs just means a few bruises here and there, so there's no need to call a doctor. But his body is very hot. He may have fallen down the stairs due to a fever, so please get his bed ready. I understand. Nei-san, about Akiya-sama. That's true. If it doesn't turn out to be a big deal, we don't have to tell her. There is some medicine in my room, if you please. Hisui disappears with quick footsteps. Shiki-san, are you conscious? Kohaku-san? Yes, Shiki-san, you took quite a tumble down the stairs. Fortunately, you do not have any serious bruises, but you seem to have a fever. You seem like you were going somewhere, but please just rest for today. Kohaku-san puts her hand on my shoulder and manages to make me stand up. Nah, I'm fine. I don't need rest. I ran all the way here, so I was just out of breath. That won't do. How can you say that with such a pale face looking like you'll throw up? I was told by your physician to monitor your health closely. I can't let you take such risks. But I made a promise. If you want to tell them you can't make it, I can go tell them. If you keep pushing yourself, I'll have to take out my syringes and give you shots. Oh, that's where that's from in Melty. As if she wants to keep me here, she stands in front of me. You imagine Shiki falling down the stairs like a Family Guy character? Oh my god, Lois, look who's at the door! I can't really do a good Peter Griffin voice. Shiki Tono? Throb, I have a headache. Let's see. It's like Kohaku-san says. That's what the guide tells me. Shiki will probably do a funny little die if he pushes himself too hard. That's what happened in the last route. When Shiki's like, oh, I'm collapsing, but I'm going to try anyways. I clicked the try anyways option and he got owned immediately. Certainly, if I went to see CL-senpai with this headache, I'd just be a bother. That's right. I haven't even had a chance to rest from last night. I guess I pushed myself a little. Then please rest. Shiki-san, you can walk by yourself? No. It seems impossible right now. That's right. Oh, Hisui-chan. Carry Shiki-san to his room. Yeah, I guess we didn't, we didn't do what we did in Arquid's route, where we, ultra killed, Roa's soul. We found his point of death. So he's just gonna reincarnate, isn't he? In this one? Because technically Arquid killed him. Nei-san, but... Hisui-chan, Shiki-san is sick. Are you just going to abandon him like that? I will allow it for today, so take him to his room. Yes, sorry for saying such selfish words. As long as you understand, it's fine. Did you find the medicine? You had too many medicines. Is this the fever medicine? That's used for something else. Shiki-san is still conscious, so we don't need to use medicine that would stabilize him. It seems his fever is from being too tired, so I'll make some medicine. Hisui-chan, please take care of the rest. Kohaku-san swiftly disappears towards the west hall where her room is. Shiki-sama, I will take you to your room. With an excuse me, she lends me her shoulder. For someone who's so emotionless most of the time, Hisui is really easily embarrassed. Thanks to Hisui's help, I managed to get up the stairs. On the way, even more than my terribly throbbing headache, Hisui's incredibly embarrassed face burns into my memory. In the end, I lie down in bed, drink the medicine Kohaku-san made, and entrust her to pass on my message to CL-senpai, who's waiting at the movie theater. My headache doesn't stop. As if in exchange, my body did seem to cool down. Yeah, I guess Ro is sucking the life out of him super hard to recover from being turned into dust. Or something else. Thanks to the goodwill of Makihisa-sama, Nei-san received training in pharmacy. Until Makihisa-sama passed away, she was also consulted in maintaining his health. Hisui's face returns to its usual lack of expression and tells me things I didn't even ask about. Sharp pain stabs through my head. Even though I'm in this much pain, she seems to be tending me without even batting an eyelash. Well, that's only to be expected. I'm the one in pain, not her. If she acted like she was in pain or had a clouded expression, it would be troublesome. Ugh. Shiki-sama, are you still in pain? Sorry, Hisui. Yes, what is it? You're an eye... Why are you so mean to Hisui? You've been really mean to Hisui in this route, Shiki. I mean, but Hisui should probably listen. The last time Shiki called something an eyesore, he smashed it against the ground 500 times. I can't sleep with you here. But I understand. Then please excuse me. If you need anything, please call for me. You made her sad. Look at her. I would never treat my maids this way. You're all my maids, by the way. Hisui leaves the room. With that, I actually do relax. My headache also weakens, so maybe I can sleep now. I don't think it's working. Knock, knock. The door opens. Oh, hi, Akia. Excuse me, Nissan. Are you awake? Yeah, I'm up. You need something, Akia? No, I heard you were resting because of your anemia, so I just came to see how you were doing. She looks over at me as I lie in bed. A soft gaze that tells me she's worried. To be honest, it's annoying as hell. Why are you being Shiki-hating women again? If I'm fine. It's not that bad, that's why I'm resting here by myself. Go back to your room, Akia. Nissan, what are you saying? It's already dinner time, you know. I came here to tell you that. Dinner? I wonder what's for dinner. Oh, is it that time already? But I'm not very hungry, and I don't feel like eating anything. I don't have an appetite, so I'll skip dinner. I'm fine, so go away for today. I don't feel good. I understand. Please, get your rest. But Nissan, if you are awake, please turn the lights on in your room. Your eyes will go bad in the dark. I feel like it's the opposite? Like what? Is he supposed to sleep with his lights on? I'm fine. I can relax this way. Yeah, it's not like he's reading or anything. That's like a weird thing to say. Your eyes don't go bad in the dark. If anything, they go worse in the light. If it's dark, then your eyes don't need to be focusing on anything and straining. You're just making shit up, Akia. Even though her eyes tell me she wants to say more, she leaves the room. I'm so irritated. Hisui's reactions, Akia's worried eyes, they all seem to treat me as something fragile. You collapse, like, every day, so... Isn't this like always? It's not like I'm coughing up blood or sucking up blood. So why can't they just leave me alone? Grit. In the darkness, I hear myself grinding my teeth. My nerves are fraying, I know that. If I stay awake like this, I'll become completely depressed. I'm not tired, but I have to sleep. Ah! I go out to the main street. The date has changed about 2 minutes ago. The dead of night on Sunday. No one is walking the streets. Did I mistake the time? If I started walking around an hour earlier, I wouldn't have had to work so hard. Dragging, walking. What makes this dragging sound isn't my walking, but something else. The time was right. If I started walking an hour earlier, I never would have been able to walk like this. Dragging, with one hand gripping the woman's hair, I continued to walk. Long hair. Because she looked like Akia, I chose this woman. Oh, we're doing a funny murder. Shiki's normal murders. Not her face, but I liked her hair. I let go of her hair. Unconscious, she collapses to the ground. I did not kill her. I didn't eat dinner, so I want to make it... Oh, okay, cool. Okay. So we're doing this. We're going Roa mode, I see. I heard somewhere that the blood of the dead is cold and tastes terrible. I have no complaints about her unblemished neck. Gripping my knife in one hand, I draw my mouth closer. After seeing that dream, I wake up. It's you, Shiki! You're the maniac! I wake up from my sleep and my mind starts to clear. My throat is horribly parched and my entire body feels excited. What kind of dream was I watching? I can't believe it. Leaving at night, knocking a woman I don't know unconscious, and dragging her to an alley? That's just plain wrong. Because it was in a dream, it is okay, but I'd have to be crazy to do that in reality. I mean, it's not like you've ever murdered something or someone or something like that. I would never do that. My panting fills the room. I have to catch my breath. Rubbing my eyes, I take a deep breath. After that, I don't think I can go back to sleep. Turning on the light, I decide to read a book until morning. My eyes, gradually. Oh no! What a shock. Get used to the dark. You did do it, Shiki. You are the murderer. What? I gasp. This isn't my room. A back alley, knife in hand. In front of me lies an unconscious woman I don't know. Huh. What am I doing? Isn't this a dream? Isn't this what I dreamt before? It has to be a dream, because I've never even wanted to do such a thing before. Attacking some woman I don't know, running my knife along the lines all over this supple body, wanting to see the red blood coming from the chopped pieces. No way, no way! I don't know, you sounded really excited about it for a second there. Yeah, there's no way I want to do it. But for no reason, I'm thinking that I have to do it. Take her apart, take her apart. Take her apart, take her apart. If I do that, I can be released and become something unable to be bound by anyone. If Columbo was here, Tsukihime would be finished. Absolutely, you're 100% correct. He would find those vampires. Easy. Come to think of it, there was someone who said something like that before. You're the same. You, like me, will end up as a killer, Tonoshiki. Up! Just admit it, killer. Your inversion impulse is nothing more than that what you wish for. Shut up! But what is this? Just what is this? Why am I doing this? And even after realizing this, why am I still trying to press my knife against her neck? If this isn't a dream, and if this is reality, doesn't that mean I'm crazy like I thought earlier? Ugh. Her eyelids flutter. She starts to open her eyes. Before that, I have to chop her apart or my knife moves. But that's... Who are you? I can hear her voice. She suddenly realizes the knife next to her throat. Kya! Ah! Ah! Oh, that was a lot longer than I thought it would be. It was a long ah. For the sake of you watching, I will not scream into my microphone like that. Her scream vanishes into my yelling. Yelling like a broken siren, I keep yelling as I run. I breathe rapidly. My fingers shake. My mind has gone blank, but I manage to pull my knife back and run before I slice her. But if she had screamed before me, I would have... Ha ha ha! Scary. That's scary. Scarier than any of the things that have happened until now. Half laughing, half panting, I run. It's following me. It drapes over my back. No matter how much I run, I can't escape from my own fear. I fly into my room and try to lock the door. I clamor about, but I can't get it done. My fingertips shake crazily. It's just sliding a simple metal piece, but I can't do it. I'm scared. If I don't lock the door quickly, it will come in. Some unknown thing will come in. Ugh. I have to lock the door. I can't let it come in this room. I can't let it leave this room. But why? I don't know. I don't know, but I continue to try and lock the door wildly. I try all night to lock the door. But no matter how long I try, I can't even lock the door. That's when it hits me. I've been crazy all along. He do be a little wild and crazy though, a little quirky. You're making dinner. What did Shiki do this time? He sleepwalked. Almost did a murder while sleepwalking. You know. Give me one moment. I'm going to take a quick break to get more water for my parched little throat. From all this reading. I'll be right back. This is a little good time to take a break because we're moving on to the 11th day. I think there's 12 days, right? Or is it only 11? I don't know. Whatever. But we're getting there. So I'm just going to take a short little break. I'll be right back. Stick around, minions. Ahem, I returned. I'm back to once again regale you all with the story we see before us. It's the 11th day, Mirage 1, 31st of October. Halloween. It becomes morning, and I finally manage to lock the door. My beast-like panting fills the room. My head hurts. It seems I dropped my glasses somewhere. Seeing the lines all over my room, I feel nauseous. I feel so sick, I cut out all of them I see. I feel just a little bit better. Only during the instant I cut things apart does my heart feel at ease. But the more I cut, the thirstier I get. I know what I'm thirsty for. I'm thirsty for everything. Everything I see is pissing me off. They look miserable. I can't forgive that they are living meaninglessly, even though they have death built into them. Why don't they die? They all have an end they can't escape, so why do they still exist like that? It'll end anyway. Where's the meaning in existence? Everything I see is ghastly. Nihilists doing fuck all with their lives because the world will end someday. But if I close my eyes, all I can remember is the sensation of killing. The sensation of a hard, unbloodied blade softly uniting with pulsing flesh. There can't be a greater stimulation for a human than that. A terrible sensation that almost makes me want to bite my tongue off. It doesn't matter if it is a positive or negative feeling, especially in my case, because my first was the best beyond all belief. It's hopeless, Arquid. The pleasure I got from severing her body into 17 pieces still burns in my brain and won't go away. Those beautiful body parts, the appearance of a human but with a tenacious life that surpasses far beyond that of people. The enjoyment I had from the killing has faded. That time, I didn't kill Arquid, but I must have killed my brain instead. I hate it when I do that. I want to destroy everything, kill everything. I know that's wrong, but I don't think I can hold it in. My body is filled with excitement. I am about to go insane. Shiki-sama, are you awake? I can hear Hisui's voice from the other side of the door. Shiki-sama, it is not good for you to keep the door locked. You are awake. Please open the door. Open? Open the door? Open the door and let Hisui inside? You must be kidding me. If that happened, I don't know what I would do. Like this, if I stay home alone like this, lying in bed with the curtains shut, I can stay off the desire that threatens to overtake my mind. That's why if Hisui comes in here, I'll... Shut up! Leave me alone! I scream at the door. Shiki-sama, are you not feeling well? I said leave me alone. I'm fine, so just leave me alone. If she came into this room, something I couldn't take back would happen. After a deep silence, I hear her footsteps. Quietly, she walks away from the door. He's always so mean to Hisui specifically. Now it's safe. Thinking that, I calm down just a little. I should just read a book to unwind. Huh? The book that was always beside my pillow isn't there. The book written in English. I definitely can't read it, but it was a way to kill time. Okay. I searched, but I can't find it. I can't find it. I frantically try to remember what the cover looked like, but I can't. The book! The book! Come to think of it, why did I even put that book by my pillow? I don't know. I don't even remember bringing it here. I don't know where I brought it from. In the first place, did that book even exist? Really, you must not have realized it. I remember Roa's irksome voice. That book, those contents. The book I read when I couldn't sleep. Was it maybe just a dream of mine, dreaming that I was awake and couldn't sleep? But you were already insane a long, long time ago. Roa said such words. Dream. Dream. But I don't see those kinds of dreams. In the first place, I don't have the strange knowledge inside of me. There's no reason for me to have that dream. That isn't my dream. You may not have realized it. Shut up! Then what is that? Since when the hell did I start having dreams that belong to another person? You and I are connected, Shiki. Shut up, you're dead. You're already dead, you bastard, so stop your incessant calling out. I'm different from you. I'm not a killer. I'm just confused by all the After Effects. I'm not a fan of Adobe After Effects either. Since CL-senpai came back, I won't allow myself to go mad over something like this. Yeah, I also thought so at first. Even if this Roa came in. I told you to shut up! I breathe heavily. The sunlight pisses me off. My throat is so dry I'm about to go insane. Shiki-sama! What are you doing, Shiki-sama? I hear Hisui's voice across the door. I can't even answer. Words. I can't even remember my words. What fills my head is just lust. I want to violate. Oh, great, cool. Alright, we're doing this again, huh? We're doing this again? I start to lust. I kind of preferred the murder stuff, honestly. Oh no. My head. I bang my head against the wall, over and over as if I was trying to split it. But still, the thought of me slicing apart Hisui doesn't disappear from my brain. Bam, bam. I hit my head on the wall. As if she was trying to compete with it, Hisui knocks harder than on the door. I see. This impulse that tries to drive me insane while leaving me conscious. This is Roa. But why? I was always sane. Until I came back to this mansion, I really was normal. Sure, I believe you. I hear heavy knocking on the door, but I can't open it. If I open it, it will be completely over. Oh no, I'm seeing images of France in my mind. I'm going insane. Ah! Ah, I finally understand. That dream was the memory of the Roa one generation before mine. Locked up in her room, killing both her parents, ruling over her town as a vampire, the final memories of someone I don't know. There's no way out. This is not a problem that can be solved by killing myself. This is nothing that can be helped. I understand that previous person's feelings. Even if I die, the only thing to die would be my will. Then the will of Roa would take over my body completely. If that happened, things would get much worse. In the first place, I don't have the slightest intention of killing myself. Shiki-sama, please, open up! Shiki-sama! I hear her voice from behind the door. It almost sounds like it was in another language. So far away, just one. It's just one sheet of wood between us. But it seems as far away as the moon and the stars. It's now 10 in the morning. Hisui gave up and went back. Aki and Kohaku-san came and took turns knocking, but I ignored them. 12 o'clock. I'm hungry, but I'm still fine. I pull the sheets over me and hug my shaking body. 2 o'clock. I'm dying of thirst. I've lost all sense of time. It feels very calm, but as if I was taking stimulants, my body wants to rage around. 4 o'clock. More knocking. A name being called out. Whose voice is that? Whose name are they calling? I can't tell. 5 o'clock. It slowly starts to get dark. And also red, apparently. 6 o'clock. This here is my next possession victim, into which my soul will enter in the event of my untimely death. We have to keep it in a constant state of euphoria, or he'll start killing his family. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Wow, this day is going fast. Someone comes by. Shiki-san, I brought you dinner. You haven't had anything since this morning, so you'll collapse, you know. Kohaku's voice. She knocks on the door. Oh, I thought it was Akiya, sorry. Jeez, if that's how it is, I'll get you to eat at least. A rattling sound. Not knocking, but the sound of a lock opening. Time to use my secret weapon, the master key. Ah, the lock unlocks. Yeah, this one's pretty obvious. I have to turn Kohaku-san away. Or I'll go crazy. The door opens. It's too late. Even if I send her away, she's already come inside. But still, I can't do the action called eating food. It will get me too excited and will smash the remaining Tono Shiki within me to pieces. That's weird, but okay. I breathe hard. Somehow, I have to resist it. Shiki-san, I'm coming in. What happened? Still smiling, she looks in surprise at the room lying in shambles. Her cute face devoid of fear. Her completely unguarded, defenseless figure. The action called eating food, yeah. Her red hair and her delicious-looking skin. Shiki-san, this is strange. How did all of this happen? Still smiling, she draws closer to where I lie, curled on the bed. You're weird. Honestly, Kohaku, you're a little weird for this. Hurry. No. Hurry. No. Hurry. Stop it. Hurry. Shut up. Hurry. I don't want to. Hurry. Run away. Using the very last vestiges of my will, I managed to let those words out. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you please say it again, Shiki-san? But it's working against me. Concerned, she draws closer to my bed. To my body, to her face, her form, draws closer, invites me in. Her white fingers touch my shoulder lightly, her fingers pulsing with blood, her light body warmth. Small fireworks explode in the back of my head. Yeah, that's not good. I hear a scream. My hand wraps around her throat. My breathing is out of control. What am I trying to do? Shiki-sa. Her voice cuts off. Not caring, I grip harder. Grip. The bones in her neck creak. Stop. A small tearing sound. Her fingers dig into my arm. She must be getting frantic, being on the verge of death like that. Her nails push through my clothes and into the meat of my arm. Pain. Well, not as much pain as Kohaku must be feeling, but blood flows. It runs down my arm and onto my hand, grasping Kohaku's neck. Painted deep red. Her unresisting neck is now running with blood. I can't really feel her anymore. Just the fact that she'll die in a few seconds. Seems so funny to me, I start to laugh. It hasn't even been a minute since I grasped her neck. She won't die of suffocation, but here, by my hand. For no reason, suddenly, like a simple appliance, she'll die by having the bones in her neck break. That's not good. In an instant, like being freed from demonic possession, the heat disappears. Before my eyes is the bloodied body of Kohaku-san. My hand is grasping her neck at any second now. I quickly let go. Without a sound, Kohaku-san falls to the floor. Kohaku-san breathes painfully with her eyes closed. Kohaku-san. She's alive. Just a little longer. If I kept going just a little longer, I would have... She's crying. Collapsed on the floor and not able to move, she's crying. Looking down. Her kimono is covered with white fluid. Ugh. Come on. Come on, Nasu. Ugh. Okay. Gross. Okay. Well, okay, this is just regular gross vampire urges now. Okay, this is fine. I want to suck her blood. Great. I'm fine with that part. I'm fine with you trying to resist turning into a terrible vampire. That's better. Ugh. Yes, this is the edited version. It just means there's no H scenes instead of the, It just means there's no H scenes. But these aren't really H scenes. Like, they're played more for drama than titillation, unfortunately. It'd be unfortunate either way, but it's just unfortunate. I broke apart. I really broke down. I'm done. No longer do I have the confidence to stay sane. Outside. I have to go outside. If I stay here, I'll kill Kohaku-san if I stay in the mansion. I'll kill even Akiya and Hisui, so before those urges come again, I have to disappear. A place where no one is. I have to go to a place where no one is, or I'll go crazy again. Blah. I leave the mansion. What the hell's going on? Even though there's no one around, I can feel the presence of people, buildings. From the houses around me, I sense people. With all these people here, I won't be able to hold back again. Somewhere, I have to go somewhere without any people around, or I'll never be able to calm down. Where no one is, where there's no residences nearby. Somewhere where even if I go crazy again, I won't cause anyone any trouble. There's no one else in the park. There's no houses nearby. No one's supposed to be here, but I still can't calm down. No matter how far away they are, there are still houses all around here. I can see the lights of town in the distance, too. It doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist. There's no place in a city where you can't sense any presence of humans. There's really no place where I can truly be alone in this civilized city. Damn it. All around me. So many people all around me. If I walk just a little, I can catch all the prey I want. Shut up. My head hurts. Even though I finally don't see the lines anymore, I'll start to see them again like this. Wait, Shiki, isn't this strange? Because it's not like I was seeing these lines because I was excited. Those lines are things I can't help but see when I don't have any glasses on. So even if I'm calmed down, I would still see them if I don't have my glasses on. But I have dropped my glasses. They're here. I bring my fingers to my face and find out my glasses were there all along. In other words, even if I wear the glasses Sensei gave me, I cannot control my eyes anymore. I'm hit with the truth. Just like Roa said, I just didn't realize that I was already insane. That night, ever since that time when I wanted from the bottom of my heart to kill that bastard who was disgracing CL. Oh, then the headache from that time was the headache from when I was fighting Roa. When I saw those lines of death, even when I don't remember taking off my glasses, even when I got Seal Senpai to go find them for me. Since that time, even when I wore my glasses, regardless of what my intentions were, I've been able to see those lines. Oh, that's bad. Senpai knew. No, she probably just didn't tell me. So as not to worry me, she lied to protect my mistaken perceptions. I see, Senpai. She told me to talk to her if anything happened. I've already memorized her phone number. Phone. There's a payphone nearby. But what am I going to do by calling her? No one can heal my body. Even Seal Senpai can't heal what's inside me. But still, I want to hear her voice. But I want to see her. I want to hear Seal Senpai's voice. The only one who I can talk to, the only one who will listen to me. If she is there, then I can remain as Tonoshiki. I turn the dial. After 3 rings, I hear the receiver pick up in Seal Senpai's voice. Hello? Who is it? It's strange. Her voice seems so warm. Hello? Hey, can you hear me? Her questioning voice. I've only been there once, but I can imagine her holding the phone in her room. I can't speak. I don't know what to say. I knew I shouldn't have called. I can't get this person involved. I should just hang up without saying anything. Tono-kun? Is that you, Tono-kun? Hearing my name, I suddenly want to cry. Yes, I slip out a response. I knew it was you, Tono-kun. Why are you calling this late? I tell myself to stop. I tell myself to make up some excuse, tell her I'll see her tomorrow and hang up. But I can't seem to do that. Senpai, I think I'm not going to make it. I speak in a fading voice. Tono-kun? It sounds like her voice froze. Tono-kun, what do you mean? What's wrong? I mean, I can't make it. I tried to resist it, but it was useless. Like he said, it seems like I'm just a killer. And a really bad one, too. Even now, if I let my guard down, I want to slice my knife through Akia's or Hisui's throat. Not just to someone off the street, but people close to me. My sanity is about to crumble away. I'm at the point of thinking such things. What should I do? I can't kill myself. I've never been taught how to kill myself. And where are you right now? In the park. I wanted to go see where there aren't any people, but there's too many houses nearby. I'm going crazy. I understand. I'll head to the school, so let's meet there. There's no houses nearby, so won't it be quiet? That's right. At school, there won't be anyone there. All right? Please wait at the school grounds. The line cuts off. I exit the phone booth. Senpai, I can see Seal, Senpai. I don't think anything will change when I see her, but I still want to see her. Ugh, my body starts to get hot again. Hoping I won't meet anyone on the way to school, I leave the park with uncertain steps. The school is dead quiet. How are the girl bosses? They're being disrespected by the male boss Shiki right now. But we're about to meet up with CL, so hopefully his women disrespecting ways will improve soon. There's no houses nearby, so it's very quiet around here. I take off my glasses and cut the lock on the school gate with my knife. Ah, I can't believe it. Even without thinking about it, I seem to have put my knife in my pocket. Probably, so at any time I can kill someone. I fall to my knees as soon as I get to the school grounds. I brace myself off the ground using both of my hands. My whole body is hot, but I don't feel like I am not me anymore. Probably. By violating Koraku's, the impulse momentarily subsided. Ugh. Gorge rises in my throat. My mouth tastes bitter. I haven't eaten anything today, so all I can vomit is my stomach acid. Kohaku-san, it isn't something forgiven with a mere apology, so I can't apologize. How can I offer my atonement from now on? That conversation so many days ago, when Seal-senpai helped me while I was in the depths of despair after I killed Arkwood. That person, she told me that there weren't people who sinned and people who did not sin, but there are only people who can and who cannot atone for their sins. But what should I do? My committed sin, the wounded mind, can it be atoned for? It suddenly gets darker. The sound of footsteps. I didn't realize it since I was face down, but someone is coming. Under the moonlight. Did that person darken the sky with her shadow? Are you trying to repent, Tono-kun? Seal-senpai asks in a cold voice. Senpai, she really came. I want to see her face, so I lift my head like I'm looking up at the night sky. Oh, here we go! I was waiting for this. I was waiting for her to this seal. Huh? But this. Yeah, she's got the pile bunker and the tats. This isn't the seal that I know. Her bare arms have the tattoo of a cross on them. Her cold eyes, as if watching someone she doesn't even know. Senpai bears an uncouth weapon with an aura of coldness that doesn't suit her. Ah, I know this. Inside my brain, I know what that weapon is. That has to be what's called the seventh holy scripture, one of the apocrypha that must never be removed from its resting place. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I really like the, you know, it's a pretty good brainwave to say, what's a good weapon to kill vampires? A fucking pile bunker that'll drive just like a steak into you. Senpai? As I was expected, you were Roa after all, Tono-kun. With her frigid eyes, Senpai speaks with a voice that is equally cold. I start to feel a shiver up my spine. For no reason. No, my instincts and my brain work full force to tell me the danger, and I jump back. Still with her mouth shut, she takes a step towards me with that ominous weapon. She has no openings whatsoever. If I run away hastily, if I show my back to her, I know that thing will pierce my heart, and I will disappear without the opportunity for reincarnation ever again. Even though I don't even have that knowledge in my memories. Why didn't she use this before? If this weapon makes her people not reincarnate, I feel like they should have pulled this out much earlier. Why? I just wanted to see Senpai again. I understand. Roa is already surfacing, right? Then it is too late already. Lightly, she takes another effortless step forward. That figure looks like... What are you doing, Senpai? You look like you're going to kill me. She doesn't answer. She just stares at me like she's trying to find out where she can aim to kill me quickly. Senpai? She's serious. She seriously plans to kill me. Creak. My nerves feel the imminent death before me. My spine is screaming and the back of my neck is numbing. But more than this fear of death, I can't believe this person is saying such things. Why? I don't know. Senpai, you said you stayed here for my sake. With a start, Seal Senpai's legs stop. She looks at me and grins. Your goodness really is a rare treasure. It is a good thing to trust people, but if you were a little more composed and thought about it clearly, you could have maybe gotten away. First of all, didn't you ever think about why I came to this school in the first place? I didn't do it just because I wanted to, you know. Senpai? You knew my goal was to destroy the serpent, Roa. Coming here to this school was because I knew Roa's reincarnated host was here. But since I didn't know for sure, I needed to check things out for a while. Wait a minute, what in the world are you... What is she babbling about? I don't know. I really can't understand what she's talking about. She ignores my bewilderment and keeps talking. I told you before, Tono-kun. Roa has requirements for the family he decides to reincarnate into. If you think the other way around, you just have to look for families with those traits. When you know that, finding him is very simple. It's easy to find families that have special abilities passed down through their blood once you do a bit of research. In this city, there is only one family that fits Roa's requirements. So, I knew from the beginning who Roa was. What? That's strange. She knew from the beginning she could have killed him or caught him right then. From the beginning, she knew who it was? Yes. Look, don't you realize it now? You know, Tono-kun. I came to this school to catch you from the beginning. Wait, I just want her to wait. But a little mistake happened. I was watching you from afar so as not to stimulate Roa inside you, but I concluded that you might not be Roa's new reincarnated host. The eldest son of the Tono family had to be what Roa reincarnated into. There was no mistake in that. So what had to be a mistake was you, Tono-kun. Seal Senpai speaks matter-of-factly. I can't say anything. Look into it. You were fatally wounded 8 years ago and adopted by your relatives. What happened afterwards was exactly as Tono Shiki said 2 nights ago. I don't know what happened in the Tono family 8 years ago, but you were killed by that kid called Shiki. No, it's more like your life was stolen. As a result, you became connected to Shiki, who was Roa's host. A direct voice, without emotion. I don't know this Seal, Senpai, or is this the true Seal? And the kind of person I knew up until now was all just... Up until now, there could have been times where Roa's memory would flow into you through Shiki. He is a vampire that manipulated the shapeless thing called the soul. For Roa, you two who shared one life were a finely crafted double existence. That's why, when Shiki's body was destroyed, Roa didn't need to reincarnate. He still had a place to run to. You. Cold. As if hating her enemy, she detests me. But it's all over now. I wasn't prepared to finish it so suddenly that one night, but tonight is different. I really am fortunate in a way. If Arquid had destroyed Roa, he probably could have reincarnated again. I can't believe this. That's not true. Go ahead. Please keep on denying it and play dumb. That makes my job easier. Still, metallic rattle sounds from the weapon. It doesn't change the fact that I can finish you off easily no matter what you do, Roa. Her laughing voice caused me to finally understand. She isn't lying. Her eyes aren't looking at me. Her feelings never did have anything to do with me from the beginning. What is this? Then from the very beginning you always thought of me as Roa? Senpai, being friends with me was all just... I can't say it. I can't finish the sentence. If I do that, I feel like everything will turn into a lie in that instant. Of course. After Shiki was destroyed, the only reason why I stayed in school was because Roa had not disappeared. Since Roa is a student here, it's more convenient for me to stay. I would never go back while leaving you here. That's what she told me once with a smile. That wasn't for my sake. She stayed here just to search for the still living Roa. That is the only reason why she gave me her phone number. Then that too. And those times too. And when she saved me that one night too. And those sad eyes too. That's right, Shiki. This is nothing at all. Those memories, they are nothing at all. I just thought I loved her. And that she loved me back. What a joke. They were all just an illusion made from a play. All of it. All of it was a fairy tale made up of lies. I understand. But, Senpai, how did you know Roa was still alive? How did you know Roa reincarnated into this Tonoshiki? Of course I knew. Because it's about myself. Senpai says something I can't understand. About yourself? He really does deserve the joke colors. They were very smart with that one. Yes, the one who sought out the Tono family and chose it for the next host was me. Well, unless Roa's consciousness awakens, I couldn't tell that it appeared, so it wasn't that useful of a memory, though. Senpai, what are you saying? What am I saying? It's an old story. It's a story from 8 years ago, but there was a girl like you who didn't know anything. She was 16 years old when that impulse began to stain her. But before that, there was nothing. She didn't have any special power like you did, Tono-kun. She really did live a normal life without knowing anything. Helping out her father, going to school. Terrible at waking up early, but always helping with the store in the evening. She really did think she would carry on her father's work. Huh? Just now, scenery I've never seen before flashes in my head, yet I feel like I have in fact seen it somewhere. Her story feels like it's very similar to that dream I saw. Oh, who could have guessed? Oh, I didn't see this coming a long time ago. But her dream wasn't fulfilled. With her own hands, she destroyed the happiness that was there naturally, because she was Roa's reincarnated host. Her body had great ability, and Roa was pleased. She tried so hard to resist it just like you, but it was useless. In the end, she drank the blood of her father and mother and slowly killed the townspeople. That child, maybe she went crazy then. You understand, right, Tono-kun? You can't stop it. Stop, or you shouldn't, doesn't even enter your thoughts. Isn't it strange? Even though you still have your conscious awareness. Senpai, don't tell me that story is... But that nightmare came to an end soon. That woman in white came and pierced her heart. Yeah, I know. So the girl died and Roa reincarnated as Tono Shiki. But that girl, she couldn't stay dead. Quietly, almost laughingly, she says this. Her dead body was taken to the church and preserved as a sample of a vampire returning to human form. But though I don't know what kind of fate it was, her body was a special body and had an abnormal reviving ability. One day, 3 years later, even though she shouldn't have, she came back from the dead. It's strange, isn't it? Even though it was just a discarded shell of Roa's soul, it still came back to life. After that, things were difficult. The church viewed the child's existence as heresy and killed the child, but no matter how many times they killed her, she wouldn't die. I'm sorry, can I complain a bit? That girl, she underwent an entire month of life only being killed. Every single day, without even a single moment of rest, she came back to life only to be killed once more. Yeah, we found it. The rare person who doesn't die if they are killed. Every day, all day. What? A body that can't die? Flesh that will return to its original state no matter what happens. Roa, the vampire reincarnated as Tono Shiki, said that about this person. It seemed so painful. Senpai healed no matter what wound she received, but every wound she got caused her face to contort in pain. Every day of that? Every day, all day, without a single pause, living to be killed and coming back again? And then the people of the church finally realized this was too strange. All the problems that no one can deal with or solve are handled to the place called the burial agency. There she was taught what happened to her. In short, she was a contradiction. She was a human born as Roa. Even though the personality of her first 15 years was hers, the name of her soul was Roa. While she was herself, she was also Roa. So, it is a contradiction if the girl called Roa is dead when Roa is alive. The progeny of the existence Roa, this daughter of Roa, cannot die before him. Whenever this world has even a slight error, this world corrects it to preserve itself. So, that child, as long as Roa's soul still exists, will exist for all eternity. No one else but the world itself fixes the error automatically. The clergy said the child was outside the cycle. As long as Roa lives, it will forever be stopped. She cannot die of old age since she cannot age, and even if she was burnt to ashes, time would reverse itself to return to its original state. Such a monster. It usually would have been sealed away forever, but she happened to inherit the magical knowledge of Roa. The clergy of the burial agency said she would be useful and brought her into the church. 5 years since then, she chose to discard her name and live as one who hunted vampires. More than Roa's master Arquid, I can tell where Roa's soul exists. The reason I don't even have to tell you, right? Right, it doesn't need to be said. But I don't want to admit such a thing. I said it before, Tono-kun. Seal's goal is one thing and one thing only. I want to die as a human. I didn't understand what those words meant then, but now can I understand at least a bit of it? I can't. It's almost regretful, but I can't. I can't understand that feeling of wanting to die. As long as I'm alive, I'll think about wanting to die, but I would never truly mean it. But that's all Senpai wishes for. A way of thinking which was transformed into that. A life that makes you wish only that. I don't know yet. With my own hands, I don't know the pain of killing the ones close to me with my own hands even while still conscious. And I don't ever want to know it. But this person has lived through it. So, is that why she just wants to die? That's wrong. It's not. I simply want to die as a human. Her voice sounds cold. I I can only nod. Both her wish and her pain, I understand. I don't want it. I don't like my treatment or Seal's wish. I don't want to think this is reality. But time waits for no one. With a metallic rattle, the agent called Seal steps forward to kill me. As if saying there's no need to talk anymore, Seal's hands lift up that weapon. The seventh holy scripture. The weapon that the reincarnation-denying church created. A scriptural canon inscribed with every possible impeachment of reincarnation criticism. It's an item that is scripture yet an apocrypha. A weapon yet a scripture at the same time. If I'm hit by that, my soul itself will disperse into nothingness. The bayonet rises up. The tip comes towards me, but slowly. If it is Seal, she should be able to pierce me without me even noticing it ever happened. Ah, there's no time to think. Escape forward. That's what it says. I fall forward. I felt from before that if I had turned and ran, my heart would be shot from behind. Ha! Her sword flies past my head. It seems really slow. I evade her attack, move right beside her, and... Uh-oh. The instant I tried to run forward, Senpai's movement changed drastically. In an instant, with a speed that makes her seem to have literally disappeared. She's flash-stepping. She swings her weapon horizontally. The rush of the wind fills my ears, and for some reason I am standing many meters away from her. She clicks her tongue and glares at me. Ow! My left arm hurts. What? Huh? I'm surprised. From the elbow down, my arm is broken. Not broken normally, but my lower arm is bent in the shape of... Wow! Wow, that's visceral. Of a triangle. That is a... Wow. That's a... I'm trying to picture that. That's fucked up. Sacrificing your arm to save your head? If you didn't do anything, I would have ended it painlessly for you. What? Even though I didn't notice it, I must have broken my arm defending against her attack. Aren't you going to pull out your knife? She looks at me with a bored expression. She looks down at me. She looks down at me as if saying she could kill me at any moment. Pain. Pain shoots from my arm to my brain. The blood from my broken arm seems to flow like poison into my nerves. Sharply, just with that, my mind fills with a white blankness. She continues to look at me with those cold eyes. You break my arm and you still act that way? Do you know how much this hurts? Making such a fool of me. Making such a fool of me. Making such a fool of me. If that's how you're going to be, senpai. I grip the knife in my pocket. I'm not just going to stand here helplessly, the hard feeling of metal, and let you kill me. With a quick snap, I take out the blade of my knife. Are you stupid? Instantly, her body explodes. Oh. No, that's not right. She crouches down low to the ground, almost like a lizard, and runs up towards me in a flash. She closes a distance of 6 meters in a flash. She's not in my vision at all. Her whole body is below my knee height and explodes upward from there. A thud. From right beneath me, her bayonet accurately shoots directly for my throat. Ouch. I gasp. Pain. Is there pain? Yes, I can still feel pain. Conscious. Am I conscious? All right, I still have that. My body is not okay. A dripping sound. It's coming from my left shoulder. Looking at it, it's already a waterfall of blood which pours straight down. Just now, the bayonet didn't hit my throat, but my left shoulder. Ah, ah! It hurts. It hurts so much the word pain doesn't come close to describing it. Ah! But I'm alive. Still, I'm alive. My body is away from her again. I smell a whiff of gunpowder from my shoulder. Just now, the instant that bayonet pierced me, she must have pulled the trigger. I was blown away by that, and there's a distance between us again. To happen twice, that must mean it's not a coincidence. With that much blood pouring out, not dying from shock must already be a sign that your body has begun to change. Ka-ching! A metallic sound. The sword on the end of that weapon changes into a new one. The sword that shot at me just now falls and turns into pages of a book and scatters. That's really cool, actually. That's ridiculous. But that ridiculous thing is really frightening. That just touching me carries a fatal poison. Death. I'll die. Without a doubt, I will be killed. Will I die? Is that what I'm scared of? I don't know. Ugh. My shoulder is burning. Hot. It's so hot, as if my entire body will burst into flames. She readies her weapon once more with another metallic clang. Twice. Withstanding that twice can be nothing but a miracle. The next time will certainly... I imagine that bayonet piercing me right in the face. Ugh. That's more repulsive than frightening. Yeah, you're right, actually. Death is. No matter how it happens, something useless, dirty, and disgusting. I like myself, so I don't want that to happen. Is that why I'm scared? I don't know. Come to think of it, I was always able to see death, but I never thought about death at all. No, that doesn't really matter right now. I have to escape. I don't want to die, so I have to get away. You won't take off your glasses? A simple plastic voice. Those words. I gasp at their meaning. Because taking them off means I would see Senpai's lines. If that happens, I might kill her. What are you saying, Senpai? A chill runs through me. The air suddenly becomes saturated with a murderous intent. I can't spend any more time with you. Please just die already. Her figure plunges low again. She's coming. Even though I know she's going to run towards me again, it's hard for me to even see her. I can only think of escaping. If I don't want to be killed, escape is my only option. Fortunately, our distance is almost 10 meters. If I run as fast as I can make it to the school building. Maybe I might be able to do something if I can get into a less open space. I don't think that's going to work. She's really fast. My back. Something pierced my back. Ah! My body falls forward. Just a little more. And it was just a little more before I could enter the school building. I lift myself up with one arm. What sticks through me is one of those swords that looks like a nail that Senpai was using before. Why, you... I must be numb to pain, and I pull out the sword skewering my back from behind. Since it penetrated through me, I got mad and pulled it out from my chest. Wow. Alright. Now I can escape inside. What do you plan on doing by escaping, Tono-kun? Before that, I hear Senpai's voice from behind me. You still don't understand? How fast do you think you just ran here? Why are you still alive after receiving that fatal wound? Stop. My mind begins to white out. Don't let her trick you. Don't let her trick you. Hasn't she been deceiving you all along? Don't listen to her anymore. If you listen, you'll die. Ignore her. Don't accept it. Even if it is the truth, this body can only reject it. Stop it. Jeez, there's nowhere for you to run to. You can only fight or be killed. But if you can fight, you can only die. Her footsteps. With the sound of footsteps, Senpai approaches. I leap. My back, my shoulders, my arm are all almost dead, but I leap as if it was nothing. I can't even believe it myself. Still breathing wildly with a speed that matches Senpai, I run into the school building. Gotta go. I run. Without thinking, just wanting to escape, I continue running. But I'm at my limit. Is it because I'm out of breath, or is it that my wounds won't let me move my arms and legs anymore? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. My breathing becomes more forced. At the end of the hallway. Coming into a wall aimlessly, I fall. I fall on my back and try to get back up, and feel foolish for doing so. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, I lean my back against the wall. Throwing back my head, I take a big breath of air. The moon. Looking up, I can see the moonlight through the window. Is it because I'm so exhausted? Everything I look at seems vague, as if everything was covered in a mist. Vagueness. Does that mean it is indefinite? The same as me. The same as the person called Tono Shiki, indefinite. Ouch. My shoulder throbs in pain. If I was as definite as this pain, maybe this wouldn't have happened? I'm starting to not understand. I always thought I was Tono Shiki, but that was a different person, and they tell me I'm just an adopted son from somewhere. Being adopted means I should have memories of before I came to the Tono mansion, but there's nothing. I only have the memories of Tono Shiki. And the night sky is the solitary moon. It's incredibly strange. Why didn't I realize it until now? Tonight is so... In the end, just what was I? It's stupid not knowing anything about myself and just disappearing like this. Everything is so vague, it's stupid. A world where I can see death. A vision where I can perceive death. That day, 8 years ago, I was able to meet Sensei and was able to live normally. I can still declare that it was proper to meet her. But, Sensei, I guess I was someone who shouldn't be alive. I should end my life while some part of me can still think that. But I can't do it. I can't kill myself. Even if it is pointless, even if it is a mistake, I want to keep on living. If I die, everything will become a lie. I want to keep on living. No matter how wrong it is, no matter how many things I have to lose, I want to keep on living. Only her. If only I had Ciel-senpai with me. I wouldn't care what else I had to lose. For that sole reason, I have kept on living like this. But that is all over now. These past 5 years? Was it a long time? Was it a short time? I don't know. Liar. I don't want to hear those words. I have to thank you, Tono-kun. My work here is done now. All that's left is for me to take the responsibility for all of my actions. Liar. Yeah, but maybe there was some truth in there too. Because even though she deceived me, not even once. Thank you so much for everything until now. It has been a long time since I've been this happy. So let's finish with a handshake. You big liar. Not even once did she lie to me. Even though I'm not going to be here, please stay friends with Inui-kun. I wanted to be a student like you and Inui-kun. That person herself was a lie. I can't even think that Smile could really be a lie. But this is what reality is. Ciel is a lie, and she was staying near me only so she could kill me. I was fooled. She did not love me at all. And when she helped me when I was completely lost, too. And the time we spent during breaks for no reason, too. All of it was just to confirm if I was Roa or not. I grit my teeth. I grit my teeth hard. Damn it. I scratched the wall in frustration. Yes, I was tricked. Ciel got closer to me, calculating everything. Even still, feeling pain in my heart, I scratched the wall. Yes, I was tricked, but still, I can't hate Senpai. There's no way I can hate her. Even if it was all a lie for her, I really enjoyed it. No matter what, that's still true. It was only less than 2 weeks since I met Senpai, but I really was happy. Damn it. That's why I can't hate her. But that's an illusion only for me. That's why I regret only that. My vision wavers. Outside the window lies the white night. It's quiet here, almost like the bottom of a deep sea. Wavering quietly. Everything is fake, an illusion that disappears when you approach it. Like a mirage you can never grasp. Music stops. Suddenly. Oh, here she comes. I really like Shiki's monologues in these moments. They feel very heartfelt. But unfortunately, it's time to get a stake shot into him. She's coming. Kill her? Inside my head, I hear those words. If you don't want to die, slice her apart. If you think you're not mistaken, slice her apart. Just slice her apart already. Slice her apart, 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 slice, 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 slice. Ro is backseat gaming in his brain. He's got to cut it out. It looks like I'm really done. My head starts to rage again, but still, I don't want to die. If I don't want to die, there's only one thing to do. The footsteps get louder. Her shadow grows larger. Aren't you going to take off your glasses? Even knowing what it meant, she said that. In that case, I am going to not do that. I am not going to become a psycho killer today. Then, what do I do? No way. I bring my slightly trembling fingers up to my glasses and throw. Clang! The dull sound echoes through the hallway. There's no way I can do that! I shout angrily at the other person inside my head. It's the first time I ever wanted to kill myself. Clang, clang, the hard object rolls along the floor. I don't see any lines. What I threw away was my knife. I won't take off my glasses. I'll never do that. It's just that, since I don't have confidence in myself, I threw away my knife. If I kept holding it, I know I would have done something worse than me dying. And then she arrives. Neither her emotionless eyes nor that foreboding weapon change. She stops in front of me as I sit on the ground. How come? She doesn't finish me off. We just both stare at each other aimlessly. I have one question. The tip of her bayonet aims at my chest. Why didn't you take off your glasses? Why didn't you even try to fight me once? It's simple. It's just that the thought never crossed my mind. I can't do such a horrible thing to you, senpai. Horrible? Are you stupid? I'm going to kill you. I am not your senpai. I told you everything was a lie and you still don't understand. Her voice sounds irritated. She's really angry. I realize that even though her face is calm, her arms and legs are literally shaking with anger. I know. Senpai, you were deceiving me up until now. This person called CL Senpai never existed from the beginning. I understand that. If you understand, then why? It's okay. Even if Senpai is a lie, it doesn't matter. I really had a lot of fun. The time we spent together may not mean much to you, but it was very dear to me. That's why it's okay. Even if it's all a lie to Senpai, the fact that I was saved by that is still true. That's why it's okay. These past 2 weeks really were fun. But if I hate you here, I'll lose even that. Even if it's a lie to you, that's only half of it. As for my half, I want to make it real until the very end. Although exchanging my life for that might be a comical wish. For that you are going to throw away your life? Such a wish? Your wish is something that small? I see. Maybe it is kind of small. But right now, that is the second dearest thing to me. I can only think of one wish other than that. I have seen many people, but she takes a step forward. This is the first time I've met someone as stupid as you. Senpai places the tip of her bayonet right up against my heart. Shiki is pretty stupid, to be fair. How come? She doesn't pull the trigger. The eyes looking at me are completely empty. Those emotionless eyes that Senpai shows me. That doesn't mean she's a cold-hearted person, but simply she can't deceive herself. So in the end, I suppose all she could do was just kill her emotions. Yeah, I finally realized it. That whenever she showed those eyes, she wasn't fooling me. She was fooling herself. You're not going to kill me, Senpai? I forgot. In the end, I still must hear your confession. I am a member of the church, after all. Oh, I don't have anything to confess, but can I ask something? Yes. Please make it short. Yeah, it'll be quick. It's just, I was wondering why you look like you're going to cry. Like a jolt, I think Ciel's body trembled. I'm not crying. Certainly her face is stone cold as she denies this. Hearing that, I even tilt my head to the side. But all the same, But you still look like you're about to cry. I don't know why, though. That's just your imagination. I don't feel anything. The only emotion I have is the desire to die as a human. There's nothing else. She says this with her emotionless eyes. It's terribly sad. Knowing she's lying right now is just too ironic. How terrible. Even to the end, you're going to lie to me, Senpai? There's no response. As if she was frozen, she doesn't move. What about you? You're lying. I don't think your wish is to be killed by me, right? Of course, because if you die, there's nothing. I've already experienced it once, so I understand that. To tell the truth, I want to live. But I don't want to just live. Yes, I don't want that. Even if I manage to keep living, there's nothing for me after that. The person called Tonoshiki would die and would do things just like this person experienced. But more than that, if I live here, that means Senpai will be gone. I would not be able to bear living like that. Senpai, everything was fun up until now. The times I spent with you and Arihiko weren't bad. Even during breaks when you came, it was fun, almost like a dream. That's probably what my wish is. It can't ever be granted, but I really wanted that kind of life to continue. You still don't understand? I already said it was all fake. Yeah, but still, it really was fun. The instant I say that, my heart comes down. It's okay if it's just an unreachable illusion. I don't care if it was a mirage that never existed in the first place. No, maybe because it was an illusion. Even now, the times I spent with Senpai feel so dear to me. No matter what, I can't escape now. Then, if I can just keep watching that dream, then it would be such a great... How? Foolish, she says, and she slightly moves her bayonet. It sticks into my chest, just a little bit. It only goes into me slightly, like a fingernail's depth. Her eyes have stopped. All that's left is for her to take another step and it'll all be over. But that final step doesn't start. Bracing the bayonet, she stares at me with her emotionless eyes. She grits her teeth painfully. I see. It must be too difficult for her to do it while I'm looking at her. More than anything else, I also don't want to see this person's face on the verge of tears. So I won't trouble her anymore. I decide to close my eyes and accept my end. Thump. My heart quivers. Even though I'm prepared, the nausea and chills don't go away. Thump, 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 thump. My throat is burning. My fingertips shake uncontrollably. I know this is the best way, but still, I'm just scared. I frantically try to hold my breath that tries to spill out. She simply has to move 10 centimeters forward and I'll turn into a mere lump of flesh. Even though I'm supposed to be ready for this, my fearful heart is scared of disappearing without a trace. All I do is frantically close my mouth and try to accept my fate. It would probably hurt if I get stabbed in the chest. I'm scared of not being able to think like I am right now. Sweat beads on my forehead, but still I don't want to speak. If I quietly let everything end, Senpai probably won't have to feel guilty. Tss. I hear a gasp. Why? A forced voice. Why? How? The sword sticking into my chest quivers. How can you not hate me? No, what's quivering is Senpai's voice. I'm trying to kill you. I've deceived you until now. I've betrayed you and mercilessly hunted you down. Why does your face look so peaceful? Tap. With her sword still in place, she takes another step towards me. Answer me. I am going to kill you. Without any regards to your own will, just a one-sided murder. She does have a pretty good reason. It's true. Then you won't be compensated unless you hate me, right? Senpai questions me with burning intensity. Quit it. I'm working so hard to resist this fear, but if I answer now, my feelings might flow out. Or are you really just that stupid? I'm exterminating you as a dirty vampire, so why... Didn't I tell her it was nothing earlier? Because it isn't your fault, Senpai. Slice. The tip of the blade cuts into me further. It must have broken the skin because fresh blood seeps over my chest. Sharp pain. The wound isn't even deep, but just the slightest penetration by the seventh holy scripture causes my mind to shatter. My body shakes uncontrollably. The blood in my body reverses flow and I almost cough up blood in my pain. It hurts, right? I can actually terminate you without making you feel pain, but I am hurting you like this on purpose. Unless I enjoy this, we won't be able to call it even for all the time I had to spend with you until now. She seems to be speaking with difficulty. The bayonet plunges deeper. The pain causes sweat to pour out from me. I feel like my insides are going to flow out through my mouth. See, don't you hate me, Tono-kun? So please hate me. Tell me I betrayed you. Tell me it would have been better if you never trusted me. If you don't, I won't be able to kill you. Her voice shakes as she says this. But that's just strange. It's better if I don't hate her, but she still wants me to hate her. It's like she's telling me that being the bad guy like that is her punishment. But that is an impossible order. There's no way I can hate her. I just can't hate this person who looks like a child on the verge of tears. You can't be serious. I can't hate you, senpai. Stop it, please. Why are you saying that till the very end? I'm the one who's to blame and you're just a victim. Isn't senpai a victim too? And no matter what, I'll be taken over by Roa soon. Before that, before I make mistakes like Seal senpai did, I have to kill Roa. There isn't any other way to vanquish Roa than my death, so it just can't be helped. It's okay. It's not your fault. More than that, I'm sorry. Sorry to make you do this, senpai. Stop! Stop it, she says in a quiet voice, and her bayonet pulls from my chest slightly. No, I can't let Roa escape. The tip of the seventh holy scripture wavers. But that should end soon. I can't allow that, Tono-kun. A grinding sound. Senpai grits her teeth and stops the seventh holy scripture. The tip of it points at my heart. I hear her suck in a breath. Even with my eyes closed, I can feel her finger gripping the trigger. Click, right before the hard, metallic sound. Thank you. Even if it was a lie, it was good having you as senpai. In the end, I say what I wanted to tell her the most. Ouch. I can hear a voice. Sobbing. I can hear a voice that sounds like a crying child. A loud thud. The metallic pile falls to the floor. A bayonet sticks into the wall behind me like a spear. A pained voice. I realize who that voice is coming from, and I open my eyes slowly. There isn't the senpai that was there just now. The one I see standing before me is just a girl crying painfully. Yeah, exactly, Casket. There's the really good heartfelt stuff, and also here's some really terrible sex scenes, and also sexual assault for the drama. Her hands are empty. The seventh holy scripture lies fallen on the floor. The bayonet that should have pierced my heart is thrust by my side. Senpai just cries. I don't know what she's sad about, but she cries so painfully I expect her to cough up blood. Senpai, I call out to her. That's not fair, Tono-kun. It's not fair. Her throat convulses as she shouts like a spoiled child. Saying such a thing isn't fair. Why can't I? Her tears course down her face. I can't. Even though I can't even kill myself at any time, if you say that to me, I can't. She seems ashamed to see me. Saying thank you like that, I can't let such a happy person die like that. She covers her face with her hands and continues to weep. Senpai, seeing you cry makes me troubled, because I don't know what to do. My words might have been the wrong choice. Senpai cries even louder. Yeah, that's shaky, alright. He always makes the right choice with his words. Jeez, why are you doing this all of a sudden? I don't even understand why I did that. But I can't leave this person who's crying in front of me, so I pull her to me and embrace her. That's an alright CG. We collide with a thud. Senpai collapses against my chest and continues crying as she stifles her voice. I'm sorry. With a quivering voice, she says this over and over. What is this? Then the real I was Senpai up until now. Finally, I get to meet Senpai. It is really weird how, like, I'm so used to Shiki having, like, a face because of what you see in, like, Melty Blood. But, like, every time he's actually been in a CG in the original VN, his eyes have been, like, covered. It might be in some art somewhere else, but so far, there's been absolutely nothing of actually seeing his eyes that are so special. It was about an hour after I called her, but I feel like I've waited for so long. You don't have to apologize, senpai. I just want to do so, and I embrace her with my still functional right hand. Ah, a voice like something stretched was just snapped. Senpai finally stops crying. Yeah, it's really weird, because Shiki doesn't feel like the typical, like, self-insert guy, because he's such a fucking psycho. Like, I don't really know how you self-insert as this character. Thump, thump. I can hear the heartbeat of the person across from me like my own. It's awfully quiet. I can't find the right words to say, but staying like this, just hearing her heartbeat, is good enough. What I really wanted, what I really wished for, was just a small thing. Like this, it was just fine having Senpai like she is. Senpai, your body is warm. No, the one who is warm is you, Tono-kun. I am a very cold person. I did such terrible things to such a nice person. No, Senpai, I'm not kind. Even now, I just want to touch you, Senpai. I just want to stay like this forever. It's okay. I'm still alive, so it's okay. If we can keep doing this, it's okay. I died once, a long time ago. After that, I realized how much happiness it was just to be alive. A world where death can be seen. Yeah, I know. I've seen CGs from Fate's Stay Night that have like you see like Shiro's full body, full face. So it is probably just like a one-time thing for Tsukihime, where they're like, well, it's the style for you not to see the VN protagonist's face, and they broke out of that real quick. A world where death can be seen. A world where I can see death. Every time, things that are easily lost. But that's why being alive is happiness. To feel that, being able to feel Senpai's warmth like this, is an exceeding happiness by itself. Senpai, you are really dear to me. I don't want to die. I want to live as much as I can, and I want to be with you like this, Senpai. Firmly, I grip her hands. So I want you to live. Please, please don't say your wish is to die. There's no answer. Thump, thump. Just the beating of her heart through our skin. No, that can't happen. Suddenly she speaks in a crying voice. That's the only thing that kept me going until now. I could die. If Roa disappears, I could die. I must die. That's why I could bear everything so far. Because I killed my father and mother, because I killed everyone, because I became like this, and because I tricked you and tried to kill you, I, without delay, have to die. Why do you have to die? Certainly, you've done a lot of painful things, but that wasn't your fault, Senpai. You say that, but I did them all with my own hands, Tono-kun. No, the one who's at fault is Roa. There's no reason you have to die, Senpai. But there's no reason for me to live, either. Saying that, Senpai gives a mirthless laugh. I know. I know I don't have the right. I did so many horrible things. But why? She asks with a quivering voice. I don't deserve to be happy. That's why I never thought of it. That's why I never even dreamed of it. But why? Thud. Like a crying child, Senpai beats her hand against my chest. So why, now do I see this sinful dream? She buries her face into my chest as she says this. It was so fun. Even though I knew it was all a lie and I'm just playing out the life where I'm having fun, I thought it was fine the way it was. It was so much fun. I didn't want it to end even if I knew it was all a lie. An almost dream-like happiness that I wanted to always last just one day longer. I see. What we wanted, what we wished for was the same after all. But that selfishness can't be allowed. I have to kill Roa quickly and receive my punishment. I have no right to live a normal life like you, Tono-kun. Such a thing I understand without you saying it. If I'm wishing for such a dream and I can't even kill you, I can't do anything but disappear. There's no longer a reason for me to stay here. Senpai speaks with such an anguished face. Farewell. I was really happy to hear you thank me. Senpai pulls back from me. The heartbeat I felt up until now cuts off. This person has told me farewell so many times. Even that time. With a smile, she said it as if it was very important to her. Farewell. I really did want to be a student like you in Inui-kun. Really, why didn't I ever realize it? She would always say those simple things as if they were a distant dream for her. No, it's not a dream. I pull Senpai's body back towards me. Less out of love and more out of sorrow, I draw her close. Tono-kun, that's enough. No, I won't be fooled by your lies anymore, Senpai. I hold her close to me and she tries to escape. If you want to continue, then go ahead and do so. What you're talking about is definitely not a dream. That's impossible. Why? After all, it really happened in reality. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just funny. It's a way of life that if you wish for it, it will come back. Please don't call such simple things like that a dream. It's impossible. I've hurt you so much, Tono-kun. It's too late to go back. Oh, that's okay. I don't mind, so you shouldn't either. See, I think I got to experience something as rare as truly being chased by the one I like. I try to sound as jokingly cheerful as I can. Senpai is silent. And tonight, you looked really cool. Those clergy robes are good too, but your outfit tonight really suits you too. I was lucky to see it. Senpai is silent. I like how he's like, yeah, that pile bunker thing is really cool. It really hurt though. Senpai, you look different without your glasses. You were handsome and you looked older. As expected, Senpai is silent. No matter what I say, Senpai does not answer. I try as hard as I can to soften the mood, but fail miserably. I don't know what else I can say. Senpai, say something, or don't you want to talk to me now? Senpai doesn't answer. She just pats her forehead on my chest, softly, like a murmur. Idiot, is what she ends up saying. Tono-kun, you're an idiot. I'm not the person you think I am, so how can you be so nice? Because I don't want you to cry. I want you to laugh. I want you to cheer up. But I don't have the right. I don't have the right to receive your kindness. A right to receive kindness. I didn't have such a thing either. But still, the one who laughed it off and told me that I didn't need to say such a thing was her. I don't know. I don't know your circumstances, and honestly, I don't care. I'm not being kind to you for your sake, so don't worry about it. That time, after I killed Arquid and when I could only think of killing myself, just like what you said to me that time. Well, I think I'm doing this because I want to be kind to you. Your circumstances have nothing to do with this. It may be a bother to you, but just think of yourself as having been caught by a mean-spirited underclassman and give up. Harder, I hold her even more strongly to me and press our bodies together. Tono-kun, I don't know about your sins. I like you. I love you, Senpai. That's why I'm being kind to you. Everything else doesn't matter. I just want to be happy with you. I want to be with you forever, so I won't want you to die. But still, if you say you don't want to be happy, that's fine too. I'll just do what I want, and no matter how much you might hate it, I'll be by your side and make you happy. So please don't say farewell anymore. Saying that, I bring my hands to her face. Shiki-kun. After she says this faintly, completely naturally, our two lips come together. Shiki, I'm pretty sure Shiki's still, like, bleeding out, by the way. He got, like, a pile driver stake in his shoulder. Our lips separate. Seal Senpai lets her arms fall to the side and pulls back from me. The hallway is silent. Seeing the blue moonlight faintly shading the world jolts me back to reality. I just made a big fool of myself. Yes, I do remember he like got his arm all fucked up, but it didn't look that way in the CG. Like he said, he was literally folded into the shape of a triangle, which is really bad. Whatever. Couldn't ruin our romantic moment with our fucked up arm. Even though there's no way out, even for me, it's meaningless to embrace her. But I couldn't refrain from doing so. If I could, I wanted to stay like that forever. Tono-kun, is it okay to say that? Sorry, I wasn't thinking. I don't even know what to do with myself, and I was saying such haughty words. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking if you really can make that sort of promise with me. The weakness she had in her voice had disappeared completely. Of course. I'm like this, but as long as there's a piece of me remaining, I'll always love you, Senpai. Please don't say irresponsible things. If you're going to make me happy, you have to stay as Tono-kun. That's true, but it won't happen. I can't even trust if I'll be myself by the time tomorrow comes. Sorry. I'm hopeless. Senpai, when I get to a point where I can't turn back, at that time, I will not let you die, she declares. She strongly interrupts my words. I will not let you die. I won't let Roa have you. Senpai, but I will protect you. I will save you, no matter what. So please, do not say that. Senpai quickly stands up and with a serious face tends to my wounds. It seems they have already healed. It's nighttime, so your body is more like that of a vampire's right now. Thanks to that, you were not killed. Maybe we should give Roa some thanks. Trying to lighten the mood or something, Senpai gives a joke that isn't exactly easy to reply to. Tono-kun, can you stand by yourself? I can stand, but Senpai, is there really a way to save me? I can't say for sure, but if I go back to the Vatican, there might be a way. Unlike before, they had a sample, me, to research on, so they should have researched into how to seal Roa's soul while leaving the reincarnated human's consciousness. What's that? There was such an easy way, then why? Tono-kun, certainly the church may be able to help you, but what awaits you may be hell. To the people of the church, you and I are both heretics. You will get the treatment in return for helping their research. Although if you stay quiet about your eyes, you may not be treated like a lab specimen like I was, but in other words, it'll really hurt. Yes. And if they still could not heal you, you would be treated as a vampire. I don't want you to experience those terrible things worse than death. That's why It's okay, Senpai. Right now, we're at a dead end. If there's even the slightest chance, then we have to go wherever. And no matter how it turns out, I won't complain, Senpai. No, I won't let anyone hurt you. Please trust me on that. Yeah, I trust you, Senpai. I say that. Being a real small town person, I'm actually kind of worried about things like my passport and airfare. I feel like she could figure that one out. But what are we going to do? Are we going to the Vatican right now? No, I will treat you for tonight. Ro is a vampire, so when it becomes morning, he will calm down. It would be simple if it was just a matter of taking you to the Vatican, but your problem is something that should be kept low profile. Just like with me, you're something that should not exist, so you have to go to the hidden part of the church. But to take you there, I have to get some permission. Even if we were to minimally purify you, there aren't many places in this city where you could do that. There's only one place where we can purify you in our way in this country, so I have to take you there first. So are you saying we're going to the church tomorrow morning? No, it's not that simple. For an unbeliever like you to enter the Vatican, there is a long and frustrating approval process. So tomorrow, I'll go to the church in this country so that you can get a temporary permit. And that may take a number of days, so please wait in my room until then. I will place a blockade against vampires in my room, so you should be able to last against Roa for a week or two there. Oh, that's convenient. It's really weird that she made it, like, okay, I get it was also kind of a revenge thing, but she, like, made a big deal out of killing him when she's like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, well, maybe we could fix it. Your room, you mean I'm staying in your room? Tono-kun, your life is in danger, so please put up with it. Oh, you can at least let your sister know, but please don't tell her the details. Well, it's not like I can tell her in the first place. Then, shall we go? Yeah, Shiki will become Catholic. We have to separate the row inside of you to start off. She grabs my arm and starts to walk. There really is no trace of her weakness before, but it is a forced cheerfulness. Tsukihime making it really hard to hide the fact that Seal's route was rushed. Yeah, I can feel it, a little bit. Senpai really doesn't want me to be worried, so she's forcing herself. Thanks, Senpai. I speak in a low voice so she won't hear me. Here we are. It is a small place, but please make yourself at home. Yeah. Sorry for intruding. Being quite aware that I'm entering a girl's room this late at night, I walk in. Come on, dude. You don't have to be weird about this. This is to solve your vampire infection. Oh, there's probably gonna... my H-scene senses are tingling. Seal Senpai's room hasn't changed a bit. Senpai, so, what do I do now? Well, first we will temporarily silence the row inside of you, Tono-kun. Well, I say that, but my place itself is holy ground, so the advancement of Roa's consciousness will be greatly slowed just by staying here. Oh? Then I'm safe as long as I stay here. Yes, if we were to just stop Roa's mind from invading yours, this room should be enough, but... Hmm? Her cheeks flushing red, Seal Senpai hesitates as if she wants to say something more. Senpai? What's wrong? Is there another problem? No, it's not what I would call a problem, but it can be dangerous to your life. Senpai, if it's dangerous to my life, wouldn't that be very, very important? Well, you're right, but, if I say directly, Tono-kun, is there any part of your body that feels strange? Ugh, feels strange? Well, I do have inhuman strength right now. This dude is so bad at picking up signals. That's not what I mean, but don't you feel like this is really hot, or like I need to let it out, or something like that? That is, well, that urge to destroy was certainly in me until recently. And I did that horrible thing that you sure did. You sure did. You didn't have to bring it up again in this setting. No, I'm fine. Since I entered this room, I haven't heard that guy's voice once. Just like he said, it looks like he'll calm down if I'm in here. But that is the mental side of your problem, not your body. She's wearing her I don't know, her battle outfit, I guess. The powered seal outfit with the pile bunker. Seal Senpai still hesitates, like she has to say something rather difficult. I have no clue. I sit down on the floor to rest for now. Hey, you don't need to stand. Sit down. You must be tired after all that. Without answering me, she looks deep in thought. And then... Tono-kun, please take a shower. Huh? Because, like you just said, all that's happened. So it's strange if you don't wash yourself and calm down. Well, but... No buts, Tono-kun. You used my bath once anyway, so please don't hesitate. Seal Senpai pulls on my arm forcefully. Take a shower, Stinky. Uh-oh, Stinky. Hey, Senpai, I said it isn't good. She won't listen to me. She drags me to the changing area and forces me to take a shower. Of course, by myself. Seal Senpai is waiting for me in her room. How did this happen? I resigned myself to showering. As Seal Senpai said, my body is filthy. There's mud all over my arms and neck and my body reeks of sweat. I see. I locked myself in my room since yesterday, and it was like I was... Yeah, that's cool, man. Horny all that time, too. Horny, that's odd. I'm still... Yeah, very cool. Vampires are vampires just, like, horny all the time? I mean, okay. Vampire fiction is, like, the horniest form of monster fiction, so it makes sense. Yeah, I guess, okay, well, she did mention that, like, he was healing himself because of the onset vampirism. So we'll just assume his arm fixed itself. And also she said she tended to his wounds, too, because she can do that magic healing. Wait a minute, this is weird? Don't tell me. Since last night, urged by Roa's consciousness, since I attacked that woman on the street, I've always been like this? I feel terrified. That's bad. I'm supposed to be safe from Roa's will inside of Seal Senpai's room, but it seems like my body isn't calming down. Hey, staying erect for a long time, maybe isn't that... it is actually bad a thing. Haven't you heard the pill commercials? No, not maybe, but definitely in the first place. I don't know what's going on anymore. Is this a comedy bit going on right now? That's just wrong. I guess I have to? So I've been stiff all day. And since that can't be good, I'm going... I don't believe it. I can't do such an embarrassing thing. This is the bathroom, so if I did something she wouldn't find out, but still, this is too miserable. But being erect for a whole day is seriously bad. Yeah, it's affecting your blood flow, buddy. Jeez, even though I was almost killed by someone I liked until just now, why do I have trouble over such stupid stuff? Screaming out won't solve anything. I give up and decide to let it out. Very cool. Just shoot your goo, my man. Just do it. In there in the shower. You know, everybody has one of those days. I leave the bathroom. Ah, you're all clean now. You really did take a long time. Do you like taking baths, Tono-kun? No, that's not it, but I hardly have the strength to answer. I did such a thing that made my dignity literally wash down the drain, but still. So, how was it? Could you let it out yourself, Tono-kun? Senpai, you mean, it is indeed better to come in the sink than sink in the cum. So true. Senpai, you mean, she sighs. I knew it. If you've, held it in so long, it might not be possible to release it unless it is Roa's, Ro, the Roa chastity. I can't handle this. Come, Vegeta, get out of my head! Steel Senpai starts to blush and my cheeks flush red as well. Hold it in. It's a little troubling if she says it that directly. Uh, but like Steel Senpai said, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get the fire out of me by myself. In the end, I gave up trying to let it out and left the bathroom. I'll come out honestly. This isn't a situation where embarrassment should stop me. As you say, Senpai, my body is strange right now. Roa's No Nut November challenge. I swear, but I'm not thinking of any perverted things. I'm not, but my body just by itself has a hard-on, and I can't really say that I'd rot staying up like that. Oh my god. See, didn't I tell you you have to tell me if your body was strange anywhere? Then you were asking about this before? Yes. Tono-kun, you may not have realized itself, but you are pretty excited. I was able to calm down your mind, but we have to calm down your body too, or Roa will be able to take over. We have to have sex, Shiki! You have to have sex or Roa will win! I see. Hey, tell me those kind of things clearly. I feel so stupid not even realizing it until I was naked. This is like... These VNs do some silly things to justify sexual encounters. This is like we gotta have mana transfer. If I could say it clearly, it wouldn't be difficult. Oh, that's right. Of course she can't say it clearly because Seal Senpai is a girl. Sorry, but what should I do? I tried to do something about it, but it just won't calm down. This is like a fucking... What is this? This is like a rom-com bit. I gotta come! It's like my mind and body are two completely separate things. My body feels like it's hot, not mine, and I can't even get it in the mood for it. My boyfriend is possessed by a horny vampire. Geez, to say it frankly, it's like I have no sensitivities whatsoever. It would be easy if I could say it out loud like that, but I can't say that sort of thing to Senpai. I know. Tono-kun, I brought you here to heal your body. I knew it would be impossible just by yourself. I was the same way a long time ago, too. Well, at least it's, what's the line from, Resident Evil 4? At least there's no gender discrimination here. She speaks hesitantly. I see. Seal Senpai also had the experience of Roa taking over her body. So she knew this was going to happen to me. Senpai, then you know what I should do? Of course. Well, your mind right now is somewhat disconnected from your body. So more than yourself, someone else's skin, someone else helping you will make you feel better. Instantly, as soon as I hear her words, my mind goes blank. Someone else helping me? Senpai? That's what I mean. You may be unwilling to do it with me, Tono-kun, but please bear it. It is a technique to calm the soul, so it isn't sexual. Oh, then it's fine. This is great. This is work out. So please don't be so embarrassed. Ah. After she says it so directly, I don't know how to respond. Then, Tono-kun, please wait in the room. I also have some preparation to do. What? Senpai, are you going somewhere? Yes, I will also take a shower. I don't want to do it with all this paint on my arms. Oh, the tattoos aren't real? Even though she tells me not to be embarrassed, she also blushes. Senpai, this, we really shouldn't. It's fine, so please wait in the room. I'll prepare myself and go too. Bye, I'm embarrassed. Senpai dashes off the change and slams the door. Ah. Yeah, this is how you get around the Vatican's celibacy thing. It's not sexual, it's to get the vampire thoughts out of you, Shiki. There's no time to stop her. It's okay. It's like that old bit about how it's anal isn't real sex, so you can do that. Either way, I can't do anything unless I calm this thing down. I know it's taking forever advantage of her, but I'll have to take her goodwill for now. I convince myself like that, and as I enter her room, oh, Tano-kun, well, do you object to me wearing glasses or anything? I hear her voice from the other side of the door. Glasses? Senpai, why are you asking that? Well, I know there are those kinds of guys who care about that sort of thing. She sounds very embarrassed. Glasses, huh? Senpai really is concerned about the weirdest things, but her blushing face by the doorway is just too cute. Well, as for me, I honestly prefer Seal with the glasses. I think it's a really cute. Senpai isn't senpai without her glasses. That's right. Please wear them. Tono-kun? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. I said please wear them. For a few seconds after my declarations, only empty silence greets me from across the door. Yes, I understand. Then please wait in the room. I hear a knob turn and the sound of spraying water in the shower. No, I know this one you can choose either one. It doesn't affect anything. I just think you're really cruel if you choose not wearing glasses. I think Senpai looks great with her glasses. Plopping down on the bed, I look down at myself. I really am erect in a complete disregard to what I'm thinking. Senpai said it would be better to have someone else do it. She didn't say the method directly, but I can kind of see what it will be based on how she is acting. The instant I think about it, my heart jumps. Damn it, what am I thinking? I try to calm down by shaking my head. CL Senpai said it was just a method to suppress Roa. So it does not have any sexual meaning. Okay, I got it prepared. Okay, good. Just in case, I have the content blocker prepared. I guess when he gets healed, you get all that blood back, and, you know, it can go right down back to the dick. Roa's consciousness is quiet now, so I can't be excited myself. Calm down, calm down. I repeat it over and over like a mantra. While I do that, Seal Senpai comes out from the bathroom. My jaw drops down. Seal Senpai enters the room in a shocking outfit, wearing only a shirt and panties. Oh my, how shocking, how risk. Senpai, why are you dressed like that? 'Cause you're about to do the deed, my man. I have my arms in surprise as Seal Senpai gives an embarrassed smile. Is it that strange? I dressed like this to help you out. Help? With what? I tried so hard I could help you be more turned on. Seal Senpai gives a mumbled answer. I'm speechless. Being stared at it. This is way goofier than the one with Arquid. The one with Arquid was just like, oh, I love you. Let's make out now. I'm sorry. I guess I should have known it's not sexy at all for me to be dressed like this. What are you saying? Of course you look sexy in that. I respond instantly and realize I blurted out too much. Oh, I'm thankful for that, but that outfit is not good, Senpai. At this rate, I will go mad before Roa does. Tono-kun? I look away from Seal Senpai. The contour of her shoulder under that white shirt, her slender, naked legs, looking at them directly causes me to go out of control. I know she's intending to get me turned on to refresh me, but still. Senpai, I think we should stop. I don't have that much confidence. Please don't worry. I heard males are quite sensitive, so I think even I can refresh you. No, that's not what I meant by not having confidence. I mean, I didn't think I could hold myself back. Then let's begin, Tono-kun. What? Yeah, the seal A scenes are really hilarious. You got her acting like a weird dominatrix in the succubus one. I almost forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Like, she literally ties Shiki up in the succubus one. Can you take off your pants? It's alright if you just unzip them and pull it out. Senpai is ready, and she doesn't seem that embarrassed about it. Senpai, aren't you embarrassed? Well, I am a little uneasy, but your body won't last much longer if we don't do anything. I'm just thinking of it like lancing a boil. That is a fantastic metaphor. I love it. A boil, that's a pretty direct expression. You just gotta make it pop. Oh, Tono-kun. While I do this, please don't watch too much. I can't concentrate with people watching me. Saying that, Seal Senpai draws closer. I get more confused inside as Seal Senpai stays calm. Wait, we should stop. This is wrong. Senpai, I still want to go all the way, but I don't want to do it for a reason like this. Tono-kun, I have to leave you here tomorrow morning. This is the only time I have with you, right? If I don't do this right now, you will be like this the whole time I'm gone. Yeah, that'll be really bad. You'll, like, pass out from the blood loss. That's right. Yes, it's okay, so please just sit here. I'm not experienced, but I'll try my best. If you have an erection lasting more than 4 hours, call your doctor. Call your local Catholic. Her cheeks coloring faintly, she looks directly at me. I see. Senpai is embarrassed too. She's prepared herself, so I can't just stay here and fret about it. And then they kissed and it was very chaste. Exhausted, I just lie on the bed. Seal is taking a shower. I start to laugh. I'm carrying a bomb called Roa, but I don't even feel worried about that now. The person who I thought I lost so many times is here with me now. As long as she is here, there's nothing to be worried about. I embraced her at school. But that was more out of sadness than love. But this is different. This is only love. Shiki has become Catholic. In the end, we were able to share our affection. I love her so much, I almost want her to just stay here. Oh man, that was fucking... Woo! That was something else. The two of us ended up in bed, staring up at the ceiling without sleeping. If I said something, I'm sure I would not let her go. So without speaking, I just felt her breathing and her warmth next to mine. When morning came, she left the bed. Oh man. I'm going. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please don't leave the room, okay? It seems like she's bought enough food to last 2 weeks. I'll leave aside the fact that most of it seems to be curry. She fucking loves curry, man. Please don't run off with some floozy while I'm gone. I get really jealous. Ugh. She says a scary thing with a deep smile and then exits the room. We're 5 o'clock in the morning. This is how the last Monday in October began. Oh boy. Wait, what do you mean the last Monday in October? It's November 1st. It's the first Monday in November. Whatever. Endless Stone, Chapter 12. The room feels empty without Seal here. It's past 7 in the morning. My body still feels tired after everything that happened last night. Monday. Normally, it would be time for me to go to school, but Seal firmly told me not to leave this room. It's better if I don't go anywhere until Seal returns. Having to tell Akiha I won't be coming back for a while, and to Kohaku-san, I can't be forgiven, but the fact is I have to apologize to her. It's painful to leave those two things aside, but right now I think dealing with Roa takes priority. I pull the sheets over my head. Resisting the tightness I feel in my chest, I fell asleep once more. He's a sleepy boy after all that action. Okay. Ooh. Finally, we can go back to the normal shit. Whatever. Roa's narrating. I'm fine with this. Has your goal changed? No, the goal itself has not changed. I aim for eternity. I tried to seek out eternity for no reason. That was really a pure, undefiled will. Changed. I've changed my goal. The goal of attaining eternity has been degraded to a means to an end. How ugly is this? I understand so myself, yet I cannot change my heart. That woman. Because of that woman, I became impure. But what should I do? The human species does not have the power to live for 1,000 years. Mentally and physically, a human vessel cannot resist the wearing down of time. Even if you gained an immortal body as a vampire, you cannot stop the aging of the mind. You can stop the aging, but that is only a halt. There is no meaning to a mind which has stopped. I have to exist with the purity of my essence preserved. Unless I can be like that, I won't reach that woman. As expected, I will use the method of reincarnation, restarting from birth, being myself, and dying once more. In this cycle, I can exist while preserving the purity of myself. What I regret is that I've lost my original purity. I, like those other pitiful wretches, am wishing to continue existing as myself as it is right now. It was the first time I knew hate. Because everything, it was a downfall which would have never occurred if that woman did not exist. That woman? I remember a strong will and wake up. That woman. Throb. Uh-oh. Got the fucked up statics filter, that's bad. Ouch, throb. This woman I know? Throb. Gah, what is this headache? If it isn't natural. Ah! I hold my head with both hands. It hurts. I've never felt pain like this before. My head feels like it's being hit with a hammer. Gah! Stop! If this keeps up, it'll split apart. My head will shatter apart. My body convulses. It hurts. Won't it ever stop? Ah! It hurts so much that I smash my head against the table. A shattering sound. The glass table breaks into pieces. Oh, that's bad. Blood flows from my forehead, but it doesn't hurt one bit. More than that, this headache that comes for no reason is far more unbearable. I can't even pass out. How many seconds? How many minutes? How many hours will this pain last? Help! It hurts. Trying to do something about it, I stab my hand with my knife. It's no good. It doesn't hurt at all. CL Senpai has not come back yet. I look at the clock and it isn't even noon. It hasn't even been an hour since I woke up. There is another 20 hours until tomorrow morning. Just knowing that almost makes me go insane. Finally, we're back to the normal stuff of Shiki, like, in pain, writhing every day. Throb, throb, throb. I don't even know how long I withstood this pain. I passed my limit long ago. With all this pain, I'll die long before Seal comes back. Gah. If I'm in this room, this headache will stay. Outside. I have to go outside or I'll go insane. I can't. Seal told me not to leave this room. But if I stay here, I'll die before Roa takes over me. I'm saying I can't. My legs head towards the door. For no reason. I really wanted to see the golden moon. Oh, that's not good. You gotta stay inside, dude. The lines won't disappear. The wavering in my vision worsens. The night city is shrouded in a white fog as if it was a city that died thousands of years ago. There's no sign of anyone else. A cocoon that's like a spider's web is everywhere on every building. It's terribly quiet. Like a dead city at the bottom of a vast ocean. Yes, this is in fact a melty stage. In that illusion, I still walk. Overhead, the large golden moon shines radiantly. Is it the mercy of the moon? My headache has disappeared and my head is in a daze. Under the moon. As if under a spell, I continue walking. Night hangs over the park. In the middle of my hazy vision, there is one figure that looks clear. For some reason, it seems like the other me wanted this. The moonlight is strong, under the light as bright as the sun. There, Arkwid stands dressed in white. Hey, Arkwid, how's it going? It's been a while. Isn't it a wonderful moon tonight, Shiki? Arkwid, didn't you go back? No, I haven't fulfilled my objective yet. I can't go back before then, can I? Effortlessly, Arkwid looks at me with crimson eyes. Tss. My breathing stops in my throat. An unnatural pressure, nothing like when I confronted Senpai. This is the pressure that I feel being confronted as her enemy. I can't breathe. My throat doesn't move. If I do such extraneous movement, she would tear it out at the moment. Stupid, Shiki. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't side with that woman. Technically true, but we already did your route, so you know. Arkwood shows just a brief moment of pity. Then her eyes light up with pure delight like a happy child. Oh, she's got like the meathead shonen protagonist smirk where she's like, I'm gonna do a cool fight. So how is it, Shiki? How does it feel to have Roa inside you? Please phrase it some other way. The white vampire princess speaks with indescribable enmity in her voice. Feeling the danger that sends chills up my spine, I clearly realize the situation. Standing before me is Arkwood, who is trying to kill me. Our distance is about 7 meters. Damn it. With an opponent like this, you can't even feel safe with 100 meters, but she is only 7 meters away. What kind of nonsense are you saying? I confirm that the knife is in my pocket and play dumb. It's useless, you know. In the first place, Roa was made into a dead apostle by me. It's very easy for me to tell where the person who stole my power is. I see. Come to think of it, Seal said it before, that Roa became a vampire because he had his blood sucked by Arkwood. I don't know why. There have been 17 reincarnations before this, but this is the first time this has happened. She doesn't even move one bit. There's no reason for her to come closer, because this is well within her range. Yeah, have you seen some of those normals? They're huge. Crimson eyes. Being stared at by them, my headache returns again. Throb, throb. Inside my head, the vampire called Roa is wanting to emerge. Certainly I can sense Roa. Back then, Roa must have transmitted himself to you. I really don't understand why, though. It hurts. Every time Arkwood says his name, the memories of this guy rage in my brain. Throb, throb, throb. Hey, look. It's Hime. Where was it? Deep in the mountains, an old castle. The figure of a solitary girl bound there. Only that is burned into this man's soul, which was already become only a memory. I sure hope they add you to Type Lumina. We need to fuck that game up. Fuck it up. Put in Hime and Type Lumina. Do it. You know you want to fuck up that game. I don't understand. Even though she was a true ancestor, she was not even able to hold the meaning of her own existence, and was only used as a tool to hunt down fallen true ancestors. She herself does not receive any wounds whatsoever. The girl painted only in the crimson blood of her enemies. Not knowing words, the woman was just looking up at the moon as if she was some sort of idiot. Overhead, the huge golden moon. In that withering courtyard, only her figure was distinct. He felt her figure was beautiful, for the first time since he was born. Probably, no, definitely the only time in his life. Michael Roa Valdemyong fell in love with that white woman. This is the first time, not an impulse, but truly Roa's heart. The only remaining emotion. Roa's personality had long died, but it continues to exist without disappearing, that eternal memory. I see. That's why he hated Arkwood so much. White women did have Michael acting unwise, and he got turned into a vampire because of it. The woman who stole his purity. Just an instant. He only saw her for an instant, but his heart was stolen. The hated true ancestor that caused his purity to fall. That existence. He hated everything about that white vampire princess. What a mistake. What a mistake it was. Roa hated her so much that he reincarnated so many times and always waited for Arkwood to come pursue him each time. For that, he did anything. He deceived Arkwood, fooling her when she didn't even know she was a vampire, and let her suck his blood. Becoming a dead apostle of Arkwood, he used her power to destroy the remaining true ancestors and waited for her. Why did he not understand? The hate that caused him to reincarnate and wait for Arkwood. That isn't hatred. The man called Roa was so pure he didn't even understand his own emotions. To think about someone else so much it makes you go almost crazy. That feeling is very similar to hatred, but merely a single word. If this man called Roa could have been told his feeling was love, he wouldn't have made this mistake. For just an instant, no, for a long time, I saw the dream of the instigator of it all, the man who reincarnated to stay in the present. You're pretty composed. You're in front of me and not even running away. Or did you already give up, Shiki? Give up? What am I going to give up about? I won't lose to Roa. Tomorrow, for sure, Seal will return. So until then, I can't let myself be killed by Arquid. I didn't think you could still bluff around. I really thought over half of you was taken over by Roa already. I see, that's how it is. I'm already half Roa Valyong. Her voice sounds happy. I don't know what's so enjoyable, but it seems she still does have those kinds of human feelings. Then, if I can do something, maybe there will be a chance to run away. I don't know what you think you understood, but I'll settle the thing with Roa myself. I won't lose to Roa. If you say you want to kill Roa, then I'll kill him myself for you. So you can just... I won't listen if you tell me to go back. You intend to get the help of the church, right? I refuse to let them seal away Roa. Shiki, I want to eliminate Roa so I can get back my power. So, you know, if I don't do it myself, it would be meaningless. Then, no matter what, you're going to kill me, Arquid. But Shiki, the Roa inside you is very weak. He probably can't take away a person's will unless he's born into their body. He somehow managed to transmit himself to you, but that was all he could do. He is only able to live as your dark side. I could be your angel or your devil. Huh? Does that mean that Roa's will is almost nothing in me? Arquid, that means, yes, there's no need for me to kill you if that's the case. I'm fine just having the power Roa stole from me working under me. She's saying there's no need for me to be killed. So why did she come to see me? There's two sides to every nice guy. Every guy, a nice boy and a twisted fucking psychopath. Why does she look at me with those serious eyes? I don't understand. What are you trying to say, Arquid? I'm telling you to become my servant. What? She doesn't seem like she's joking. When Arquid and Senpai were fighting, she said it was just a joke. What? That wasn't a joke. No, I like you. So isn't it natural for me to want you side by side, want you by my side rather than to kill you? Snap. With that line, my headache pounds more than it ever has before. Roa, the guy inside my head rages against her words. I don't know if that came from delight or from deep jealousy. If you're willing to become my servant, I will stop Roa from consuming you. I don't think you even need to think about it, seeing how Roa will consume you like this. You say it so simply, but how do you intend to stop this Roa inside me? Huh? The only one who can stop Roa is you, Shiki. But that method would mean your death. My method is simply strengthening you. As long as your will is stronger than Roa's, then it doesn't matter how much he raises in you, right? Something bursts in my head again. Is this like reincarnation cucking? Like I'm fucking your reincarnation, Roa. Aren't you mad about it? Something bursts in my head again. Roa keeps raging. Don't let her fool you, he rages. This woman wants to make you her puppet. I take a deep breath. I won't believe Roa's words, but even if I can understand, the Arquid now is slightly different from the one I knew. Certainly what she says might possibly stop Roa, but a heart strong enough to resist these headaches means a heart that is so strong that it won't feel anything. I take off my glasses. I take the knife out of my pocket. I take the blade out and hold it at eye level. Shiki, I refuse. Sorry, but I won't be yours to possess. Because Seal is going to come back. I see. Then I guess it'll just have to be by force. A hard footsteps cracks through the air. You killed me once, so I always thought I should pay you back. It's true, he did cut her up. Her white figure rushes forward with a gust of wind. In that instant, the fight begins. Just imagine the melty fight in your head. Just imagine the best of three. Her claws meet my knife. Under the golden moon, even if she is my enemy, her figure is still beautiful. We repel each other again. To be honest, I can't even see her movements. We repel each other once more. Arquid isn't serious at all. But still, it should be easy for her to rip off my arms and legs. We repel each other again. My body moves without thinking. My arms and legs, this body, with just the intention of not dying, fends off Arquid's claws by itself. Tch! My lips curl in irony. I don't want to admit it, but it seems my body has become beyond that of a human's. In the dead of night, it seems Tonoshiki has become like Shiki, probably able to easily jump off the third floor of a building and be just fine. Clang. But this is it. From the very start, I knew I couldn't win against Arquid. First of all, I can't see any lines on her. I have no way of hurting her. Arquid said it once, that during nighttime there is nothing which can cause her death. Clang. She hits my knife. With just a swing of her arm, I fly through the air. I manage to land on the ground and ready my knife. No matter how much I look, I can't see any lines on her. Damn it. What nonsense you are. Yes, I am so right. In the deep night without the mercy of the sun, facing the princess of the moon is too reckless. Ha ha ha. My throat is burning. My heart feels like it'll explode. I realize since I saw her tonight, I was under the pressure of her crimson eyes and I haven't been able to breathe well. Have you realized it yet? She isn't even out of breath. Even though I'm gasping for air and my heart feels like it'll stop, she's completely relaxed. I do think it's really kind of neat, but also hilarious that, like, every time this story so far has proposed the idea of Shiki fighting Arquid, he just gets wiped. Like, the only reason he was able to cut her up in the first place is because he took her by surprise. Geez, you really are stubborn. If you had that much strength, you should have gone ahead and killed Roa. What are you saying? Gasping, I managed to suck in air. Kill Roa? That means to kill myself, right? Well, to fight and kill myself rather than running away maybe indicate a strong heart, but you don't seem to understand. Shiki, your eyes do not kill the body, but the meaning, existence itself. The death of things, those points, are not something that kills the body. It does not mean you are killing their life. That kind of power is very common in this world. Shiki, your unique eyes, they kill the meaning of things. What is destroyed is the existence. The extinguishing of life is only a side effect that comes afterwards. With your power, it is possible to kill the soul without harming the body. Usually, a body without a soul will cease to live, so it is like suicide. That's different for you right now, right? Because you have two souls in one body. I like how she's like, what, you're an idiot, you haven't figured this out yet? Like, I was fighting you for no reason because I thought you had figured this out and just decided not to. Well, it's always the case that the weaker one loses. You do seem to be about even right now with Roa. I suppose there is a high probability that you both will disappear. Hey, wait. What do you... No, I won't wait. Gah! I hear a sound from behind my head. Her body pushes up against my shoulders. I'm down. In an instant, without me knowing what's going on, Arquid has pinned me down. They've used the CG before, but I still like it. Arquid glares at me without speaking. Her body weight against my shoulders. She stops as if hesitating over what to do with me. I gasp, but it might have been just her silence. This is what Seal looks like when she sees cringe. This close. Now that we are so close, I may be able to see it. I stare at her body. The core of my brain screams in protest. Completely unlike the pain of my headache before, as if it really were tearing itself apart. But it's no good. I can't read the death from an existence like Arquid. Daytime might be different, but at night, she is close to being a perfect life form that doesn't even carry the concept of death. What do you intend to do with Roa, Arquid? You said you wouldn't kill me, but as long as I live, Roa will still be alive. I don't care about a diluted Roa. Yes, that's why I could have let you go, Shiki. Oh, you don't have to hold back. Go ahead and let me go. Don't worry about me and go home, back to your daddy. What? But you know, isn't it natural for me to take back my own power? What is that? What did that even fucking mean, Shiki? And more than anything else, I do like you. Squeeze. The body weight on my shoulder becomes even heavier. More than killing you and destroying Roa, I want to take you in. So I won't kill you, her red eyes seem to say. I can't believe it, but it seems I really like you. That's why I'll save you. I won't suck your blood and I won't do anything you won't like. So please listen to what I tell you, her red eyes say. Those are, without a doubt, her true feelings. I know which one I should do, but I'm kind of curious about, like, the bad end here. Let me create a save. I'm curious about what this entails. I remember the times I spent with Arkwid. The first time I saw Arkwid, I was certainly insane. I don't know what caused that impulse, but still, there is something I can be sure of. I, Tonoshiki, the instant I saw that white vampire, had my heart stolen. Even though she is a vampire, a true ancestor, she's still innocent. She lacks common sense. It was the one who got me involved in this mess. Even though I killed her, she forgave me with a smile. An unknown image of the past, the parasitic ghost of Roa's attachment to Arkwid Brunstad. Even if it influenced me, This is your last chance, Shiki. Do as I say. Arkwid's voice is shaking. Her voice filled with fear of rejection tells me, the most important person to me is CL. That doesn't mean I can hate this person. Holding CL dear to me is true, but my fondness for Arkwid is also true. It has nothing to do with Roa's influence. As Tonoshiki, I am attracted to her. Shiki, or do you really hate me that much? Don't be ridiculous. If I could hate you so simply, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I apologize to Seal in my head as I say that. He's literally saying the same thing he said to Seal. This is the Seal NTR arc. Eh? Arkwid tilts her head. Wait, Shiki, what does that mean? This idiot. Damn it, she just won't understand unless you say it directly. Arkwid, Sorry, Seal. I'm about to say something I shouldn't. I can't hate you. I'm probably attracted to you. Arkwid's eyes narrow. After a tense pause. Really? She asks in a drained voice. Hey now. It's useless to lie in this kind of situation. I don't want to admit it, but I'm attracted to you. Ever since I met you, I've always been attracted to you. Arkwid's face brightens. Her hands, which were pinning me down, let go, and she happily tries to get up. I think Shiki just likes being pinned down by her. Cause like he gets pinned by this powerful woman. He's like, oh, sorry, Seal. But still, I can't do as you say. She freezes instantly. She takes her hands, which were letting go, and puts them on my arms again. Shiki, what do you mean? You like me, why can't you listen to what I say? Or are you saying you can't trust what I say? I believe you. You have a lot of secrets, but you never lied to me. And if you say it's possible to do something about Roa, then it's probably true. You understand. Then what's wrong? Don't tell me you don't want to get rid of Roa's power. She stares at me, dissatisfied. Jeez. No matter what situations we're in, I guess you'll always be a little bit off. Hey, I'm just an average guy. I wouldn't want this power even if you asked me to take it. If I could, I wanted to throw it in a trash can right now. Question mark? Then why don't you want this? If you become my servant, you can bring down Roa right away. Shiki, you're being weird. You're the weird one. Look, Arkwid, I'm attracted to you, but the one I like the most is someone else. That's why I'll never become yours. Oh? I see. Shiki, you're still saying that woman is better. Arkwid's voice turns cold. This is bad. I think I really got her pissed. That's fine. I don't mind if you like someone else. Shiki, you're the first person I've ever liked. So if you like me even just a little bit, then nothing else matters. So even if you don't think about me the most, I don't mind. Because if you're my number one, isn't that enough? Cold eyes shine over her smile. A mixture of chilling coldness and innocence. But that woman is different. Yeah, they should just become a throuple at this point. You're exactly right, Sipperhands. She's the one to take you from me. It's better if you hate me. Aw, man, in the end, I guess I do have to use force. You may hate me for this, but if I do this, you'll never be able to leave me. Arkwid bites her lip after saying that. Drip. A bead of red blood forms on her lip. Hey, Ark, wait! I yell out, sensing some kind of danger, but Arkwid looks down and pretends not to hear me. I try to free myself, but I'm not in time. Like that. Arkwid's lips press onto my mouth. This isn't a kiss. Arkwid is just trying to get me to drink her blood. Something tells me this is really bad and I resist frantically. You know, it took this long for her to actually, like, thing that's typical of like sexy vampire fiction to actually happen in this. Like the forced vampire blood kiss, that's a classic. Something tells me this is really bad and I resist frantically, but her arms grabbing me are strong and the sensation of her lips feels so good my struggles grow weaker and weaker. You filthy thing! And then my whole world suddenly jolts. Eh? When I open my eyes, I see Arkwood's body flying through the air. Arkwood is hit directly by countless swords that came flying through the air, and she flew right along the brick pathway and disappeared into the trees. Huh? I looked down the opposite direction for where Arkwood disappeared to. Crap. I see Seal Senpai is there, her shoulders shaking. I can feel the heat of her glare. Ruh-roh. Staring at me like I was her enemy, Seal walks over with sharp footsteps. She smiles and stretches out her hand to me. I grab her hand and manage to stand back up. Seal Senpai? You're back already. Yes, I was worried about you, Tono-kun, so I hurried back. But when I came to my room, I was surprised. I told you not to leave the room, but you weren't there. There's a big reason for that, and it's a long story. Then please, go ahead. I don't know what you were doing with Arkwood, but I'll at least listen to your excuse. Senpai, I'll say this now, but it isn't what you think. I didn't do anything with Arkwood. What you're thinking is just a false accusation. Well, this is being played like a comedy bit right now. It's really weird. I see. So you're saying that there's nothing going on and it's all just a misunderstanding on my part? Yeah! Alright, way to go, CL Senpai. I knew you'd understand right away. I raise my hands in the air and cheer. Being glared at, I lower my hands. Oh well. Unfortunately, taking care of her takes priority right now. But Tono-kun, I'll definitely ask you about this later on. She looks away from me and towards the thick trees. Even I can feel something straining forth from that direction. Chill. An uneasiness like an unseen poison is starting to fill the air. Please get away, Tono-kun. The girls are fighting. Seal walks towards the bushes that Arkwood disappeared into. Get away? Seal? I can't listen. Before Seal and Arkwood fought in this park, even at that time, Seal didn't stand a chance against her, so I can't let her fight with Arkwood alone. But I don't want to even think about me and Seal both attacking Arkwood. Wait, Senpai! Arkwood didn't do anything. She's not a bad vampire, so... Tono-kun, when it comes to vampires, good and evil do not matter. They are an existence that must be eliminated once they mix into human society. And it's already too late. She intends to kill us already. Before I can say, that's not true, Arkwood's figure appears, swaying like she's sowing the seeds of death. Uh-oh. Another surprise attack. Not so much you being unoriginal, but just having a sick personality instead. She's going sicko Red Arc mode. You talk too much. Against an opponent who emerges unscratched where normal vampires would have been killed 6 times over by those black keys, any method should be fair. It's sickening to have a monster like you comment on my personality. Sparks are flying between the two of them. That isn't a metaphor, the air really is charged. Arkwood's hostility invades the air so much that the simple act of breathing burns my lungs. Seal Senpai is similar, and it seems her robe is more bulky than usual. It seems she's prepared for total war this time, and it looks like she's holding all sorts of freaky weapons under there. Oh? I wondered what you did going back to the church, bringing out the black barrel. I guess the rumor of you giving boring knowledge to enhance was true. It doesn't concern you. Well, since you will be sealed here, there won't be anything that will concern you ever again. Arkwood's arm lowers. She's serious. The next instance, she'll probably attack Seal. Seal would fight back. No matter who wins, I already know someone is going to get hurt. I can't let that happen. I couldn't stop it before, but now this time I have to stop it. I am the one who brought this situation on. Seal Senpai and Arkwood. If I think they are both very important to me, then... You stupid idiots! I have to stop them even if it costs me my life. The air vibrates. Arkwood is looking directly at Seal's neck. Before then... Wait! I throw myself between the two of them. You're in the way. Be quiet, Shiki. You're in the way. Please get back, Tono-kun. I am pierced by both of their gazes. A headache and chills. They both really think that I'm in the way. My spine screams as I bear the full brunt of their enmity. There's more. My headache worsens. It's in reaction to seriously gazing at the lines of death. And Roa's reaction to me trying to kill Arquid, perhaps. Stop it, you two. There's no need for you to fight. Don't be ridiculous. There never was a person in the first place. Or, I'm sorry, there never was a reason in the first place. Just get back, Shiki. Even if it is you, I won't let you go if you get in my way. Just like she says, this does not concern you, Tono-kun. Even if you stay here, we're going to fight anyway. They're not listening to a word I say. Well, I was prepared for that anyway. I see. Then it can't be helped. If you're going to fight no matter what, then I'll have to do it myself. Eh? It can't be helped if you won't listen to what I say. If you two intend to kill each other, I'll just stop you, even if I have to kill. Gripping my knife strongly, I stare at the world almost hard enough to fry my brain. Thump. My brain throbs as if turned into another heart. Bathed in agony, where sucking in my breath seems to break every bone in my body, I stare at the death all around me. Tono-kun, you shouldn't. If you use your eyes like that, the blood vessels in your brain will explode. I can't help it. If I don't do this, I can't stop Arquid. In contrast to the panicking seals, Arquid just stares at me with cold eyes. Damn it, Arquid standing like that, it seems like she knows I can't see any of her lines. Of course. You just risking your life will let you see any points of death on me. Well, you may be able to find some lines, but that's meaningless as well. Why, you're not cute at all. Crap. I'm going to pass out. If you understand, then stop. If your consciousness dies, then Roa will take over. If that happens, then not even I can help you, Shiki. I can hear Arquid's voice. All the same, I've decided to stop them. Such a thing can't stop me. Tono-kun, can you see lines on Arquid? Suddenly, Seal-senpai's voice calls out. Shh! Arquid clicks her tongue disappointedly. Seal-senpai rushes towards me, ignoring Arquid, who just stands there. Tell me, Tono-kun, you can see lines on Arquid. I nod to Seal's frantic question. Good. Then you can be helped, Tono-kun. I gave up hope, but with this, we can really separate Roa from you. The hostility I sense from Senpai disappears. Thank God. I don't know why, but it seems like Seal stopped fighting Arquid. I see. Senpai, you found a way to eliminate Roa from inside me at the church. Her enthusiastic voice cuts off. Seal looks down and raises her head. No, there was no way to help you at the church. I came back this early because it was a dead end. I gasp automatically, because that means the only thing left for me is to be consumed by Roa. But Tono-kun, if you can see that which can cause Arquid's death, then it is a different story. Roa is Arquid's dead apostle. Even if he is separated right now, his connection to Arquid is as the source of his power does not change. So if you are able to destroy Arquid, then Roa will have to get weaker. What? Eh? I can't quite grasp what she says right away. Arquid just stands there, listening to the conversation between CL and me. By myself. No, even with the treasure of the church, I cannot destroy Arquid, a true ancestor. The best I can do is seal her away. But if you can see those causes of death on her, then it is a different story. Tono-kun, lend me your power. You help me, even I can kill Arquid. My breath stops in my throat. Me? Help kill Arquid? Me? She's saying I have to help kill Arquid so I can save myself from Roa? No, I can't do that. Huh? Their voices overlap once more. What are you saying, Tono-kun? If you don't do that, Roa will take over. And weren't you looking for her lines to kill her? No, you got it wrong, Senpai. CL, I don't want to kill Arquid at all. I just wanted you two to stop fighting, and this was the only way I thought I could stop it. That may be true, but if you do not kill Arquid, you will disappear, Tono-kun. I don't want that. Why? Why are you saying Arquid's life is more important than your own? Senpai is right, but I don't know. But I can't hurt Arquid. Sorry for being selfish, CL. I can't hate her. That's why, even to save myself, I can't kill her. Tono-kun, you like her? Of course not. I love you, CL. That's no lie. There's only one person I hold the most dear. CL closes her mouth as she hangs her head. I don't sense any hostility or envy from her at all anymore. Now, if I can get that person staring at me with a sour expression to go away, everything will be just fine. Arquid, please, can you give up? I will definitely take Roa. I don't know how long I'll remain, but at the very end I'll pierce your point of death and kill Roa. Arquid reads my mind. I refuse. The very end means Roa will have almost taken you over completely. Do you think you can kill yourself in that situation, Shiki? She makes some cutting remarks. Then what are you saying I do? Go tell you once Roa starts to consume me? No, you don't have to go through all that trouble. It'll be all fine if you just kill yourself right here. You should kill yourself. Now! Easily, with her usual expression, Arquid speaks cruelly. What are you saying? Such a thing I could not allow even if Tono-kun accepted it. Hey, Seal! I hold Senpai back, who tries to attack Arquid. Arquid, maybe that is the best thing for you, but can you just let it go? Nope. You understand that's the best way too, right, Shiki? So I won't wait. If you don't kill Roa right now, things will get difficult later on. I desperately hold on to Seal, who goes wild in my arms. Well, I wanted Shiki to drink more of my blood, but with Seal here it's a little bit difficult. So I will compromise. Didn't I say so earlier, Shiki? That if you become mine, you could rid yourself of Roa right away. It's already more than half done anyway. What? Tono-kun, you drank some of Arquid's blood? Breaking free, Seal Senpai glares at me. Well, when Arquid was pinning me down earlier, she forced me to. Is there a problem with that, Senpai? Yes, it's a huge problem. With that, you're pretty much under her influence. If you have her blood inside you, you'll be just like an extension of her, like an arm or a leg. Then you mean, yes, no different than a dead apostle who got his blood sucked. I look over to Arquid. Heh. Why, that little smiling like that, no wonder. Arquid, is that what you mean by using force? What part of this is not doing something I won't like? You sucked my blood, you big liar. You got it all wrong. I didn't suck your blood, I just gave you some of my blood. So that's why you didn't turn into a dead apostle. It's totally different. It's the same thing. To have your blood inside someone means they cannot disobey you. And if you go too far, your genetic information as a true ancestor will invade and destroy his human genetic information. If it's your blood, only a little would destroy a human body, right? How rude! I won't make such a sloppy mistake. In the first place, Shiki's body is already invaded by Roa and is almost a vampire's body anyway. In this case, I think my blood helps. Besides, Shiki won't listen to what I say. With only one drop of blood, it'll only take him some willpower to refuse my orders. Besides, I didn't suck Shiki's blood, so his body is his own. You know already, right? A vampire makes a target their own by sucking the target's blood and mixing it with their blood. But still, you forced Tono-kun to drink your blood. What in the world were you thinking? It's obvious, right? I made it so that Shiki can beat Roa even if Shiki and Roa die at the same time. Now Shiki is under my influence, you know? Even if Roa and Shiki are equal, if I give Shiki backup, it's only natural that Shiki will survive. Seal Senpai's mouth opens in shock. Do you understand? You said you'll help Shiki, but my method is much better than yours. Come on, if you understand, then hurry up and get away from Shiki. They're fighting over a boy. Seal Senpai's mouth opens and closes. It seems things have taken a sudden twist. Well, to be honest, I was thinking about not telling you about it, but I think it might be alright. Earlier, Shiki said he liked me. Let's see. If Shiki says he likes me more than CL, I'll help out this time. Arquid smiles. Not at me, but at CL Senpai. CL Senpai's shoulders start quivering furiously, and hold on a second. No, not a chance. Even without your help, I'll somehow save Tono-kun. I'll let you go for tonight, so just go back. I suppose I can go back, but then Shiki will disappear. So you're saying it's okay if Roa takes over Shiki as long as Shiki's body remains? My body is... Don't be stupid. I want Roa to be destroyed more than you do. I can't bear Roa taking away the person I hold the most dear anymore. Then it's simple. Shiki just has to promise he likes me more and Roa will be destroyed completely. I think that's fulfilling both our goals. My body's feelings are starting to fade away. Those are two completely different matters. In the first place, there's no reason for us to trust you. I won't let Tono-kun walk such a tightrope like killing himself. Then, you look like you'd rather kill me. Anyway, with Shiki the way he is now, you can't. Rose invaded his mind enough already, so it's easy to see that if you stress him any further, his mind will collapse. I think that's already happening. If Shiki didn't strain himself to stop us, he might have lasted for a few more days, but the way he is now, he can't resist Roa for long. Take a look, he's desperately resisting a headache right now. Like that, tonight would be, huh? Hey, Shiki, don't tell me you're already at your limit. Tono-kun. Awareness. I still have my awareness. Oh, it's all blue. My body can still move. So why don't I feel like I'm alive? The Ro invasion has begun. I'm losing my grip on reality. Tono-shiki is fading away. Tono-kun, hang in there, Tono-kun. CL's voice. Even though she's holding me, I can't feel her at all. Shiki, if you can hear me, hurry. There's no time to hesitate or think things over. Arkwood's voice. Her hand grabs my palm. What's there is my knife. You said it before, that at the very end you'll kill Roa with your own hands. If you're ready, you have to kill him now. You're the only one who can kill him, so it's meaningless unless you kill yourself while you're still there. You can't, Tono-kun. If you do that, you'll just die. If you just focus, you can resist that headache. You can come back, Tono-kun. That's right. I was already prepared. Thump. Roa's mouth is already right there. Before that, I stare at my body. That point exists right on my scar. Come to think of it, Shiki said something like that. What kills a will is another will. Stop, please stop. You can't be sure what Arkwood is saying is true, so why? Yeah, I understand why CL is worried. But what Arkwood says is the truth, because she never lied to me even once. I placed the knife on my chest. There are two wills in one life, then with one death, with a simple calculation, only one will die. Well, I think that's too simple, but I'll believe it. Even if it doesn't turn out like Arkwood says, no matter what, Roa will consume me eventually. Then, I'll kill you right here. Your reincarnation is at an end. What I see is my death and the death of Roa's soul. After I sense someone gasping, squeeze, someone grips my hand hard. I can hear someone speaking softly. Hot blood courses through my body and I feel someone embracing my back. I see. This is nothing. I'll probably, definitely survive no matter what happens. I believe firmly and I strengthen my grip around my knife. Roa, if what kills a will is a will, then you are alone and there are three of us. There's no way we can lose. Allegedly. After walking down the usual road and entering the usual alley, I come out to a strange place. I never knew this place was on the way back from school to the mansion. A clearing. There's no walls around, but I don't feel anyone else around here. It's so quiet that it feels like this is the only place in the world, and in it, someone sits on a bench reading a book. A man with long golden hair and small round glasses. With deep chiseled features and golden hair, there's no doubting that he's a foreigner. Despite his very set features, there is an atmosphere of softness to him. Even though he looks cold-hearted, his eyes seem gentle. It's probably because of that. So I talk to this strange person. After looking up, he asks me what I want. I inquire what he was doing. With a smile, he says that just like it appears, he is reading a book. I then ask if it is interesting. With a terribly kind smile, he declares that nothing is interesting at all. He stands up. He leaves the old book that he was reading on the bench. I call out to him. I tell him he forgot his book. Over his shoulder, he says he is done reading it. The pages of the book are flipping, even though there is no wind. The pages unbind, and page by page, they fly away, far away as if they were disappearing into nothingness. As if hiding in the paper storm, the man's figure starts to fade away. I ask where he's going, but he just responds that he never was anywhere to begin with. There is only an observer which reads the book. If the book ceases to exist, the observer also ceases to exist. At last, all the pages fly away and the book becomes nothing. The man's figure is obviously nowhere to be seen. If that's the case, there is no surprise the memories which do not belong to me of this place also disappear. The book carrying the memories of long reincarnation disappears. and the vampire called Roa gracefully dies after 800 years. Motherfuckers do be observing, though. Son, an epilogue. Oh, did we get the true ending anyways? Because it says to choose don't obey Arquid, but maybe we got enough CL points that it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe we just won't get the perfect ending. Well, what happened from there? A small noise wakes me up. Creak, creak, creak. A sound like a burglar quietly opening a window. After that, footsteps come toward me. Shiki, it's morning, get up. Someone shakes me. Resisting my headache, I slowly open my eyes. Oh, hi, Arquid. Morning! If it's great weather today, Shiki. Arquid, yeah. Holding my still sleepy head, I look at the trespasser in front of me. Arquid acts as if it was completely normal for her to be here, and I'm surprised at myself for feeling the same way for a brief moment. What? If you have something to say, you should just say it. You're always looking so troubled recently. Hey, whose fault do you think that is? If it's because you do things that make my head hurt starting early in the morning and cause me to have stress when I shouldn't have any. In the first place, if Senpai finds out, she'd kill me before she kills you. Really. Or if Hisui comes in right now, Akiya would kill me before Senpai would. Aha! In that case, you'd finally be breaking up with CL, right? But that's okay, I'll take responsibility and take you with me. She laughs like it's funny. It's kind of funny. Of course, I'm not laughing at all. You're actually serious. Of course! I don't joke that often. That's true, your existence itself is like a joke. Hey, that's being discriminatory. You're so nice to everyone else, why do you only say such things to me? She looks me right in the eye. I'm a bit troubled. As usual, Arquid is without hesitation and doesn't take a man's heart into consideration. Of course, you can't be kind to someone who sneaks in no matter how many times you tell them not to. Come on, get it out. I'm going to change. Looking away from Arquid, who's directly in front of me, I stand up on the other side of the bed as if running away from her. And then, the sound echoes through the room. Shiki-sama, have you awakened? Hisui's voice. The clock says it's 10 minutes before 7. Crap! Arquid, hurry, get out the window. I hurry to the window and motion her to come to the window. But Arquid just looks at me like she wants to say something and stays in the center of my room. Arquid, please, just get out. She's not listening. Shiki-sama, you are awake, are you not? Ah, wait, I'm changing, so just wait. Changing? I have your school uniform here, however. No, that's not it. Anyways, just wait. I'll be done soon, so please wait. I guess she didn't like me saying it'll be done soon as Arquid starts to look angry. What are you dissatisfied about, Arquid? I can't do anything if you just selfishly come here and get angry. If you have something to say, just say it. I yell at her, but quietly. And then, because you don't play with me recently, so I thought I should trouble you a bit, Arquid says quietly. She's very possessive. Hey now, I told you students have those things called exams and are busy until they are over. Once I'm done, I'll spend a whole day with you, so you can leave for now? Really? You'll do that before CL? I'll try. Yay! It's a promise, okay? Then I'll be waiting outside. With a light hop, Arquid jumps out the window. Please excuse me. Hisui enters as if she was merely trading places. Shiki-sama, I heard some voices speaking. Did anything happen? No, I was just musing. Sorry if it was confusing. Poem yet to be titled, that wasn't very amusing. She stares at me wordlessly. The funny thing of Arc and Shiki relationship is that Shiki's the only mean to her and Arihiko, and both of them say, why are you so kind to everyone but not me? Makes you think. Arihiko and Shiki truly do have some the guys energy. Arquid is coming here practically every day, so Hisui might be catching on. My, look at the time. I'll hurry up and change and go to the sitting room, so please go ahead of me, Hisui. I understand. Then please excuse me, Shiki-sama. Where's the Arihiko route in the remake, Nasu? You coward, you bitch coward. With a succinct bow, she exits the room. I guess it's only a matter of time before she finds out. I have to somehow tell Arkwood not to come to my room at least in the morning. Good morning, Nissan. As soon as I enter the sitting room, Akia greets me with a bit of an edge to her voice. Morning, Akia. You're really taking your time this morning. I thought you needed to leave soon in order to be on time. Akia's ladies' boarding school is in the next prefecture. I didn't realize it until recently, but Akia won't make it to school on time unless she leaves 30 minutes before me by car. Nissan, did you forget what I told you last night? Winter break started yesterday for me. Since I go to a private school, it is on a different schedule than yours. Oh. Now that you mention it, she's in her normal clothes. Meaning, I'm the only one who's busy. If you understand, then please go to the dining room. Your breakfast should be prepared already. Okay, then I'll go right away. I leave behind Akia, who's already on break from school, and walk into the dining room. I thought that would lead to a bad end, that choice, but it seems like we're on track? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I feel like Seal is going to be mad at her that we kind of sort of chose Arkwood over her. It's hard to say. After breakfast, I return to the sitting room. Akia stares at me coldly, as if she is in a terrible mood. Akia, did something happen? No, not really. Just while you were eating, a guest came for you, Nissan. A guest? This early? Yes. It seems she came to pick you up, an upperclassman from your school. I have her waiting at the entrance, so you should probably hurry. She glares at me. It seems like it wasn't my imagination that Akia is in a sour mood. No, more than that, it has to be Senpai who came here. I wonder what happened. For Seal Senpai to suddenly come pick me up today? I'm sure I'll find out when I see her. Well, I'm off. I have a test today, so I'll be back past noon. I'll look forward to it. When you come back, I want to hear your story about the Seal Senpai. Giving an empty, scary smile, Akia watches me leave. She's a protective sister. Oh, good morning, Tono-kun. Just like I thought, the one waiting for me is Seal Senpai. Yeah, good morning. Wait, Senpai, why did you come to pick me up today? I ask her a perfectly natural question. Well, it is also an excuse for Hisui, who's watching things from behind. No, I don't have much of a reason. If I had to say, I just had a bad feeling. I see. I'm happy that you worry about me, but it is a little troubling. Well, I think about how I should introduce her to Akia. I'm not sure why, but I have this premonition that Akia and Seal Senpai won't get along at all. No, I'm pretty sure of it. Well, shall we go? We don't have that much time. Nodding yes, Seal Senpai and I start to walk. We await your return, Shiki-sama. Hisui sees me off past the gate. I'm surprised, Tono-kun. You have such a cute maid see you off every morning. Yeah, but it doesn't really mean anything. I tell her not to, but Hisui is just very conscientious about seeing me off, that's all. Hisui-san really is dedicated, but your family must be really rich to have maids. Seal is awfully nosy. Was she talking to Hisui while I was eating breakfast? Senpai, I'll ask, but did you talk about something with Hisui? Yes, I heard a lot of things about you from Hisui-san. About how you indulge your sister, about how cute and spaced out you are in the morning, this and that. What do you mean? I don't really indulge Akia. Oh, just like Hisui-san said. She said you would definitely say in response that you don't indulge your sister. Pretty funny, actually. Not just Kohaku-san, but even Hisui thinks that way. Sheesh. I don't really mean to indulge her, but they both seem to think so. Well, whatever. I guess this is some sort of fate, so you want to come by my house after school? My sister is on break, so I'll introduce you to her. Yes, I would also like to meet your sister, Tono-kun. She smiles softly. That smile quickly fills with most hostility. Ciel senpai? Still keeping her sharp glance, Ciel is looking around us. There. Oh god. I was waiting, Shiki. Arkwood tackles me from behind. Oh, you fell down. How shameful. If you leave yourself so open because it's the morning, this is what happens. She's so quirky. That's mistaken. That's terribly mistaken. Even if you're ready for it or keeping an eye out for it, nobody can survive being hit full force from behind by a speeding motorcycle. I stand up and dust myself off. And now, what are you doing? What are you doing? At the same time, Ciel senpai screams loudly right beside me. Oh, you're here too, Ciel? Of course. Don't pretend like you didn't notice. You were sneaking behind us for a while, so there's no way you didn't notice me. That's rude. I really didn't notice. Because it doesn't really matter to me and Shiki if you're here or not, right? In other words, she was just ignoring CL-senpai completely. Yeah, somehow I've achieved this, like, slice of life, route. It's like that one Evangelion episode. You really don't learn a thing, do you? Tono-kun is going to school, so please don't bother us. In the first place, there's no reason for you to stay in this country, right? Roa is gone, and there's no more dead apostles here. There's over 10 dead apostles running around on the loose, so you should go ahead and go after them. Yes, I plan on doing that without you telling me, but I have to take Shiki with me then, so I have to reel him in first. Reel him in? Tono-kun won't do any more dangerous things. Please stop involving Tono-kun in your selfish circumstances. Let's go, Tono-kun. You'll turn weird like her if you hang around this vampire too long. Grabbing my hand, she starts to walk down the hill. Oh, I don't care what you say about me, but Shiki's problem isn't anything you can decide. Doesn't matter what you think, but he doesn't hate me. If he says he'll help me, then you'll have to be the one getting in the way. Seal freezes in her tracks. Tono-kun, don't tell me you plan on helping her. Oh. Being stared at by those emotionless eyes is troubling. No, I never made that promise. Then please refuse her. Actually, you should tell her not to associate with you anymore. Senpai, do you really think I should do that? I whisper in Seal's ear. Of course you should. If you tell her directly, even she would. Do you think she'd go back? You may have forgotten, but I was saved because of Arquid. So, I don't know how to say it, but I can't really be hard on Arquid. That may be true, but... Seal looks away disappointed. But I still don't want that. Tono-kun, we're lovers, so please don't let other women seduce you. Turning red to the tips of her ears, Seal-senpai states it directly. Since she is so direct, I'm embarrassed but happy and turn red as well. Despite that... Oh, you're pretty controlling, Seal. There's still one that's open. Can't I? It's not like there's a rule against me chaining down Tono-kun with my feelings. Is that so? I don't really care if Shiki likes someone else. If Shiki likes me, then the rest is my problem. I don't mind if he likes someone else too. Arquid's a very open-minded modern gal. What? Seal shakes her head in response to Arquid's words. Well, I won't speak for you. To say that I don't mind him just liking me comes with the condition he'll be mine in the end. In that regard, Shiki likes me, so maybe I'm the same as you, CL. I guess just loving him won't be soon enough. Won't be enough soon. Sorry, I got my words mixed up. I cough out loud hearing that. Arquid saying that with a smile. You can't do that. In the first place, Tono-kun and I, we, made love already, so there's no room for you. Made love? You mean connection between your bodies? Oh, I see. Shiki likes those kinds of things. With a smile full of meaning, Arquid looks over at me. I feel a chill run through me. The instant I have a bad feeling about this, Arquid grabs my arm, and without saying anything further, presses her lips to mine. Ooh, drama! I try and resist. Seal watches it all in shock. Thump, my pulse. This is completely different from that time when she tried to get me to drink her blood. This really is a kiss to express love. Before I realize it, I answer her insisting tug with my own. Ooh, Shiki, come on, man. Have some self-control. Our matching breathing and pulse makes me not care about anything. I can't believe it. Seal is in front of me, but what am I doing? Arquid steps back. I suck in my stopped breath, and I was excited by such an awful thing. See, it's easy. Seal, you're pretty stupid to feel like you're insured by doing something anyone can do. What are you thinking, trying to go against me with just one act of love? With a big grin, Arquid laughs as Seal-senpai starts to shake. Even I can understand. Seal-senpai is about to explode no matter who's nearby. Hey, Shiki, standing there's a little dangerous. Arkwid grabs my arm. Like that, she dashes down the hill, pulling me with her. Wait, you airheaded vampire! With a frightening sound that makes me scared to turn back, Seal Senpai runs after us. Seal is seriously angry, Shiki. Still holding my arm, Arkwid runs cheerfully. Yeah, now Arkwid has to kiss Seal too to make it even. Well, I don't know what'll happen if Seal catches up to me right now, so I should probably just keep running until she calms down. With Arkwid grabbing my arm and having Seal Senpai chasing us furiously, I can't help but let out a sigh. Probably, my life from now on will be like this forever. But, well, I guess I was prepared for this. Ever since CL Senpai became precious to me, but I was still attracted to Arkwid, I think I vaguely knew how things might end this way. Tono-kun, why are you running away with Arkwid? Circling her arms furiously, she chases after us. It's only a matter of time before she catches up. Well then, before that, I have to find a versatile and effective way to calm Seal down, because from now on, I'll be in this situation over, and over, and over, and over. Oh, that's the end. Hey, that's the end of that route. I guess I should choose the other choice, not to obey Arkwid, to see if there's like a more serious ending, because Arkwid had a very serious, emotional, heartfelt ending, her true ending. So I should see if there's such a thing for Seal, or if it's just more goofball shit. That was hilarious. I like that though. Honestly, they should just be a throuple. I think it would work that way better for everybody. That was pretty funny, I gotta admit. I'll just reload. Well, I can't skip the credits apparently. I'll just reload my file. Oh, I can make them speed up a little bit? Okay, there we go. With the spacebar. Yeah, I can make them speed up a little bit by just advancing like I would text literally. So yeah, I'll just reload the save and see if we get anything new. Or let's see if Seal and Neko Arc have anything to say. Oh, let's take Seal Sensei's lesson. Yes, exactly. Teach me, Seal Sensei. Merci. Congratulations. It's Seal-san's good ending. Oh, okay, so this is just the good ending and not the true ending. Eh? Huh? 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 Wait just a minute. What is this? What is this ending? Sneak, sneak. Hey, you! Stop, you thief cat! Owie! Don't be so violent! Seal Sensei, you shouldn't resort to corporal punishment. Dismissed. Oh geez, okay. Each heroine has two different kinds of endings. This is Seal-san's good end. Please return to a previous choice and choose a different story. That will be the true end. Oh, and one more thing. Seal-san's and Arkwid's roots are the near side of the moon roots. But there is also a completely different story, the far side of the moon root. It is the Tono family root, associating with people like Akiya-san. It seems difficult to know what requirement is needed to be able to choose that route, so I'll give you a little hint. On the first day, you should not go meet CL-san. It might be better to stay in your classroom during lunch. And most importantly, I think that if you don't meet the vampire called Nero, this current storyline will never happen. Interesting. So on the far side, we just don't meet Nero at all? Huh. The other roots, Seal and Arc, don't appear at all? Oh, interesting. So first, how to cause a new storyline. During that specific time, if you do not try to perform that one action, a completely different event should be waiting for you. Well then, let's meet again once more in the main story. Okay, all right. Let's get Seal's true ending. There we go. Oh wait, no. Yeah, that's the one I want. Okay. Don't obey Arquid. Okay. Let's get Seals more serious. And I didn't expect that to kind of lead to a joke ending. But I can't listen. She might be on guard right now. Now is the perfect time is fading from her. Or she might be not on guard right now as the perfection is fading from her body. Shiki, or do you hate me? Her eyes look straight at me. I look at her face while being pinned down. Sincerely. So strongly it might burn my brain. I don't hate you, Arquid. Really? She sounds very happy. My forehead is burning. As my brain throbs horribly, I definitely see just one line of death. But I have to refuse. The one I love is Seal, and not you, Arquid. Her eyes brim over with anger. But before then, I slice through the line on her neck. Oh! We beheaded Arquid. Ah! Fresh blood spilling from her neck, Arquid collapses. I didn't expect this to escalate so quickly into violence. I got too used to the goofball shit. Slipping out from underneath her, I get away. Ha! Ah! I am out of breath. I am not hurt, but I can't run in this state. It's Arquid. She should be able to heal such a wound and will come attack me again. Arquid? She doesn't even move. Blood flowing over the ground. Her white body is covered in vermilion. No way. Did I kill her? What? Arquid, Stopping my legs that try to flee, I try to rush toward her body, but gasp. One arm. One of her arms on her collapsed figure, like a spider's leg, stands up on the ground. In that instant, the whole world freezes over. I think we might have upset her. I will. From her neck spills her blood and her breath. I think we made Arquid a little mad. Her arm tenses. Kill you. Oh, we really upset her. The vermilion blood continues to flow. Her body lifts slowly from the ground. I will. Heavy, rapid breathing turns into laughter. Her white body stained in blood. She raises her face. I can see her eyes gleaming between her golden hair. Her eyes are pitch black. And in them glows a fierce, fiery red. Yeah, she's looking a little red right now. I will kill you. Arquid? Her eyes are looking at nothing. She tries to lift herself up with one hand, but every time she collapses back down to the ground. She slips on her own pool of blood, and each time her body gets redder. Over and over, she tries to stand up, slips, and falls. It seems as if she's enjoying that cycle of failure. Just wait. I can't move. Her voice, her figure, her will flows compulsorily into my head. My will is flowing, fusing, merging. The whole world spins around me. In the middle of it all, her image dominates. That's right. I've never felt such shame before. I've never been so disgraced. That's why it's funny. I can't even imagine how much pleasure I'll get when I take this anger out on you, Shiki. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Slowly, completely, gently beyond comparison, cruelly to the point of numbness, I'll violate your life. That's right. The instant I tear off your limbs, rip open your chest, and pull out your intestines, biting into your neck as you ask for mercy, chewing through your eyes and spreading your brains on the ground like butter. I think we really made her mad. Just wait, I'll kill you soon. Smiling, laughing insanely, Arquid wallows in a sea of her own blood. You should leave. You should get out of there. I can't move. This isn't good. Even Roa can't move. Even Roa in his brain is like, oh god, oh fuck. If I stay here, I really will be killed. I have to escape. Doesn't matter where. If I don't get away from here quickly, I will get killed. Ah. I sure hope Seal shows up and saves us. But my legs won't move. Maybe they know that no matter where I run, she'll kill me. Tono-kun, what are you doing? This way! That voice. The voice freezes me from fear's grips. Senpai? Just hurry up, before she recovers, hurry. Ah, ignoring my bewilderment, she grabs my arm and starts to run. Hey, Senpai, why? It doesn't matter. I'm the one who wants to ask. Tono-kun, you unfaithful cheater. After I told you not to leave my place, why did you go meet Arquid? No, this isn't the time to be calling me an unfaithful cheater. Senpai, that's not it. I'm sorry for leaving the room, but I couldn't resist it, so I went outside and Arquid was there. Even in this more serious ending, she's like, don't you talk to that white woman. Jeez, I'll hear your excuses later. Now we have to hurry. CL keeps running. This direction. It seems like she's heading for the school. After running here, CL finally stops. Senpai, what the hell is going on? I don't understand why we got away from Arquid, but why did we come to the school? Here, nothing else will get destroyed. Please go into the school building ahead of me. Why? Arquid is coming. Please escape, Tono-kun. Arquid is coming. Is she going to chase us this far? I don't think that'll happen. Certainly she was pretty screwed up that time, but please listen without getting angry. She really is a good person. I overdid it earlier and she got pissed, but if she recovers and calms down, she should. It's useless. In the first place, Roa, who is our enemy, is inside of you. And in addition, you wounded her that much. Right now, she's turned into a bloodthirsty vampire. She probably won't turn back to the Arquid you know until she kills you. What? She'll be done healing soon, I imagine. She mutters and grabs my arm. We might have a bit of a chance inside the school building. In any case, to protect you, I have to settle it with her once and for all. CL? When she is active, her subordinate Roa also gets active. To suppress Roa, we must let her sleep or fend her off. So defeating her here is killing two birds with one stone. Let's go, she says as she pulls me into the building. At night, the hallway is illuminated only by the moonlight. I think back to the events of last night. It seems I have no good memories whatsoever of my school at night. I can't remember shit. Please go up to the second floor, Tono-kun. Fighting her is my duty. No, this is my responsibility, so you go up to the second floor, senpai. I'll settle this. Tono-kun. I'll get mad. Seal glares at me. It's true. Last time she got mad, she tried to kill us with a pile bunker. I think you should listen to her. But she seems to be getting more timid than angry. Senpai, Tono-kun, you know about my body, right? No matter what happens, I won't die. But a trivial wound could be fatal for you. Yeah, I've noticed that we kind of only have 2 or 3 settings here, and all the cool fights happen at the school. Certainly you might be able to defeat Arquid using your eyes, but before that, she would just shred you apart. Tono-kun, didn't you even say it yourself that you'll make me happy? So I beg of you, please don't die here. But senpai, by yourself you can't. Don't belittle me, please. I've already exterminated scores of vampires before. When it comes to defeating vampires, there's no one better than me. She strikes a confident, gutsy pose, but I see the tips of her fingers shaking. Is she scared? Even for her, who has exterminated numerous vampires. No, because she knows Arquid isn't a normal opponent. No, senpai. Even still, I don't want to leave Seal by herself and run away. Before I can voice that thought, she presses a finger to my lips and stops me. Tono-kun, you shouldn't say that. But please, listen to my selfishness. For once, I want to protect you out of my own will. If I don't do that, I'll never be able to face you with a smile in my heart. She says that with tears brimming in her eyes. Tono-kun, I came back this early because it was no good. There isn't a way to help you at the church. The only thing there were ways to try to use Roa to their advantage, and there wasn't anything that could help you as his host. I see. Oh, well, it can't be helped. It's not something for you to cry about, Seal-senpai. No. If only I was better. I could have found something more, but I couldn't. That's why the only thing I can do now is to slow Roa's advance. It hurts. Even though I know the pain you're going through, I'm only selfishly thinking that I want you to be by my side as long as possible. I don't want to see her cry. I embrace her so I won't be able to see it. Tono-kun, it's okay. I want to be with you as much as I can, too. No matter how much it hurts, I'll fight Roa until the very end. You weren't being selfish. I'm the one being selfish. But that... Don't get me wrong. I don't intend to lose to Roa. Before, Arquid said something weird, so maybe there just might be a way left. CL, I won't lose, but my chances of stopping Arquid are slim. That's why I leave it to you. You're unbeatable against vampires, right? Yes, thank you very much. Seal's arm around my back tightens. As we hold each other, I try to put my lips on hers. Then Seal hops back like a rabbit. Bonnie. We can't kiss. If you do such a thing, I'll be too happy and wouldn't be able to concentrate. So let's just keep it as a hug for now. Yeah, then I'll go away. But if you get in trouble, just call out for me. I'll come right away. Seal nods silently. I put my trust in her and turn around. Please wait. Did you forget something? Yes. Tomorrow, let's go play. The three of us with Inui-kun. We will make up for that one time. She says so with a fleeting smile. I'm glad. I'm glad that her promise meant so much to her. Yeah, then it's a promise. I stick out my hand. Yes, please keep it this time. Seal's hand touches mine. After a vigorous shake, she pulls back. Now please stay away. Her recovery seems to have completed just now. Yeah. Nodding, I really turn my back to Seal this time. It's quiet. I walk up to the second floor while holding my knife and take a deep breath. I believe in CL. If she says she'll protect me, she'll definitely do so. Idiot. But I feel the same way, too. Just like she told me that she'll protect me, I want to protect her, too. That's why I'm going to go back there right away. Even Arquid should have an opening when she's fighting CL. In that instance, I'll give everything I have. I'll deal with you later. Okay, Roa? I speak to myself as I look up at the moon. After I fend off Arquid, I have to walk a tightrope with a very low chance of succeeding. There's no guarantee I'll survive, and in the first place, I don't even know if this method will work. But there's nothing else to do. If you have that power, someone told me before that there is a meaning behind having such a power, and at a time will come when I will need that power. Yeah, that's right. This is probably my duty, Sensei. I'm prepared. Now I just have to figure out how to get Arquid. The building shakes. A large crash. An impact like a dump truck slamming into the building at full speed. No way. The building is still shaking. It hasn't even been a minute since Seal and said Arquid was done healing. From the park to here, such a distance? She came in just what amount of time? That's different. That severity is entirely different from the Arquid I know. Senpai! Who cares about taking her opening right now? Without thinking, I run with all my might. It's a nightmare. Seal and Arquid are in the hallway. In reality, that's all there is. That's all, but my legs freeze. This air isn't normal. Everything, it's difficult to breathe as this whole place is filled with Arquid's vampiric will, like I'm inside some living thing. In the middle of it all, the fight between Seal and Arquid ended really easily, so one-sided. Hey, that's where that CG is from. Senpai. It's far. Across a seemingly infinite span, Seal is almost killed by Arquid. Seal is almost dead, and she doesn't seem to see anything but Arquid. Remember, if you're rivals for longer than 7 years, you're just gay. Arquid's arm reaches for Seal's chest. With a sickening sound, she tries to rip out Seal's heart. That's too much. Even she says she won't die. Pulling out her heart while she's still alive is too much. Stop! Arquid turns around. She looks like she's staring at an insect. Ah, just that causes me to forget that I'm alive. Oh, you're here too? Wait there, I'll be finished soon. Saying that, Arquid destroys Seal. She snaps Seal's neck as she repeatedly tears her body apart with her other arm. Pretty stubborn, huh? I guess you won't die unless Roa is killed, Seal. Slash, splat. A cycle like she said she experienced at the church, a cycle of reviving and dying. If I take in Roa, you have to continue living until I die. In order for you to die, you'd have to kill Roa with the holy sword of reincarnation criticism prepared by the church. So what? Seal painfully responds, half-conscious. Is that alright with you? Roa's death means your death. If you destroy Roa, your body would return to a normal, boring human body. That's what I wish for. I see. How pitiful. Your wish won't be granted. I'm going to take Roa back this time for sure. by slicing apart that lump of flesh over there hundreds of times. This is a bad situation for our hero. Ciel's body convulses. Arquid rips out Ciel's heart. Even still, Ciel revives and coughs up blood. Ark. Something snaps. My head rages. I feel sick. Uh-oh. You shut the hell up! I slam my head into the wall. Look, this isn't the time to pay attention to him. I can't let her lay even one more finger on Ciel. Look, give your brain a strain that could burst your blood vessels and look. Look at the death that would kill that vampire. Why? I almost go crazy. The death of animals, the death of plants. I can even see the death of the air before me, but Arquid has nothing which can cause death on her. Before, someone told me that true ancestors are a perfect life, that just by being in this natural world, they are an extension of nature, so they can draw as much power from the source called Earth. That's why they won't die. They have no limits. Oh, so that means they are only perfect in this natural world. Look for it. It has to exist. If I can see the death of everything, the point has to exist somewhere. I was mistaken. There are no causes of death on Arquid. In that case, first I have to take that which makes it so. I found it. It's far away, but I can't allow any more of this. Arquid! Her hand stops. Follow me. I'll kill you out there. Saying that, I jump out the window and onto the school grounds. In the center of the ground, it's far. Can I make it? Arquid pursues me with light footsteps. It's far, but I'll strike first this time. Ha! I reach the middle of the school ground. Arquid comes straight at me. Before that, I take my knife and stab the large point at my feet, the death of the very world around me. Huh, okay. A distortion. With this, it's over. Everything around here. I killed the nature that Arquid draws all of her power from. You've thought well, Shiki. Arquid comes towards me. Her body is filled with death now. All right, I can do it. I can kill Arquid like this. But before I confirm my victory, go. Blood pours from my mouth. Probably because her movements were so fast. I just couldn't believe it, and I didn't feel pain or shock or anything. The slicing sound finally reaches my ears. The sound of blood pouring forth. Looking down, Arquid's claws pierced through my chest before I even realized it. That's bad. I feel faint. Everything starts to fade away quickly. Her arm has thrust through my chest, impaling me. That is a fatal wound for a normal human being. But I won't die just yet. With the way I am now, I'll still be able to live for a little bit longer. From my ankles, the pitch-black shadow of death starts to creep upwards. I don't care. I forcefully swallow the blood pouring from my mouth, and I slice the line on her chest with one hand. Arquid's voice. I can barely hear it. My head is fading. Is it the pain from Arquid piercing my chest? Or is my brain about to burn out from being strained to the limit? Well, whichever it is, it doesn't change the fact that my death is coming. I start to feel faint. But before that, with this knife, I have to cut her line. Disappear, you vampire! Don't fool around. I won't die with such a thing! Her hands grab my head. But faster than Arquid's hands trying to squeeze my head, I slice my knife down to her thigh. Just go away! I'll take Roa with me. Without your help, I'll kill him. So disappear. I don't want to fight you. What are you saying? You're the one who refused me. Her grip increases, the sound of my skull fracturing. I'll kill Roa right here. I told you I won't go back unless I do so. You stupid woman. Another for the misogyny count. My knife swings again. With a slice, I cut off her arm. Her white arm falls to the ground. Arquid staggers back. As soon as I see that, I crumble to the ground. Like a puppet. Yes! With its strings cut! Finally, the exact quote. We gotta screenshot it, lads. Every VN got the... Very important that I screenshotted that. Alright. V and bingo achieved. We got sad piano, we got the blue sky, we got the puppet with its string cut. All we needed is the box. Cat in the box. We need Schrodinger's cat, exactly. Shiki. I hear Arquid's somewhat hesitating voice. I can't speak well. If I moved my throat, the only thing that pours forth is red blood. Shiki. Fading. The pressure and killing aura Arquid was exerting is fading away. Is it because of her wounds? Or is it because the wounds she gave me were so terrible? She was returning to the Arquid that I once knew. Thank God. I don't know what's so good, but Hang in there, Shiki. If you become mine, that wound will be nothing. She reaches out to me. With a hazy mind, I lift my hand and stop her. Why? Shiki, you'll die like this, you know. Look, I'll forgive you for earlier, and I won't worry about CL either. I don't want you to die, Shiki. So please, please become mine, Shiki. Back and forth. Even though I can barely breathe, I shake my head no. I don't understand. If you die, Roa will just reincarnate. Even you hate Roa, right? If you die like this, he'll just take over your body. Oh, yeah. Certainly, I can't let that happen. But if I just follow Arquid, I think the same thing will happen. Even if Arquid sucks my blood, like what happened to Roa, and I gain the willpower so I won't lose to Roa, in the end, Roa will not disappear by his own will unless Arquid turns to acknowledge him. No, I can't do what you say. Why? Do you really hate me that much, Shiki? Don't be crazy. Even as I lie, I can't say. Please. I know how you feel, but please forgive him. Roa simply wanted for you to like him. For that, he has reincarnated over and over and was looking forward to your arrival each time. But he's a human. He's not an existence that can live for a long, long time like you do. Yes, for humans, immortality is too far away. Roa believed his method of reincarnation would let him exist forever. But even that had its limit. Because that method was the same as making descendants, which shared his same past and goals, but not creating another self for him. Roa is as good as gone now. He is just an existence which does the same thing over and over because of his past. So I have to end it for him. Shiki, you're already... Sanity returns to Arquid's eyes. The deep crimson of her eyes thins to red. Her golden hair flutters underneath the moon. There is the Arquid that I liked. I look up at her as if staring at the moon. Sorry, CL. I can't help but think she's incredibly beautiful. Even in the true ending! Those red eyes, those resolute yet friendly eyes, her white slender curves, even the gash I just gave her on her chest that is welling up with blood. Everything about her, she really is. Arquid really is beautiful. That's why it's so unfortunate. The vestiges of my chest tighten at the thought that it has to end like this. Damn it. If only Arquid had returned to sanity just a bit faster, none of this would have had to happen. I see, Shiki. You're already one with Roa? Well, I don't know if Arquid is considered the true girl. She's kind of the poster girl, but I mean, according to another chat member earlier, she also doesn't even show up at all in the Far Side roots. So there is a significant amount of this visual novel without her. Maybe. I don't know. Just all of this was too much. Right now, as I speak, my memories are disappearing. CL said something like that if I tried too hard to see something that should not be seen, my blood vessels will burst and that I would lose my mind. Shiki, you idiot. Are you saying you'll let CL kill you? Of course not. But I'm already like this thanks to you. I probably can't hold on for long. Arquid looks down at herself. Her chest and the large slash wrought by my knife. I don't believe it. Until now, I've never met someone who could wound me this much. There's a faint glimmer of resentment and regret in her voice. It really is too bad, but it looks like I'm at my limit as well. I need to return to my castle quickly to heal this wound. Right. So you should just hurry up and get out of here. She doesn't answer. It probably wasn't even a brief pause. Just for that instant, It's probably that I wanted to treasure the last moment before we parted. Arkwood gives an amazed sigh. You're such a mean guy. You say mean things until the very end. But you know what? I liked that about you, Shigi. Saying that, with a smile to the very end, her body disappears like fading mist. I see. We were the same, after all. Thinking that aloud, I look up at the moon. In the end, it really was just a brief moment, but we both returned to the relationship we had when we first teamed up together. I really liked her. It had nothing to do with the Roa inside of me. Just, she attracted me. That's why, parting like this after we were fighting only moments ago is too painful. Why did it turn out like this? Our relationship. I don't think we made that many big mistakes. Gah. The blood doesn't stop. I try to breathe, but blood just flows forth from my mouth like a pump. I'm almost gone. Arkwood should have taken it easy on me. If I get such a big hole in my chest, even a half-vampire like me can't be saved. Shh. Thump. It's not my heart. The beating of my heart has long since stopped. The only pulse remains in my head. It's probably because I strained myself too hard to get Arkwood back. Tonoshiki, begins to fade and Roa becomes stronger. My body is almost completely dead. After I die, Roa will take over. Even though I can't, Roa would probably find a way to heal himself. If that happens, I would make the same mistake CL did. Sorry, that's all I can say. Thump. I really can't keep conscious. Before that, I look at myself. The point is on my scar. The point of my death, of Roa's death. Tono-kun, you said it yourself, that you'd make me happy. So please don't die here. That's why all I can do is apologize. Yeah, I get much... Like, I know you can, there's, like, roots with other girls in Fate. Ooh, excuse me. But, I definitely always got impression that Saber was much more of the quote-unquote true girl than you kind of get with Tsukihime. Like, so far in Tsukihime, I felt like Arkwood or CL are valid options, right? Like, they're kind of equally valid, even though we still spend so much time with Ark in CL's route. But I never got the impression that Fate that it was never about anything else but Saber. But again, I haven't read it, so I can't say for sure. I can't ask for forgiveness. Even though I wanted to do so much, it turns out that I won't be able to do anything for her. Then, at least, in the very end, I should release her from her terrible fate. Taking a deep breath, I place my knife on my chest. The point is at the tip of my knife. All that's left is for me to push. Just that. Stop! I can hear a voice. It has to be a hallucination. Tono-kun! A voice crying out calls from the school building. Looking up, I can see a fully healed CL running towards me. Stop it! If I see her face, I will lose my resolve. Probably I'll feel sorry and be unable to finish this. That's why, before she comes, I strengthen the power in my hand. The knife slides silently into my body. With just that. Stop! The voice disappears. An old book. I thought I saw an illusion of it disappearing page by page into the darkness. With that, I was able to fall into the deep darkness I fell into years ago. Tono-kun! Tono-kun! I hear a voice. Tono-kun, why? See? Just as I thought. No, I don't want this. If I heard this crying voice. Why? You said you wouldn't die. I knew I would regret it. Daylight Blue, an epilogue. I get the feeling this one will be a little less peppy than the not true ending. Unless... It was a hospital room that somehow seemed nostalgic. Ah, the inverse of an unfamiliar ceiling. Ah, I let out a breath. I'm alive? My chest moves up and down as I breathe. A comfortable breeze blows in through the open window. The yellow curtains sway playfully in the wind. The fresh blue sky is enough to take my breath away. The air is warm like a spring day. I'm alive! I look around as I speak to myself in amazement. There's no one else in the spacious room. I'm lying in bed with an IV in my right arm. There's a large bandage on my chest. What's this? I take out the IV and remove my bandage. There's nothing under the bandage, only my chest. Having a bandage there means there's a wound there, but there's not a trace whatsoever of anything. I tilt my head to the side questioningly. Did I do something to get a wound on my chest? Yeah, ah! Oh, there we go. We saw him a little bit. We finally see his face, kind of. It was like baby Shiki, though. I look over to the open door. From the empty hallway, some unknown child peers into the room. Or is that all caps Shiki? I don't know. Before I call out, the child walks away somewhere. What was that just now? Something. I feel like I forgot something. Tono, I'm coming in. The door gets knocked and oh, it's Arihiko. Sorry, Tono, I'm coming in. I should have guessed because he didn't say Tono-kun. That's kind of CL's signature. The door gets knocked and Arihiko walks into the room. Yo, you're up? Good, good. We really couldn't talk much yesterday, but you seem a lot better now. He cheerfully walks over to the side of the bed. Arihiko, what are you doing? Huh? What am I doing? I'm here to check up on you. You asked me that yesterday too. You must still be out of it. Check up on who? I'm sure your head would space out after sleeping for 2 months, but don't keep asking me the same things you asked me yesterday. It's about your body, so didn't the doctor tell you about it? Saying that, Arihiko takes a seat in a nearby chair. Eh? I get even more confused and I hold my head. Oh, the doctor didn't say anything? You've been here for a long time, you know. Yeah, well, I kind of figured that out, but... The doctor did say you might not know what's going on. Well, I guess it can't be helped. I guess it's more friendly for me to tell you than having a doctor tell you. Crossing his arms and nodding to himself, Arihiko looks me in the eye. It was 2 months ago. You were found collapsed on the ground at school. Ground? Why is it? Now that he mentions it, I feel like I know something. Seems the track and field club found you during morning practice. They come at around 5 o'clock in the morning, so they say you must have collapsed there during the night. But what's the truth? Even if you ask, I don't know. First of all, you say I was collapsed on the school grounds, but I never even go near there. Right. Well, anyway, you were found there collapsed. You weren't hurt or bleeding, so you were taken to the clinic because they thought it was your anemia. Huh. But you never woke up. So we called your house, and then you were brought to this hospital. You've been in a coma for about 2 months since then. Arihiko tells me an amazing story. A coma for 2 months? That's usually... Yeah, even the doctors seem to have thrown in the towel. To be in a coma for even a week means you're a vegetable. Then yesterday you just woke up and said, Yo, Arihiko! I thought my heart would stop. He laughs heartily. Well, you were always the kind who could have died any moment anyway. So since I was thinking you'd be like that forever, it surprised me even more. It's very funny that the only person we're seeing in CL's true ending so far is Arihiko. Arihiko, I'm in that kind of situation and you're saying pretty mean things. It's fine because you healed. But it was quite the amazing time while you were a vegetable. Even though they said you had no hope of recovery, Akiya-chan came and visited you every day. Senpai would come there at that time too, so it was really hard to be here. Arihiko gives a meaningful laugh. Wait a minute. Wait, Arihiko, what's with that Akiya-chan? Akiya-chan is Akiya-chan. It's your younger sister, and every time we see each other here, our relationship gets closer and farther. I do not like that implication. Please do. Akiya, so she came to visit me. Hearing that, I remember about Akiya. Like Arihiko said, I must still be out of it. Like I forgot about everything outside of this hospital room. Well, I remember whenever he tells me about it, so it doesn't really matter. But I feel really light and feel like something strange. You met Akiha? Sorry, Arihiko. She's pretty uptight, right? She says some harsh things sometimes, but please overlook it. Pretty? Sometimes? Amazing, Tono. I never thought you were that great of a guy until now. Sitting in the chair with his arms still crossed, he laughs out loud. Ariko is like he usually is. To be honest, I don't know what happened to me, but his infinite supply of cheerfulness does calm me down. Leaning back on the bed, I take a deep breath. Oh, it's about time for your examination. Then I'll see you later. I was going to bring Senpai along, but she said she wouldn't come because she knew she was going to see you at school. Senpai? Yeah, we've been taking turns seeing you. Well, yesterday you woke up and hugged her right away, so she kind of got angry and said she wouldn't come here anymore. She was angry, so you should think up an excuse or something. Saying that, Arihiko leaves the room. Senpai? I can't quite remember. To me, there's only one person who I call Senpai. The person's name, face, and personality, I know them all. So why do I feel like I shouldn't think deeply about this Senpai? I feel light. It's probably because I have been asleep for 2 months and my body doesn't move at all. I feel like something is missing. Come to think of it, there's one other thing that's strange. I remember seeing this hospital room before. If my memory serves me correctly, that hospital room from 8 years ago has to have been long gone by now. Mysterious. The following day, I returned to the mansion. Probably because I was asleep for so long, it feels like forever since I've been back in my own house. Before I go to the door to the mansion, I take a walk in the woods and come out to a strange place. I never knew it. I never knew there was a Japanese-style building like this here. I hear a commotion behind me. I whirl around and see... some kid just standing there. Did he get lost? Oh god, it's baby Shiki again. He seems quite detached, almost like a ghost or something. It's just on his chest. That scar on his chest showing through his kimono is terribly... Shiki-san, what are you doing? Kohaku-san? Yes, I came to greet you. I was waiting for you by the doorway, but you headed towards the garden instead. I was a little surprised. As usual, Kohaku-san has that cheerful smile. Well, I was just walking around. Kohaku-san, do you know who that kid is? Huh? A kid? What do you mean? It seems like Kohaku-san didn't see that kid. No, if you didn't see him, that's fine. Shall we go back? Aki is probably waiting. Yes, Akiya-sama did say anything, but she was pacing back and forth in the lobby all morning. I'm sure she is anxiously waiting for you, Shiki-san. Oh, then I should hurry up or who knows how mad she'll get. Yes, let's hurry, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san takes my hand and we run to the mansion. As we leave, I felt like someone called me and I looked back at this Japanese-style building. Is it an illusion? The kid just stares as we run towards the mansion, as if we wanted to say something. I'm sure this mystery child won't be relevant in any other routes. Even if something does seem missing, the life of Tono Shiki returns to normal. I'm back at the mansion. Akiya scolds me, Hisui wakes me up in the morning, and after eating the breakfast Kohaku-san made, I leave the mansion. There's something missing. Without being able to remember what it is, I get to school. Yo, morning. You can come back to school now? Ariko greets me cheerfully. I heard you had to rehabilitate for a while. I see. For you to come to school like this must be because of that. Ariko gives a meaningful laugh. I understand. It's only a month until graduation. That means you can be together for only a bit longer. What do you mean? Together? With who? With who? Of course you and... Ariko cuts off. I hear quick footsteps. Underneath the bright, early spring sunshine, breathing quickly, she appears before me. Good morning. Great weather today, isn't it, Tono-kun? She gives her usual smile. Senpai. I gasp. That's right. Why couldn't I remember about her until now? Tono-kun? I said good morning. Yeah, good morning, senpai. I reply awkwardly. She seems a bit puzzled and tilts her head. Jeez, you finally got out of the hospital, but you're not cheerful at all. I was so looking forward to seeing you again. Looking forward to? Why can't I remember? Did something happen? I feel like something very important happened between the two of us, but I can't remember. It was probably really embarrassing and funny. All I can remember is that she's a third-year upperclassman who took a liking to me and Arihiko for some reason, and that we could spend lunchtime together. I can't remember. I can't remember anything else. It's like I forgot about everything else because it was so sad or difficult that I cut the unneeded memories away. Or again, really embarrassing. Like, just the most embarrassing sex you can imagine. Jeez, Tono-kun, did you forget about our promise? Senpai looks at me disappointedly. Promise. Promise. An important promise. Hey, you said that the three of us would hang out in town, but you collapsed the day before that and had to go to the hospital. She looks like she really was looking forward to that little thing. So I didn't care about anything else. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yes, please don't forget it this time, Tono-kun. No, you can go ahead and forget, Tono. Then Senpai and I can have fun by ourselves. Arihiko repeats what I heard sometime before. That won't do. We may not have a chance to do this again, so this time it has to be the three of us. She seems unusually angry. That's not true. We're still students, so we can always hang out. Yeah, certainly you and Tono-kun will have lots of free time, but I will be very busy starting in spring. The university I plan on attending is a little far, so it will not be easy to come back here. Ah, that's right. Senpai, you... Arihiko stops mid-sentence. I don't understand what she's talking about, though. Yes, after I graduate, I plan on going overseas to study. It's always been my dream to become a master at crafting cakes. With a smile, Senpai says something outrageous. Senpai? Then you won't be staying here? Yes, I'll stay here. My house is here, so I don't plan on going to live over there. I can't exactly leave my father alone either. But the person I will be studying under is very strict, so I won't be able to come back for at least 3 years. What? But it's always been my childhood dream. The place I'm going to work as a live-in employee is a craftsman for the king. But the king? What? The king of where? Normally, non-relatives are not allowed to work there, but he told me I had great talent, so I'm able to go there. Senpai happily speaks of another world I didn't even know existed. Oh, that's great, but she'll be gone for 3 years? Why? Yes, thank you very much. 3 years is a long time, but you can wait that long, right, Tono-kun? Senpai gives a faint smile to hide her embarrassment. How cute. Now, don't be unfaithful because I'm gone, Tono-kun. You have a tendency to get swept away easily, so really, I want to take you with me. Senpai sighs. Senpai? But that just can't be. You're still a student, and it would be impossible to convince Akiya-san in a year or two. So this time I will just trust you and leave you for 3 years. Senpai declares this fiercely. Arihiko takes this all in with his mouth hanging wide open. So, this may be the last time the three of us get to play together. So this time, please let me make a good memory out of it. She sounds truly happy as she says this. Throb, it feels like the scar on my chest hurts. Tono-kun? What's wrong? Grabbing your chest like that, are you still hurt? No, not really. My chest was never injured, so it's just your imagination. As I answer, it feels really strange. It's like something is inconsistent. Alright, what's going on here? What reality have I been forced into? Is this Evangelion episode 25? The first bell rings. Morning homeroom is about to start. Then I'll come again at lunch break, okay? Senpai disappears toward the school building. Before she can do that, I ask her a question. Senpai, your father, what kind of person is he? Nah? Tono-kun, you know my father, don't you? My family has a bakery at the nearby town, and you came to buy from there before. My father said you were such a pleasant young man, too. She sounds truly happy as she says this. Now that she mentioned it, I think it did happen. But that's wrong. Senpai, there is no way your father can be alive. Tono-kun? Senpai calls out to me. Everything suddenly turns colder. You realized it, Tono-kun? She asked me, somewhat sadly. Oh, she was using her brain. She was using her little brain tricks. I'm being gaslit and girl-bossed. Yeah, I did. I say that as tears fill my eyes. I wish I never realized it. Then, I could have continued to live happily in this world where no one gets hurt. Amazing. Normally, people never realize it. Usually, they ignore all the inconvenient inconsistencies. Yeah, even if it was a little strange. If I was happy, I should have ignored it. That's right. To not be able to to lie about such things, you really are honest. Senpai. The girl who looks like Senpai says this with incredible sadness. I really feel sorry, and regret tightens in my chest. But it really couldn't be helped. Wakata Ganai. My school life from before. The CL senpai that seems like she's lived in this town. The Tonoshiki who survived that wound without a single scar on his chest. These days, similar to the original days, without a single moment of unhappiness. That was too happy. And I knew this was a dream. It's like the Matrix, how Agent Smith says, they rejected the perfect world. Geez, you are always like this, Tono-kun. Even though you overlook so many trivial things, you realize the one thing that you really wish you wouldn't. But that is one of your good traits, I suppose. But still, she looks at me regretfully. You should have at least overlooked it this time. Oh no, she's fading into the sunset.jpg background. Senpai disappears. And so does the world. It disappears in the same way. And everything disappears. The world returns to the way it should be. I died. No, if I was dead, I wouldn't have seen such a dream. So I might be on the very verge of death then. Well, anyway, it's certain that this has to be quite close to death. Strangely, I'm not afraid. No matter if I'm already dead or about to disappear, or have already disappeared, right now that person is more important to me than myself. Senpai. That person who was smiling before me earlier. CL, who has so happily told me this fairy tale. Without pain or suffering, a completely ordinary life, a story as she wanted. No sadness at all, just a very commonplace life, a radiant world. To me, or Arihiko, it was a completely boring repetition of days without any value. That boring thing was, to her, it was an unfulfillable dream. Thinking aloud, I feel sad. I selfishly ended my life. I didn't think deeply about what would happen afterwards. If this was what her dream was, then no matter how terrible I become or how pitiful I become, maybe I should have stayed beside her, being helped by her and protecting her. That is the wish of the person called CL. It is not the wish of you yourself as Shiki, so you don't need to worry about it, right? Huh? Tonoshiki has acted on what he thought was the best choice. You don't need to burden yourself with what CL wants. If you do that, you will be burdened by someone else's dream like earlier. Although there's no one other than me here anymore, I can hear someone else's voice. Yeah, you woke yourself from the dream, so there's nothing else here besides Shiki. I see. You can use your brain a little, Tonoshiki. Then you are? No. I don't want you to get with the wrong impression. Roa was killed by you already. In the first place, if Roa still existed, then there would be no way you could exist, even though you are already dead. I don't quite get it. Then what am I, right now? Let's see, maybe you're on the verge of losing yourself. The time you stabbed yourself and the time you died, I think this is that brief moment in between the two. Something snaps. I see a projection of the familiar hospital room. Yes, he's alivened. A thing called a dream cannot be something completely unknown. Any story is only an extension of what that person knows. So the dream you saw has some truth about reality, such as, like becoming a vegetable without gaining consciousness? Yeah, that at least is true. After you stabbed yourself, you were still left without waking up. This instant is really just a small gap of time between the two. When you wake up from this dream, you will simply be comatose, not even able to dream. Then, what will happen to Senpai? I don't know. But shouldn't you think about yourself more than other people? It won't be bad, so just close your eyes again. This time, try not to wake up. You do that, then you can watch that happy dream again. I don't understand. Who are you? Hey, that doesn't really matter. If you wake up, you won't even be able to dream. You just become a pile of organs, you know? So it's just better to sink back into that dream. You really did well. It is too bad for that person Seal, but you and I also had horrible luck. So I think we could at least see a happy dream, you know? So who are you? Hmm. You just said that about earlier yourself. Since you woke up from that dream, there's nothing else here besides Shiki. So I must probably look like this. Kid. Hey, excuse yourself. I'm a year older than you, you know. Tono Shiki is only 8 years old, right? With that in mind, I have existed for almost 9 years. Then you are... That's it? I was cast away until now, but since you fell into the same place, I called out to you. But it's not like we're actually separate people. We are the same existence, after all. Even if you forgot, you are the Shiki that is the extension of me. But in my case, I am your foundation, but not your past, so I am just trash. Well, it is difficult to talk about it, so let's just leave it aside. Listen, don't worry about it too much, it's a metaphor. I don't understand. Then what does that trash want to make me do? That's what I've been saying. I'm warning you not to wake up. I mean Tonoshiki's reality, is nothing more than spending the rest of your life in a coma. If you wake to that, you won't even be able to dream. Even though you could manage your body, your brain would not function. In other words, death. Not death to your existence, but the death of your will. In that situation, you wouldn't need to die, right? Even if you woke up, you can't live in reality. I'd be much happier if you just watched a dream about reality here. What is that? Even if I just slept the rest of my life, dreaming selfishly isn't fun at all. That's true. You can either wake up to reality and face the death of your will, or you can stay here and dream. No matter which, there really isn't much of a difference. If you wake up to reality and die, you wouldn't trouble yourself like this. If you call that happiness, it probably is many times happier. What? But I want you to dream. We have the same name, but the dreams we can see are different. My dreams are usually about that day, or the days I had until I was 9 years old. That may be happy, but there's no future for Shiki there. Such as getting older, having a person you like, living busily every day. My reality, my knowledge, the future I can imagine from that is so small and hopeless that I can't even imagine those things. But your dreams were different. What is normal scenery for you looks brilliant to me, even if they are just dreams. But with my limited years, I can't even think of your dreams by myself. If you can't stand your selfish dream, then I can help a little. I can let you remember the other things you forgot that happened in the past. If we work together to fool each other, we can see a somewhat happy dream. It seems you don't like that. I guess once you realize the truth, you have to wake up. But your reality is already over. Certainly, dreams can't compare to reality. But still, if you try, I think you can at least become a bit happy, right? No. Wouldn't we be the only ones becoming happy there, Shiki? You are stupid. It's simple to be happy by yourself. You start to think about others, it gets much more difficult. I see. We're doing a third. It's a little bit of a single third impact here. It's like that one guy from Nocturne, Isamu. He just wants to live in his own bubble. As a result, even what's good or bad becomes too difficult to figure out. And in reality, you and I never did anything wrong. But this is how we ended up, right? See, that's the person you are, Shiki. You've only had things stolen from you, so you shouldn't worry about making others happy. That may be true, but still, I made a promise not to leave her alone. If everything right now, if all of it is a dream, I have to wake up. Even if there might be nothing for you to wake up to? Because she's waiting. I have to go back. Even if it means my death, I promised I'll be there when she's waiting. I see. Then this is goodbye. I couldn't leave you alone, so I lent you a hand. But like I thought, you don't need me now. All the same, it really was fun. I was able to see a good dream, that maybe my future could be like that. What's this? Shaking my hand all of a sudden? That's just weird. Ha! I even felt weird. But it can't be helped, because I can't give you it unless we do this. Even though we are the same, we are parted this much, we need an image to merge. Well, I guess it's useless for me to tell you, because you even forgot about that. Hey, you're disappearing. You're starting to form shape. Well, it's about time for our goodbyes. I'll forget about you, so please forget about me. Now, it's meaningless to go back to the Shiki before becoming Tono Shiki. Oh yeah, about her. I like her too. So I agree on the fact that she's more important than you. But you know, if that's the case, never do something stupid again to make her cry, okay? And he disappears. No, maybe died would be closer in meaning. I feel a strange pain, missing, something I won't be able to get back. I feel sad about something. Even though I tried to remember, I didn't quite grasp that it was nostalgia. My consciousness returns. I wake up from a moment's dream. That dream disappears and I disappear. The only thing waiting for me is death. It'll be fine, probably. He'll be okay. Aimlessly, the morning light shines. My mind is hazy. I still can't think of anything. My body is collapsed. My head is on something soft. That's strange. I should have woken from that dream already. I open my eyes. I see her crying face. Aw, she doesn't have the glasses on. Well, I guess she doesn't always have the glasses on. I just reach out my hand and touch her cheek. Her tears course down my fingers. Without a doubt, these warm tears are real. She doesn't say anything. Neither do I. I do not feel that words are necessary. I just feel her warmth against me. Thump. In the night sky, the moon still hangs from the time Arquid disappeared, and my chest is covered in blood. But that gaping wound has closed. Did she heal me, or did that wound never exist in the first place? Well, if I'm alive, that's just a trivial matter since I am able to exist here, right now. Tono-kun, can you understand me? Her shaking voice. I'm surprised. Senpai, you're really crying. Yes, I've never felt like this ever before. Isn't that a bit much, Senpai? I ramble with my hazy head. I feel spaced out. There's no headache. There's no pain. I don't know what happened to Roa or what happened to me. All I know is Seal is here with me in the morning light. What happiness. What I want is all right here before me. Thank goodness. I can keep my promise. I say that after a long sigh. What are you saying? Aren't we supposed to go with Inui-kun and hang out today after school? So we really don't have time to just sit here all day, do we? She speaks and gives a mischievous smile like Mofor. I see. Then I should get up. Ah! As soon as I try to get up, my chest stabs with pain. Oh, don't move yet. It was a big wound, so you should stay like this for at least another hour. CL, you really contradicted yourself. You know that, right? Oh, yes, it seems so. I seem to have lost my mind since you woke up. She gives a deep blush. Ah, man. I'll be bored if I have to stay like this for another hour. All I can move is my arms. And she should get tired from having my head on her lap for an hour. Sorry. Doesn't this tire you out? You can let me sleep on the ground. Geez, what are you saying? I'm doing this out of my own will, so please indulge my selfishness. Her cheeks turning even redder, she continues to look at me. And if I stayed like this, I thought you might do it. Ah, I remember. Come to think of it, I think we made a promise like that before. Yeah, I want to do so too. Saying that, I reach out to her face with my only free arm. She quietly lowers her face. Our lips meet deeply. After what feels like an hour, we separate. I'm speechless. Just, at least for real, I feel like I've woken from a long sleep. First, good morning, Seal. Yeah, good morning, Tono-kun. Since her smiling face and her tears are more glorious than anything on this earth, I relax and close my eyes. Huh? Tono-kun? Tono-kun? Sorry, Senpai. I want to sleep a little longer. I really felt relaxed and all my tiredness returned. If I can, I want to sleep in Senpai's arms, but I don't think that's possible. You can just put me somewhere, so when classes start, wake me up. She sounds a little disappointed, but really, I'm sleepy right now. I understand. Then I'll carry you to my room, but is it okay? Isn't that bad? We'll miss school if we do that. It's okay, let's skip for today. Besides, there are a lot of things I want to ask you about, Tono-kun. And then, I feel myself being lifted. Hey, Senpai, the clinic is fine. We don't have to go to your room. Denied. Tono-kun, you have to tell me what you did with Arquid when I wasn't there. She's always so mad about Arquid. Seal smiles as she holds me. There's enough intensity to almost banish all traces of sleepiness away. Then let's go. The sun is just rising, so if we hurry, no one will see us. Senpai, that's where the clinic is much blah. With a light stomp, CL takes a huge leap. I feel weightless, like I'm floating in space. At this rate, we really will be at CL's apartment soon, but phew! I feel like I really have fallen in love with a surprising person. But I'm more than prepared. Even though I've settled the problem with Roa, Senpai still has her own problems as well. I don't think we can return to a peaceful life. But even still, I've decided to be with this person already. No matter what happens in the future, we'll get through it together. That's right, Shiki, I whispered to the person in my dream. Well then, first things first. I have to start seriously thinking about what I should tell her about Arquid. There's your true ending. There's your true ending. That was a sweet ending. I think the other ending is funnier. I kind of agree that I like the good ending more. But I think the true ending... I think the thing about CL's route is I don't find her as compelling a romantic interest for Shiki as Arquid. But I do think the CL route has some... Yeah, I was about to say exactly Kune. Some more Shiki-oriented stuff that I think is interesting. Some stuff about his character specifically. So I care less about his relationship with CL, but I think this route had some good stuff about just him. So I would say it's fine in the end. Really, the relationship with CL feels almost more obligatory, even if it had kind of a sweet ending with her, like, superhero carrying him away. I hope the remake handles their chemistry a lot better. I hear the route with her is significantly different in the remake. All right, let's take CL Sensei's lesson last time for tonight. You have reached CL's true ending. Well done. Each heroine, with one exception, has two different kinds of endings. A true ending and a good ending. After reaching one of the endings, please go back a little and re-advance through the story. A different event should await you. Well then, thank you very much for playing up to this point. Let's meet again somewhere in Tsukihime. Oh, that's just it. Okay, because I already got the true ending message. I guess there's not a special one for CL's ending. Okay. Well, we've completed Near Side. Isn't that cool? That's fun. I've been enjoying this. CL, it's a very interesting piece of fiction, Tsukihime. There's nothing quite like it. There's nothing quite like Nasu writing. Yeah, it's just a real interesting thing to experience and read, I think. So I definitely think it's worth it. And I guess you know there's quite a lot of warnings and caveats I would pin onto this, but I think it's definitely worth a read. I'm very interested to see what Farside has for us. So we'll be starting Akia's route next week. Look forward to that. Tomorrow we're playing some KOF 98 because they recently implemented rollback netcode and a lobby system into the PC version, and I really want to give that a try. And yeah, that'll be fun. So look forward to that. In the meantime, we're gonna go raid Chikzama. They're playing some Blaze Blue. So if last night left you wanting some more Blaze Blue action, you should definitely go give them a shout out. They are probably one of the prime people in the Blaze Blue community you could learn a lot from. So, good night everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow. My lovely minions, I'll miss you until then.